Birds as Flying Machines by Frederick A. Lucas, from The Popular Science Monthly, September 1900, Volume 57. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the day of Solomon onward, the way of a bird in the air has been a subject of general interest, and the attention given to the problem of aerial navigation of late years has caused the flight of birds to be carefully studied in the hope that it might throw some light on the subject. There have been many conceptions, not to say misconceptions, regarding the flight of birds. It has been assumed that their muscles exerted a power quite beyond that of other animals, that the air sacs of some birds and the hollow bones of others gave them a degree of lightness quite unattainable by the use of ordinary materials, while some have even gone so far as to suggest the presence of some mysterious power, something like Stockton's negative gravity, whereby birds could set at naught the law of gravitation and rise at will like a balloon. The strength of a bird's muscles, of some birds' muscles at least, is not to be underrated. A hawk will plant its talons in a bird of nearly its own size and weight and bear the victim bodily away, and an osprey will carry a fish for a long distance. But a tiger has been known to fell a bullock with a single blow of the paw, to carry a man as a cat would carry a rat, and to drag an Indian buffalo heavier than himself. On the other hand, some of the petrels, birds which can pass a day or so on the wing with ease, cannot rise from the water after a hearty meal, and the hummingbird, unsurpassed in aerial evolutions, may be trapped in a spider's web. This shows no great power, and long ago Mary found that the pulling force of a hawk's great breast muscle, applied through the humerus, amounted to 1,298 grams per square centimeter, something like 7 pounds to the square inch, not a very heavy pull. So it seems fair to assume that while the power exerted by a bird is great, it is very far from marvelous, probably far less in proportion to size than the engine of Maxim's great aeroplane, or the naphtha motor of Professor Langley, which weighs less than 10 pounds per horsepower. We may get a fair idea of what this means by remembering that a bald eagle weighs from 9 to 15 pounds, and that he exerts but a small fraction of a horsepower. Turning to the question of the part played by the air sacs, it may be said that their value is not proved. Some of the fastest birds get along without them, while birds of the most labored flight are sometimes well provided. In birds like the gannet and brown pelican, the air sacs and cellular tissue about the body undoubtedly serve as buffers to break the shock of a headlong plunge into the water from a height of 100 to 150 feet. Or, again, they equalize the internal and external pressure when a soaring bird drops suddenly from a great height, or still more often aid in oxygenating the blood. The hollow bones of birds are frequently cited as beautiful instances of providential mechanics in building the strongest and largest possible limb with the least expenditure of material, and this is largely true. And yet birds like ducks, which cleave the air with the speed of an express train, have the long bones filled with marrow or saturated with fat, while the lumbering hornbill that fairly hurtles over the treetops has one of the most completely pneumatic skeletons imaginable, permeated with air to the very toe tips, and the ungainly pelican is nearly as well off. Still, it is but fair to say that the frigate bird and turkey buzzards, creatures which are most at ease when on the wing, have extremely light and hollow bones, but comparing one bird with another, the paramount importance of a pneumatic skeleton to a bird is not as evident as that of a pneumatic tire to a bicycle. While it may not be easy to disprove Herr Getke's assertion that birds sustain themselves in the air by the exercise of some power beyond our own, it is pretty safe to assume that they do not, and it would seem that the burden of proof should lie with those who take the affirmative side of the question. If we have nothing to learn from birds in the way of building an engine that shall exert great power for its size and weight, we may still have something to gain in the matter of speed, although here the popular idea is apt to be exaggerated. We often read that ducks fly at the rate of a mile a minute, or that the swallow has a speed of 200 miles an hour, but it is very difficult to lay hands upon any facts that will sustain these assertions. So, too, homing pigeons are frequently stated to have traveled for long distances at the rate of 60 miles an hour, but some of the published records show that 120 miles in 2 hours and a quarter is unusually fast traveling, and this is at the rate of only 9/10 of a mile per minute, a speed not unusual for express trains. However, it may be said that actual observations show that ducks do travel from 40 to 50 miles an hour, and any sportsman will readily believe that under some conditions they attain a velocity of a mile and a quarter a minute, although a confession of faith is not a demonstration of an assured fact. So far the lesson taught by the bird is that a machine of low power may attain a very considerable speed, and it remains to be seen if there is anything to be learned concerning methods of flight. Broadly speaking, there are 2, possibly 3 distinct modes of flight, by repeated strokes of the wings and by soaring or sailing, although we find every intermediate stage between the two, or combinations of flapping and sailing, and as a matter of fact, no bird can entirely dispense with strokes of the wing. The hummingbird represents the perfection of one method, the frigate bird of the other, and in his own line each is unrivaled. These 2 modes of flight are associated with equally distinct modifications of structure, and just as we have every intermediate state of flight between flapping and soaring, so the 2 structural extremes are merged into one another. The hummingbird flies as the Irishman played the fiddle, by main strength. The frigate bird relies on his skill in taking advantage of every varying current of air, and the skeleton of the one indicates great muscular power, while that of the other shows its absence. No other bird has such proportionately great muscles as the hummingbird. The keel of the sternum or breastbone from which these muscles arise runs from one end of the body to the other, while at the same time it projects downward like the keel of a modern racing yacht. These muscles drive at the rate of several hundred strokes a minute a pair of small, rigid wings, the outermost bones of which are very long, while the innermost are very short, a feature calculated to give the greatest amount of motion at the tip of the wing with the least movement of the bones of the upper arm, to which the driving muscles are attached. Another peculiar feature is that the outermost feathers, the flight feathers or primaries, are long and strong, while the innermost, those attached to the forearm, are few and weak. So far as flight is concerned, the bird could dispense with these secondaries and not feel their loss. Finally, the heart, which we may look upon as the boiler that supplies steam for this machinery, is large and powerful, as is necessary for such a high-pressure engine as the little hummingbird. It is hardly to him that we would look for aid in constructing a flying machine. The expenditure of force is too great for the results attained. The space required for boiler and engine leaves no room for carrying freight. As just intimated, the frigate bird is exactly the reverse of his tiny relative. The body is a mere appendage to a pair of wings, while the breast muscles are so small as to show at a glance that of all flying creatures, the frigate bird is the one which has most successfully solved the problem of the conservation of energy, and can obtain the greatest amount of power with the least expenditure of muscle. There is also a great difference between the hummer and the frigate bird, or between flapping and sailing birds generally, in the complexity of what may be termed the muscles of adjustment, the little muscles that run from the shoulder to the elbow and forearm, and among other duties, are concerned in keeping free from wrinkles that portion of the wing which lies between the shoulder and the wrist, forming a triangular flap, with the base forming the front edge of the wing and the apex lying in the elbow joint. The wing of the frigate bird, too, is quite the opposite that of the hummer, for it is the inner portion of the wing, the upper arm and forearm, which is elongated, and instead of the 6 feeble secondaries of the hummingbird, there are no less than 24. Instead of a short, stiff, rounded wing, we have one that is long, flexible, and pointed. Instead of a wing driven at the rate of several hundred strokes a minute, there is a wing that may be held outstretched and apparently motionless for minutes at a time, the muscles of the frigate bird being almost as constantly in repose as those of the other are perpetually in motion. If the frigate bird represents the highest type of soaring flight, two more familiar birds, the turkey buzzard and albatross, are not far behind, and these represent two methods of sailing flight and two distinct modifications in the type of wings. The albatross is continually on the move, ever quartering the water as a well-trained setter does the ground, and yet with all this movement rarely mounting higher than 50 feet above the water, and never wheeling in great circles in mid-air. This bird has that type of wing which best fulfills the conditions necessary for an aeroplane, being long and narrow, so that while a fully grown albatross may spread from 10 to 12 feet from tip to tip, this wing is not more than 9 inches wide. This spread of wing, like that of the frigate bird, is gained by the elongation of the inner bones of the wing and by increasing the number of secondaries, there being about 40 of these feathers in the wing of the albatross. The turkey buzzard is emphatically a high flyer, wheeling slowly about half a mile or a mile above the earth, while his cousin the condor, so Humboldt tells us, has been seen above the summit of Chimborazo. If any bird knows how to utilize every breath of wind to the utmost, that bird is the albatross, and it is equally a delight and a marvel to see this bird apparently setting at naught all natural laws as he sails with outstretched pinions almost into the eye of the wind, or hangs just off the lee quarter of a ship, reeling off 10 or 12 knots an hour. In this last trick, however, the gull is almost equally expert, evidently making use of the draft from the sails as well as of the eddies caused by the passage of the vessel. It has long been evident that if man is to navigate the air, it must be done after the method of the albatross, rather than that of the hummingbird, by the aeroplane, and not by any device to imitate the strokes of a bird's wings. For not only do the largest birds and those of the longest flight for the most part sail or soar, but it is apparent that the limit of size in a vibrating wing must soon be reached, since in a strong wind, with its varying eddies, it would be quite out of the question to manipulate such a piece of mechanism. But in spite of the fact that sailing flight calls for the exercise of comparatively little muscular power, the structure of the skeleton suggests that the wing of a soaring or sailing bird needs a particularly strong point of support, for birds which sail or soar have the bones which sustain the direct pull of the wing strengthened or braced, as other birds do not. The shoulder joint of a bird is formed by the shoulder blade and coracoid, this last being the bone which is attached to the breastbone, and on which comes the direct pull of the wing, and in front of the coracoids, running downwards towards the sternum, is the wishbone or furcula, corresponding to our collarbones or clavicles. It is evident that the greater the length of the coracoid, the less able would it be to resist the strain brought upon it, and it is also evident that the simultaneous downward stroke of the wings must have a tendency to force the coracoids inwards or towards one another. Obviously, the greater the strain, the greater the need of strengthening or bracing the coracoid to resist it, and there are in the shoulder girdle of a bird various devices looking towards this end. In some birds, the albatross for example, the coracoid is short and stout, while in others extra bracing is obtained from the wishbone. In the hummingbird, the wishbone is light and weak, and so short that it does not come near the sternum. The pigeon, a bird of powerful flight, is little better off, for the wishbone is so long and slender that it does little or nothing towards strengthening the shoulder joint, and in both these birds, which fly by rapid wing strokes, the entire pull of the wing is taken by the coracoid. In the frigate bird, on the contrary, the wishbone is not only strong, but it rests upon and is firmly soldered to the breastbone, while at its upper end it fuses with the coracoid, thus making the firmest possible support to the wing. The cranes, which soar well, also have the wishbone united with sternum, and in the albatrosses and petrels, the wishbone touches the breastbone and is so curved forward as to gain strength in this way, while, as previously noted, the strength of the coracoid is increased by its shortness. The turkey buzzard and birds of prey, some of which both soar and flap, have the wishbone strengthened by having more material added to make the furcula thick and strong, while at the same time it is shaped like a wide U instead of a V. Either there is more force exerted in sailing than is at first sight apparent, or else extra strength is called for in making sudden turns, or when it becomes necessary, as it does more or less frequently, to take a sudden wing stroke. As wings are levers of the third order, the longer the wing, the more force is required to move it, and more strength is needed at the fulcrum or shoulder joint, and since sailing birds have long wings, the need of strength is evident. Neither birds nor any creatures that live or have lived afford us any criterion as to the limit of size that must be placed on an aeroplane. The largest of whales is weak and insignificant beside an ocean liner, and the condor and albatross, with their spread of 10 or 12 feet and weight of 10 to 20 pounds, tell us nothing of what may be the possibilities of size and weight. Among the various problems confronting the would-be navigator of the air is that of at times making headway against a medium moving at the rate of 10, 20, or 30 miles an hour, sometimes even more, a difficulty that neither locomotive nor steamer is called upon to meet. True, an aeroplane would, to use a technical term, probably lie within 2 1/2 points of the wind and could thus advantageously beat to windward, but any deviation from a straight course means loss of time, and nowadays time is everything. The mode of propulsion may be, undoubtedly will be, as entirely different from a wing as the propeller is unlike the tail of a fish, and as the study of fish has thrown little or no light on the problems of the proper form or best motor for a ship, it is doubtful if the study of birds will do more for the aerodrome. Nor does it seem likely that a study of the bird will suggest any new devices in the way of joints, braces, or rudders, for what must be discouraging to those engaged in solving the problems of flight is the utter inadequacy of the bird's wing, from a mechanical standpoint, for the work it is called upon to do, for in all its articulations there is a freedom of movement and amount of play that would be inadmissible in any machine. The shoulder, elbow, and wrist joints are but loose affairs, depending for their efficiency on the pull of the muscles. Subtract the element of life from the wing of a bird, and it becomes at once limp and useless. And herein is the key to the bird's success as a flying machine. It has life, and while the wing may reveal certain principles of balancing, it cannot teach us all of the art, for it is done instinctively. The bird has back of it untold ages of experience, and its actions during flight demand no thought. The muscles respond instinctively to each change in the pressure and direction of the wind, and the bird need take no thought as to how it shall fly. Mr. Chanute has taken the greatest step yet made towards overcoming the difficulty of responding to changes in the velocity of the fickle air, but whether or not it will be possible to construct apparatus that will not only adjust itself to changes in the force of the wind, but to eddies and changes in direction as well, remains to be seen, the more that it must act not on planes 6 feet in length, but on surfaces infinitely larger. The proper method of constructing the wings of an aeroplane so as to ensure stability and utilize the power of the wind to the best advantage, and some hints as to balancing and steering, are the main assistance that we seem likely to gain from a study of the structure and flight of birds. And of Birds as Flying Machines by Frederick A. Lucas.
Annual Excursion, 1901, from the Journal of the Royal Institution of Cornwall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Excursion, 1901. When our members were considering where they should go for their excursion, Mr. John Charles Williams, the president for the time being, said it would be a source of great pleasure to him to see them at Caerhays Castle. This cordial invitation was gladly accepted, and the honourable secretaries accordingly made the arrangements for Thursday, the 25th of July. Heavy rain and high wind overnight, coupled with the prospect of a continuation of the showers, did not set the party of 30 in the best of spirits when they met at Truro in the morning. Still, the more hopeful and prophetic among the number ventured the opinion that the weather would not be so bad as some might imagine. There would come a break by and by. And as the day wore on, these prophets proved to be correct. Never once did the sun shine, but at no time were the excursionists inconvenienced by any serious fall of rain, though the darkest clouds frequently gathered over them and the air was rather chilly. The first halting place was the church of St. Michael Penkivel, which was reached by way of the lovely carriage drive of Grothmann, which Viscount Falmouth had kindly opened to the visitors. Half an hour was spent at St. Michael Penkivel, whose church is a 14th century edifice, though rebuilt on former lines in 1862. This beautiful church contains many objects of interest, provision for 4 altars, for the 4 priests of this archpresbytery, one of them being in the tower, 2 fine medieval coffin slabs in the south porch, an altar slab in the south transept, with crosses on it and the initial IC, no doubt those of John Carmino, and, most interesting of all, the original foundation stone of which an illustration is given. This may probably be extended as Sanctus Michaelis Archangelus, Walter Episcopus, meaning Walter Bronscombe, Bishop of Exeter, who, on the 13th of August, 1261, dedicated the church. The chancel of that date appears to have been preserved when the nave and transept were rebuilt in the 14th century. Circa 1300, Sir John de Trejagoux, knight, the Lord of Fentongolan, undertook to perfectly repair this church and proposed to found in it chantries for 4 priests to offer perpetual prayers for himself, his wife, his parents, and others named by him. The bishop approved and made the church collegiate, and the chief of the 4 clergymen an archpriest, specially charging him with the care of the parishioners. In February 1320, Bishop Stapledon made an ordination of the archpresbytery. The whole of this very interesting ordination, which provided, inter alia, for the 4 chaplains living in common, is printed in Prebendary Higginston Randall's edition of the Register of Stapledon, pages 339 to 341. At the dissolution, the chantry property was reunited to the manor of Fentongolan, John Carmino having acquired it from the crown. Within the church are brasses of 1. John Trenowith, 1497, OS, owner of the manor of Fentongolan, to which the advowson is attached. 2. John Trembus, 1515, a rector of the parish, the figure in academical dress. 3. Edward Boscawen, 1619, left moneys by will for upkeep of this and St. Allen churches. On a scroll above his and his wife's effigies is a Latin paraphrase of St. John 5:24. 4. Marie Coffin, widow, 1622. Above the effigy the Boscawen arms. 5. John Boscawen, 1564. Engraved 1634. From the top of the tower, 70 feet high, a good view of the surrounding country was obtained. The next stage of the journey was to Lamoran Church, now doomed to disuse for general worship, consequent upon a rearrangement of the ecclesiastical district. This church was dedicated by Bishop Bronscombe on the day before its neighbour, St. Michael Penkivel. The font of Catharine stone was considered by several of the party to be a modern copy of a Norman original, but may be an original piece of work recarved by some not very competent craftsman. In the yard is the octagonal shaft of a cross in Pentewan stone. In the window of the south wing of the transept is some old glass bearing the De Haelip arms, or 3 bandled sable. There is a detached campanile in the yard containing 3 18th century bells. This campanile is stated in some of the guidebooks to be part of a former priory here, but there do not seem to be any grounds for the assertion. Further on, the party had a look at another interesting old country church, that of Ruan Lanihorn, where Whitaker, author of the Cathedral of Cornwall, was rector for 30 years. On a shield affixed to the south wall it is stated, built 1321. There does not appear to be sufficient ground for this date. Dr. Oliver, in the Monasticon, has confused this church with Lanraith, and is probably responsible for the date so given, but the entry in the original register of Bishop Stapleton is quite clear. Dominus dedicavit ecclesiam de Lanraitho. In the south transept is a fine 13th century coffin lid with a recumbent figure of an ecclesiastic. See 51st report of RIC, page 19, and above it a brass coffin plate inscribed Ricardus Trestin, natus 23 di Augusti, 1579, hic sepelitur, quinto die septembris, 1664, requiem aeternam dona ei Domine, et lux perpetua luceat ei. Amen. He was of Trelong in this parish. See Duncan's Monumental Brasses of Cornwall, page 91. There is a squint at the angle of the south transept and chancel. From this point a long stretch of narrow, winding, sharp-cornered roads, often with high hedges, brought the excursionists to Caerhays, where a little time was devoted to an inspection of the nicely kept church, formerly a chapel of St. Stephen's in Brannel. It was dedicated 5th October, 1259. The object most admired was the north doorway, which is Norman, and has a tympanum on which is sculptured an Agnus Dei. There are only 6 Norman tympana in Cornwall, having figured sculpture on them, namely 2 at Egloskerry, on one of which is an Agnus Dei, and on the other a dragon, at Paranarwadale, and at St. Thomas the Apostle, on each of which is the Agnus Dei, and at Trenegloss, where is a tree with an animal on each side of it. Of the Caerhays example we give an illustration. An able and well-illustrated article on our Cornish tympana by Mr. A. G. Langton is to be found in The Reliquary and Illustrated Archaeologist, Volume 4. The party had not sufficient time to visit the tower, which is of especial interest as retaining the whole of its medieval peal of bells as scheduled at the time of Edward VI. They are well described and illustrated in Duncan's Church Bells of Cornwall, where the author has, however, fallen into one of his rare errors in describing number 1 bell. He says that the legend is followed by, quote, a Roman 5 inverted, end quote. It is the founder's mark, 2 triangles overlapping, like a capital W with a serif's gone, found also on some other bells in Cornwall and the neighbouring county. Another mile and a half, and the conveyances were drawn up at Caerhays Castle, the beautiful home enriched by many art treasures of Mr. and Mrs. J. C. Williams, who extended to their guests a simple and cordial greeting. The castle, once the seat of the Trevanians, was rebuilt early in the last century from designs by Nash, the architect who remodelled Buckingham Palace in 1825. In the syllabus of the excursion, it is stated that on the wall of the entrance hall are the arms of Henry VIII in stone. This information was taken from a guidebook and proved to be incorrect. There are no such arms there, and as far as Mr. Williams knows, there never were. The committee who drew up the syllabus did not visit the castle and fell into the too frequent mistake of repeating a statement which they had not verified. The castle has a delightful, secluded situation, close to the seashore in the neighborhood of Goren Haven. At the end of a 4 hours' drive, the pleasure seekers were quite ready for the excellent luncheon which Mr. and Mrs. Williams had prepared for them. The head of the house and Mrs. Williams, with the rest of their house party, sat down with the visitors and did their best to make them happy. There were no speeches, merely a few words of sincere thanks tendered to Mr. and Mrs. Williams by Mr. J.D. Ennis, F.G.S., and Mr. S. Trevale, and gracefully acknowledged by Mr. Williams. A couple of hours were spent in viewing the house and grounds, and in partaking of tea, also laid within the castle. Some of the party examined the fine collection of Roman coins, part of the hoard found nearby in 1869, and of which 30 are in our museum, to which they were presented by our President's late father, Mr. J. M. Williams. The entire collection comprises coins of 13 emperors who were in power between AD 253 and 276. See 43rd Report of RIC, page 29. Some studied the works of Romney, Millet, O.P. and others, the collection of paintings being exceptionally fine and containing some good specimens of O.P.'s work, while a few accompanied Mr. Williams to view some of the rare plants for which he is so celebrated. By 6 o'clock, the party had once more taken their seats on their conveyances after the exchange of a hearty handshake and a homely goodbye with the respected family at Caerhays. The return journey to Truro was made via Grumpound. There was an idea of visiting St. Hugh Church on the way, but limited time caused that item to be erased from an enjoyable program. End of Annual Excursion 1901. Caerhays, Cornwall, from Views of the Seats of Noblemen and Gentlemen in England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland by J.P. Neal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Caerhays, Cornwall, the seat of John Bettesworth Trevanion, Esquire. Caerhays is situated on the southern coast, about 10 miles southeast of St. Austell and 4 miles south of Grumpound. The existing mansion has been entirely erected by the present possessor, nearly on the site of another one considerably ancient. The walls are composed of the rough slaty stone of the immediate neighbourhood, coined and parapeted with a china stone peculiar to this county, and so called from being a component part of British porcelain. The southern or principal front, of 160 feet, is elevated on an embattled terrace from which the grounds slope in considerable declivity to a rapid stream. The great gates of entrance are toward the north, forming the inner side of a spacious square tower which is perforated by arches, admitting a covered carriageway to the doors. The whole character of the building presents with considerable correctness the feature of the semi-castellated dwellings of our ancestors, and very scientifically harmonizes with the picturesque wildness of the surrounding scenery. The interior preserves the same style, as far as it can be consistently adapted to the required arrangement of modern society. The principal rooms are toward the south and east, connected internally to the other apartments by a gallery of considerable dimensions, at the end of which is placed a very fine staircase, groined in an elegant and correct manner. The whole of the decorations and furniture correspond with the proposed character of the building. The windows of the dining room, staircase, and entrance hall are rich with the brilliant hues of painted glass. That on the staircase is of noble size, containing the badges of the several Dukes of Cornwall, with selections from the armorial distinctions and alliances of the family arranged with considerable attention to coeval propriety. The former Caerhays, in the Cornish language signifying an enclosed castle, was of great antiquity, and had been much enlarged during the reign of King Henry VIII, whose arms, with those of the family, supported, taken from the former tower of entrance, still exist. Part of the ancient chapel is yet remaining, and an elevated walk in the grounds toward the sea to this time retains the name of the watch-house walk, although very faint indication is left of the former existence of such a building. From this point a most magnificent sea view is obtained, extending to the Lizard Point and enlivened by the constant traffic of St. George's Channel. On the opposite point of the small beach has been lately erected a monument to the memory of the late Captain Bettesworth of the Royal Navy. Caerhays is noticed in the history of Cornwall by Carew as one of those few seats in this county that possessed an enclosed park. It still retains that distinction. In a county so celebrated for the clear antiquity of its gentry, the family of Trevanion stands highly eminent. They derive this estate by marriage with a daughter of Arundel of Trerys, as far back as the reign of King Edward III. In Mr. Polwell's beautiful poem, Isabel of Cottel, founded on events that occurred during the time of Queen Mary, Sir William Trevanion appears as a very principal personage. The powerful families of Edgecombe and Trevanion were related by the marriage of Sir William Trevanion to Agnes, the daughter of Sir Richard Edgecombe, Knight Banneret. Queen Elizabeth appointed Charles Trevanion of Caerhays, Esquire, to be Vice-Admiral of the Western Coasts, on whom Carew bestows a high compliment for his private merits. His mother was the daughter of Sir Thomas Morgan, Knight, and sister to the wife of the first Lord Hansdon. In 1710, John Trevanion of Caerhays, Esquire, married the daughter of William, 4th Lord Beckley of Stratton, and about the same time her sister was united to an ancestor of the present Lord Byron. Sir John Trevor, controller of the household to King James I, from whom Lord Viscount Hampden descends, Robert Baron Carey of Limpington, afterwards Earl of Monmouth, and Nicholas Boscawen, ancestor of Lord Viscount Falmouth, are among the distinguished persons that have sought alliance with this ancient family. The point from which the sketch was taken is the upper part of the grounds toward the northeast, for which, as well as for the description, the proprietors are indebted to Thomas Wilmot, Esquire. End of Caerhays, Cornwall, by J.P. Neal.
Catharine Tegahkouita, an Iroquois virgin, in History and General Description of New France, Volume 4, by Reverend P.F.X. de Charlevoix, Society of Jesus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. New France has had her apostles and martyrs, and has given the church saints in all conditions, and I do not hesitate to say that they would have done honor to the primitive ages of Christianity. Several I have made known so far as the course of this history permitted me. The lives of some have been published, but God, who exalted his glory during their lifetime by the great things which he effected through them, by the luster which their sanctity has diffused over this vast continent, by the courage which he inspired them to found with untold toil a new Christendom amid the most fearful barbarism, and to cement it with their blood, chose none of these to display on their tombs all the riches of his power and mercy, but conferred this honor on a young neophyte, almost unknown to the whole country during her life. For more than 60 years she has been regarded as the protectress of Canada, and it has been impossible to oppose a kind of cultus publicly rendered to her. The Holy Virgin, so celebrated under the name of Catharine Tegahkouita, was born in 1656 at Gandahogwe, a town in the Mohawk canton of a heathen Iroquois father and a Christian Algonquin mother. She lost her mother at the age of 4 and was still quite young when her father died, leaving her to the care of one of her aunts, and under the control of an uncle who had the chief authority in his village. The smallpox, which she had in her infancy, having weakened her sight, she was long compelled, as it were, to remain in the corner of a cabin, her eyes being unable to stand the light, and this retirement was the first source of her happiness. What she did at first from necessity, she continued to do from choice, thereby avoiding whatever could cause her to lose that moral purity so difficult to preserve amid idolatrous and then very dissolute youth. As soon as she saw herself of age to act, she took on herself almost all the toil of the household, and this shielded her from 2 dangers fatal to most Indian girls. I mean, private conversations and idleness. Her relatives, however, wished her to use the decorations common to young persons of her sex, and although she yielded from simple compliance with their wishes, and with all possible repugnance, it was a matter of much scruple to her when, favored by the light of faith, she learned how dangerous it is to seek to please men. The first knowledge that she acquired of Christianity was imparted by some missionaries sent to the Iroquois after Monsieur de Tracy's expedition. On their way, they passed through the town where she lived and were received at her cabin. She was appointed to take care of them and waited on them in a manner that surprised them. She had herself, on beholding them, been moved by an impulse that excited sentiments in her heart, regarded subsequently by her as the first sparks of the heavenly fire, by which she was, in the sequel, so completely inflamed. The fervor and recollection of those religious in their devotions inspired her with the desire of praying with them, and she informed them of it. They understood much more than she expressed. They instructed her in the Christian truth, as far as the short stay which they made in that town permitted them, and left her with a regret that on her side was heartily reciprocated. Some time after, a match was proposed to her. As she showed strong opposition, her relatives did not press it, but they soon returned to the charge, and to save themselves the trouble of overcoming her resistance, they did, without mentioning it to her, betrothed her to a young man who, at once, went to her cabin and sat down beside her. To ratify the marriage, it only required that she should remain near the husband selected for her, such being the way of these tribes. But she abruptly left the cabin and protested that she would not return till he withdrew. This conduct drew on her much ill treatment, which she endured with unalterable patience. She was more sensible to the reproach made that she had no affection for her kindred, that she hated her tribe, and gave all her attachment to that which her mother belonged. Nothing, however, could overcome her repugnance for the state of life in which they sought to involve her. Meanwhile, Father James de Lambervie arrived at Tegahkouita with orders to found a mission there. Tegahkouita then felt her former desires to become a Christian revive, but she was still for some time without mentioning it, either from respect to her uncle, who did not relish our religion, or from pure timidity. At last, an opportunity came for avowing her conviction, and she was not wanting. A wound in the foot which she had received kept her in the cabin, while all the other women were busy harvesting the Indian corn. Father de Lambervie, compelled to suspend his public instructions, which no one would attend, took this time to visit the cabins and instruct those whom age or infirmity retained there. One day he entered that where Tegahkouita was. Unable to dissemble the joy which this visit caused her, she did not hesitate to open her mind to the missionary in the presence of 2 or 3 women who were in company with her, on her design of embracing Christianity. She added that she would have great obstacles to overcome, but that nothing appalled her. The energy with which she spoke, the courage she displayed, a certain modest yet resolute air that lighted up her countenance at once told the missionary that this new proselyte would not be an ordinary Christian. He accordingly carefully taught her many things which he did not explain to all preparing for baptism. God doubtless infuses into hearts of which he has especially reserved possession a sort of purely spiritual sympathy, forming even in this life the sacred bond which will unite them hereafter in the abode of glory. Father de Lambervie, whom I knew well, was one of the holy missionaries of New France, where he died, at Sault, St. Louis, spent with toil and austerity, and, if I may use the expression, in the arms of charity. He often declared in his first interview with Tegahkouita, he thought he could discern that God had great designs as to that virgin. Yet he would not exercise any haste in conferring baptism on her, and he adopted in her case all the preparations that experience has counseled as necessary to make sure of the Indians before administering the sacrament of regeneration. The whole winter was spent in these trials, and on her side the young catechumen employed this precious time in rendering herself worthy of a grace whose importance she fully comprehended. Before granting it to adults, the missionaries take great pains to inquire privately into their conduct and morality. Father de Lambervie asked all who knew Tegahkouita, and was greatly surprised to find that there was not one, even among those who had given her most to suffer, but sounded her praises. This was all the more glorious for her, as Indians are much given to slander, and naturally inclined to put an evil interpretation on the most innocent actions. The missionary, accordingly, no longer hesitated to grant her what she solicited with such earnestness. She was baptized on Easter Sunday, 1676, and received the name of Catharine. The grace of the sacrament received into a heart which her uprightness and innocence had so well prepared, produced wondrous effects. Whether the idea the missionary had already conceived of the young Iroquois maiden, he was astonished to find in her, immediately after baptism, not a neophyte needing to be confirmed in the faith, but a soul filled with the most precious gifts of heaven, and whom he too would have to guide in the most sublime spiritual ways. In the outset, her virtue excited the admiration of those even who were least inclined to imitate her, and those on whom she depended left her free to follow every impulse of her zeal. But this did not last long. The innocence of her life, the precautions which she took to avoid all that could in the least affect it, and especially her extreme reserve as to whatever could in the slightest degree offend purity, appeared to the young men of her village a reproach on the dissolute life they led, and many laid snares for her with the sole view of dimming a virtue which dazzled them. On the other hand, although she had relaxed nothing in her domestic occupations, and was ever found ready to give her services to all, her relatives were displeased to see her give to prayer all the time left her, and to prevent her suspending on Sundays and holidays the work which the church forbids on those days consecrated to the Lord, they made her pass them without food. Seeing, however, that they gained nothing by this course, they had recourse to still more violent means. They often ill-treated her in a most unbecoming manner. When she went to the chapel, they sent young men to pursue her with hooting and pelt her with stones. Men, either really or pretendedly drunk, rushed upon her as though they designed to take her life, but undismayed by these artifices and acts of violence, she continued her devotions as though she enjoyed the most perfect liberty. One day, when she was in her cabin, a young man entered abruptly with flashing eyes, brandishing his hatchet as if intending to tomahawk her. At this slight, she displayed no emotion and bowed down her head to receive the blow, but the madman, seized at the instant by a panic fear, fled as precipitately as though pursued by a war party. These first storms were succeeded by a still more dangerous persecution. Catharine's aunt was a woman of morose disposition who was displeased with all that her niece did to satisfy her, for the simple reason that she could find nothing to reprove. One day the virtuous neophyte happened to call the husband of this woman by his own name instead of calling him father, as usual. Her aunt imagined or pretended to believe that this familiar mode of speaking showed an improper connection between the uncle and niece, and she hastened on the spot to Father de Lambervie to assert that she had surprised Catharine soliciting her husband to sin. The missionary promised to examine the case, and when he learned on what this atrocious accusation rested, he gave the slanderer a rebuke that covered her with confusion, but which ultimately increased the annoyance of the innocent girl. Had all this involved merely suffering, than which nothing was more to her taste, she would never have thought of changing her position, but she feared that she could not always hold firm against the seduction of bad example, or escape being overcome gradually by human respect, so powerful in the Indian mind. She accordingly began to look for an asylum which her innocence and her religion would be shielded from danger. La Prairie de la Magdeleine, where several Iroquois Christians began to settle, seemed to her well adapted, and she felt an ardent desire to remove thither, but this was not easily done. Her uncle beheld with great displeasure the depopulation of his canton, and he declared himself the avowed enemy of all who contributed to it. It was therefore apparently impossible to obtain his consent, and it was not easy for Catharine to leave him without it. But God, who had destined her to be the example and ornament of this transplanted Christian colony, facilitated what had at first seemed impossible. She had adopted sister, a neophyte like herself, married to a Christian, very zealous for the conversion of his countrymen. This man had already taken up his abode at La Prairie de la Magdalene, and he was one of those who, under various pretexts, traversed the Iroquois towns in order to make proselytes. He knew that the greatest favor he could do Catharine would be to take her into his home. He spoke of the matter to his wife, who confirmed in his design and earnestly exhorted him to give her sister this consolation. He resolved on the project, and to effect it more surely he pretended to go a-hunting with one of his friends in the direction of New York, and set out, after warning Tegahkouita to hold herself in readiness at a fixed time. Fortunately for her uncle was away, though not far distant, and he was almost at once informed of his niece's departure. Without losing a moment, he set out in pursuit, bent on bringing her back dead or alive, and on tomahawking the first who resisted him. He soon overtook the two hunters, but not finding his niece with them, because whenever they halted they took the precaution to conceal her in the woods, he thought that he had been misinformed. Accordingly, without avowing his purpose, he conversed for a time on indifferent topics and left them, convinced that Catharine had taken some other route, and followed other guides. The Holy Virgin, rescued from this peril, gaily pursued her journey, and at last reached the bourne which had been the object of her prayers. This was in the month of October, 1677. Her sister had not yet a cabin to herself, and dwelt with her husband in that of a fervent Christian woman named Anastasia, whose sole employment it was to prepare persons of her own sex for baptism. A hostess of this character and such exercises were greatly to the taste of Catharine. She was, moreover, charmed with all that she beheld done in the village, nor could she sufficiently admire the omnipotence of grace, which could transform wolves into lambs, nor chant the mercies of the Lord to see men now dwelling in the purity of gospel morality, whose debauchery had more than once paralyzed her with horror. Animated by new fervor at this sight, she gave herself unreservedly to God, renouncing in future the least thought of self, and began to run with great steps in the career of sanctity. Prayers, toil, spiritual conversion, and was henceforward her sole occupation, and after the example of Saint Anthony, she made it a duty to imitate every edifying trait that she perceived in those who composed this new church. She spent at the foot of the altar all her spare time. She lived solely by her own labor, and busied as she might be exteriorly, her heart was ever in constant communion with God. She had not yet made her first communion when she arrived in the colony, and it is not unusual in these missions to grant this favor to neophytes till after long trials. Catharine was fearful that she would be subjected to this rule, but her virtue, far more than her repeated entreaties, soon induced her director to make an exception in her favor, nor had he any reason to repent. The frequent communions which she was permitted to receive did not diminish in the least her fervor in preparing for them. It was enough to see her in her most ordinary actions to be roused to devotion, but when she partook of the divine mysteries, it was impossible to be near her and not be filled with most tender love for God. When she was obliged to go with a hunting party, the distraction inseparable from that time deranged in nothing her interior life. She built an oratory within her heart which she never quitted. She avoided company as much as she could, and when she could not, she imparted her recollectedness to others much more than she took part in their amusements. Yet there was nothing constrained in her manners, and her devotion was neither forbidding nor troublesome. She was even wonderfully dexterous in concealing from the public her private practices of piety and her austerities, which were great. One of the most common was to mingle earth with all she ate, and very few perceived it. Besides her director, without whose permission she did nothing of this kind, she concealed nothing from two women of great virtue whose mutual intercourse served greatly to rouse them to an eminent sanctity. One was Anastasia, who had welcomed her on reaching the colony. The other, a young widow named Teresa, who, after living some time in utter forgetfulness of her baptismal promises, returned to her duty on the occasion of a great danger from which she was convinced God had miraculously delivered her. Yet even after this she led quite a lukewarm life, deferring from day to day the execution of the design she had conceived as atoning by penance for past disorders. A conversation with Catharine completed her conversion. She was one day attentively looking at the church, then erecting at Sault St. Louis, to which she had just transferred the Iroquois town from La Prairie de la Magdalene. Catharine perceived her and felt inspired to address her, although she had never yet spoken to her. To open conversation, she asked her which part of the new church was intended for women, and Teresa pointed it out to her. "Alas," replied Catharine, "it is not in these material temples that God takes most pleasure. Our heart is the sanctuary most agreeable to him. But how often, woe is me, have I driven him from that heart where he wishes to reign alone? Do I not richly deserve that he should, for my ingratitude, close forever on me the door of his sanctuary, erecting to his glory?" These words touched Teresa to the quick. She reproached herself with her tepidity, and felt strongly urged to fulfill at last what she had so frequently promised the Almighty. She at once revealed it all to Catharine, and found in that holy Virgin an open heart, which induced her to withhold nothing that was passing in her own, and which completely gained her to Christ. Her penance was of the character of those which almost without intermediate steps raise the greatest sinners, and what is still more difficult, the most cowardly souls, to the most heroic perfection. She had attached to Catharine by bonds which divine love drew still more closely, and henceforward these two chosen souls concealed from each other nothing bearing on their interior life. They consoled each other, gave counsel in doubts and strength in the assaults which hell and the world more than once made on them. About this time, Catharine had a very severe one to sustain, coming too from the very persons from whom she supposed herself least likely to anticipate anything of the kind. The same adopted sister who had attracted her thither took it into her head to marry her off, and there is nothing that she did not resort to overcome her resistance. She began by telling her that though she and her husband deemed it a pleasure to meet all her wants, still it might well be that, burdened with such a large family, they might not always be in a position to continue supplying her with necessaries, and that, moreover, in case of their death, she would be left without support. The virtuous Virgin was the more affected at these words because she was not a burden to her sister. She nevertheless thanked her for her attention and promised to reflect on what she had just said. She immediately went to her confessor and expressed her grief that a sister, who till then had given her so many marks of sincere friendship, now wished to hamper her in the only thing in which she wished to be free. The father, after hearing her calmly, told her that, in reality, her sister was not so far wrong in speaking as she had done, that she should thank her for the precautions which she wished her to take in order to assure a decent subsistence, and that the matter deserved calm consideration. "It is no longer time to deliberate," replied Catharine. "I am no longer my own. I have given myself unreservedly to Jesus Christ." "But," rejoined the missionary, "who will nourish you and assist you in your infirmities, should God remove your sister?" "That is my least anxiety," replied the generous neophyte. "He who feeds the birds of the air will not let me want the little I need to live." The missionary did not seem to yield. He dismissed his penitent, bidding her again consult the Lord on a point in which he did not yet manifest the divine will. She then retired very sad. The same day her sister again pressed the matter, and finding her inflexible, induced Anastasia, whose age and virtue caused both to regard her as a mother, to speak to her on the point. Anastasia at first entered into the young woman's views because it was unexampled among the Iroquois for a girl to preserve in celibacy. The missionaries, having so far deemed it inexpedient to give these Indians the counsel which St. Paul gave the primitive Christians, Anastasia accordingly undertook to persuade Catharine to conform to her sister's wishes. She gained nothing and seemed somewhat nettled. This she showed Catharine by reproaches and threats of interposing the authority of their common director. The Holy Virgin anticipated her, and after assuring her spiritual father that she could no longer doubt the will of God, she begged him to consent, in order to put an end to this prosecution, that she should take a vow of virginity. The missionary replied that an engagement of this kind should not be taken lightly, that he gave her 3 days to think it over, and that during that time he permitted her to redouble her prayers and austerities to obtain from the Almighty to know what he desired of her. Catharine left him, promising obedience, but a quarter of an hour after returned, and approaching him with an air that was not natural to her, exclaimed, "Father, I have considered it all. I will never have any spouse but Jesus Christ." Her action and the tone in which she spoke touched the director, but he saw clearly that it would be vain to oppose a movement which had every mark of divine inspiration. He consoled his penitent by giving her hope of his consent to what he desired. He exhorted her then to think of nothing but gaining the heart of the heavenly spouse whom she had chosen, and promised her to stop all further importunity on the part of her sister or her friends. She had scarcely gone when Anastasia entered the missionary's abode with loud complaints of Catharine's stubbornness. After hearing her without interruption, the missionary rebuked her mildly for her precipitation in blaming what she did not know, and for the slight esteem which she seemed to entertain for a state which raises moral creatures to the condition of angels. Anastasia received this correction with humility, and Catharine ever after found in her a truly Christian friend, disposed to second her in her pious designs, and attentive to relieve her in her wants and afflictions. On her side, Catharine believed herself bound by the resolution she had just taken, to live more secluded than ever, and practice humility, charity, and penance. She was seen to advance visibly in virtue. Already naught was spoken of in the country except her eminent sanctity. The people were never weary admiring of the secret spring of divine goodness, which, amid a nation the most hostile to the establishment of Christianity, had drawn forth a young virgin to make her a perfect model of all Christian virtues. There she reigned in the mission of Sault St. Louis, a spirit of mortification which went to great length. These neophytes had just been declared by all the Iroquois cantons enemies of their country, and they confidently expected that after this outburst all who fell into the hands of their idolatrous brethren would be given over without mercy to the most fearful tortures. Hence, they thought only of preparing for martyrdom by all the means that austerity can suggest for chastising the flesh. Men, women, and children, even in this matter, proceeded to excesses which the missionaries never would have permitted had they been fully informed in regard to them. Catharine, more fully possessed by the interior spirit than all the others, was too the most unsparing to herself of all. She consulted naught but her fervor, and believed herself in no wise bound to depend on her director as formerly, believing that this general concert of the whole village could not be unknown to him, and that his silence in regard to it was a consent. She was accordingly soon reduced to a state of languor and suffering from which she never recovered. Some time after she paid a visit to Montreal, where the sight of the hospital nuns, whom she had never even heard mentioned, increased her desire to consecrate herself to God by the vow of chastity. She renewed her entreaties to her confessor, who judged it his duty no longer to withhold his consent. She accordingly took the long-desired vow with a joy that seemed to reserve all her strength, and she was the first of her tribe who took upon herself such an engagement with heaven. The heavenly spouse of chaste souls was not slow in giving her manifest proofs that he had accepted her sacrifice, and in treating her as his well-beloved spouse. She, on her side, exerted herself to correspond his caresses and the internal communications with which he favored her by perfect fidelity and unreserved love. But her strength could not long sustain its ardor, and the flesh soon gave way beneath the efforts of the spirit. She fell into a dangerous disease, which left her only a lingering existence subject to constant pain. In this state she united herself more and more to Jesus Christ by meditating on his death and sufferings, and the frequent reception of the sacraments. She could no longer endure human conversation. Anastasia and Teresa were the only two persons of whom she retained any kind of intimacy, because they spoke to her only of God. She felt well only at the foot of the altar, where, buried in profound contemplation and shedding torrents of tears, those inexhaustible fountain was his love, and the wound it had inflicted on her heart. She often so forgot the wants of her body as not to even feel the cold with which her whole frame was benumbed. She always came from this contemplation with renewed love of suffering, and it is inconceivable how ingenious her mind was in inventing means to crucify her flesh. Sometimes she walked barefooted on the ice and snow till she lost all feeling. Sometimes she strewed her couch with thorns. She rolled for 3 days in a succession of branches of thorns which pierced deeply into her flesh, causing inexplicable pain. Another time she burned her feet, as is done to prisoners, wishing thus to give herself the stamp and mark of a slave of Christ. But what attests far better to the solidity of her virtue is the unalterable gentleness, patience, joy even, manifested by her in the sufferings which she experienced towards the close of life. It would seem that no sacrifice should be difficult to those who carry mortification as far as this Holy Virgin did. Yet this is rarely the case. Men are often astonished to behold those who practice the greatest austerities more sensible than others to any annoying or humiliating event that happens, simply because there is nothing of their own choice in it. Self-will is always the last victim, and is often found missing from the Holocaust. Catharine understood the superiority of the crosses presented by the hand of the Lord over those which are self-imposed, and sufferings in which her will had least share were always dearest to her heart. She was at last attacked by a malady which was at once deemed mortal, and that at a time when the labors in the field so engaged all that she could scarcely expect care from anyone. She remained alone whole days with a platter of Indian corn and a little water beside her bed. Delighted to behold herself thus forsaken of men, she communed constantly with her God and found the days only too short. On Tuesday in Holy Week, 1678, she grew worse and received Holy Viaticum. The missionary wished also to administer extreme unction at once, but she assured him that it could not be deferred until the next day. She spent all the ensuing night in a loving colloquy with her divine Savior and with his Holy Mother, whom she had always singularly honored, regarding herself as a spouse of Christ attached to the retinue of the Queen of Virgins. On Wednesday morning she received the sacred anointing, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon she expired after a gentle agony of half an hour, retaining her complete consciousness and sound judgment till her last sigh. Thus lived, and thus in her 25th year died Catharine Tegahkouita. Her example of her most holy life had produced a very great fervor among the Iroquois of Sault St. Louis. The wonders which God soon began to work in favor of those who had recourse to her intercession are still at this day, 1743, for these neophytes, and indeed all for New France, a powerful motive to serve in spirit and in truth so liberal a master who, without respect of persons, lavishes his most precious gifts on those who abandon themselves to him without reserve. Her countenance, extremely attenuated by austerity, and by her last illness suddenly changed as soon as she ceased to live. It was seen assuming a rosy tint that she had never had, nor were her features the same. Nothing could be more beautiful, but with that beauty which love of virtue inspires. The people were never weary gazing on her, and each retired, his heart full of the desire to become a saint. At a distinction her body was placed in a coffin, and her tomb soon became celebrated by the concourse of the faithful who flocked from all parts of Canada, and by the miracles wrought there. There are preserved especially the juridical attestations of 2 persons whose character leaves no doubt as to the truth of their deposition. One is the Abbe de la Concorbert, brother of the Jesuit Father Claude de la Colombière, celebrated for his virtues and eloquence, Grand Archdeacon and Vicar General to Quebec, and clerical counselor to the Superior Council of New France. The other is Monsieur de Luth, captain of an infantry company, one of the bravest officers the king has had in the colony, and whose name is frequently cited in this history. The former declares in writing under his own hand that having been sick from the month of January to that of June, 1675, with the slow fever which had baffled all remedies, and a dysentery that nothing could check, he was advised to bind himself by a vow that if it pleased God to restore his health, he would proceed to the mission of St. Francis Xavier at Sault St. Louis to pray at the tomb of Catharine Tegahkouita, and he yielded to this advice, and that the fervor left him that very day, and that the dysentery diminished considerably. That having set out some days after to fulfill his vow, he was entirely cured before he had proceeded more than a league. The second certifies juridicially that having been for 25 years tortured with the gout, accompanied by excessive pain that sometimes lasted for 3 months without respite, he invoked Catharine Tegahkouita, an Iroquois virgin who died at Sault St. Louis in the odor of sanctity, and promised to visit her tomb if, through her intercession, God delivered him from this cruel disease, that at the end of a novena which he performed in her honor, he was perfectly cured, and that for the last 15 months he felt no symptoms of gout. Every year on the anniversary of the death of good Catharine, La Bonne Catharine, that this has been the name under which, out of respect for the Holy See, this Holy Virgin is honored in Canada. Several parishes in the neighborhood can come to chant in the church of Sault St. Louis a solemn mass of the Holy Trinity. A parish priest at La Chine, a town of Montreal Island, by name Monsieur Remy, who had recently arrived from France, on being informed by his parishioners of this custom, replied that he deemed it not a duty to sanction by his presence a public cultus not yet permitted by the Church. Most, on hearing him speak thus, could not refrain from saying that he would soon be punished for his refusal, and in fact he fell dangerously ill the same day. He at once understood the cause of this unexpected attack. He bound himself by a vow to follow the example of his predecessors, and was instantly cured. Thus New France, like the capital of Old France, behold the glory of a poor Indian girl and of a shepherdess, shine above that of so many apostolic men, martyrs, and other saints of all conditions of life, God doubtless wishing for our instruction and the consolation of the humble, to glorify his saints in proportion to their having been little and obscure on earth. End of Catharine Tegahkouita, an Iroquois Virgin, History and General Description of New France, Volume 4, by Reverend P. F. X. de Charlevoix, Society of Jesus.
The Cholera, by Thomas Beggs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Claims of the Poor upon the Rich, by Thomas Beggs, late Secretary of the Health of Towns Association, author of Enquiry into the Extent and Causes of Juvenile Depravity, etc., etc. In 1831, the Asiatic cholera made its first appearance in this country. It spread consternation wherever it went. This pestilence, however, had its mission. It had previously swept over the fairest portions of the earth and had destroyed no less than 50 millions of human beings. Its birthplace was among the swamps and jungles of India. True to its origin, it principally reveled in the crowded and neglected districts of our large towns, and gathered its victims from the homes of the poor and indigent. It sought out the abodes of filth and fever. It flew from one reeking nest of disease to another. The public authorities were startled into exertion. Whitewash and soap were in requisition. A visitation of the alleys and lanes commenced, and in many instances the accumulated filth and rubbish of years were removed. A great many temporary expedients, all excellent in their way, were adopted. One unquestionable good was the result of these extraordinary measures. The higher classes obtained a glimpse of the condition of their poorer brethren. The cholera at length passed away, and our exertions died with it. The stern teacher went to other lands, and we relapsed into our wonted carelessness, our usual indifference. We became easy and comfortable again. It is true we have had several official inquiries, and through their means much information has been elicited and diffused. Some improvements have been effected, and others are in progress, but nothing has been done commensurate to the requirements of the case. Our towns exhibit the same grievous defects. There is as yet no complete system of drainage and sewerage. Our dwellings are in the same condition as to air and light and other conveniences, and a supply of water is still a desideratum. The old fever nests remain. We have a vast number of abominations in every direction involving pestilence, and scattering abroad the seeds of disease, misery, and demoralization. It is true we have obtained a health bill, but it is quite clear that the establishment of a central authority can do little without the sympathy and cooperation of the public at large. In this state of things, we have another visitation of the Asiatic cholera. We are again admonished as to our duties as men and Christians. Once more we are awakened to full knowledge of the fact that thousands of our fellow creatures are perishing annually, victims to public neglect. The great bulk of our working classes are placed in a condition unfavorable to health, a condition that forbids the preservation of the ordinary decencies and moralities of life. There is a responsibility rests upon all who have influence or power, a responsibility which cannot be shaken off. The work of reform is not accomplished because we have got a legislative enactment and a board of health. Every town council and all parish authorities must see to it that the present warning is not neglected, and that it is not permitted to pass away unimproved. It is a question involving many others of great moment, and experience has shown that they cannot be neglected without serious loss, nor without entailing upon us great physical and moral evils. The history of the present visitation will be familiar to all readers. The general statements are absolutely appalling. In Albion Terrace, Wandsworth Road, 17 persons died within a fortnight in 10 houses of cholera. In one house no less than 6 persons died. This house was occupied by the Reverend Mr. Harrison, a dissenting minister. He had 2 relatives staying with him, Mrs. Roscoe and Mrs. Edwards. Mrs. Roscoe was first attacked and died. Mrs. Edwards, who attended upon her, was next seized, and on Mr. Harrison returning from the funeral of Mrs. Roscoe, he found his wife attacked by the same disease, and that lady expired the next morning. Mr. Harrison, overwhelmed by this terrible calamity, fled to Hampstead. On the morning of his departure, Mrs. Edwards died, and the cook was attacked and died the same evening. On the following day, the 3 bodies were interred at Kensal Green, and on the return of the mourners, they found the nurse who attended to Mrs. Edwards dead, and a note informed them that Mr. Harrison had been attacked at Hampstead and died the same day. It is important to look at some of the facts brought out before the coroner's jury. Mr. Harrison had stated before his death that he believed the attack had arisen from bad drainage and from bad water. Dr. Milroy stated in his report that in the house in which the epidemic had first broken out in that neighborhood, the cellars were swarming with filth and maggots, amounting altogether to some cartloads. The verdict of the jury declared that the disease had first broken out in a house where the drainage was very defective and the water bad. In other places we find the same causes actively at work, producing cholera. The seizures have been mainly in the districts notorious for bad sanitary arrangements. In every case, we find that the track of cholera has been identical with that of fever. In a report just published by the Board of Health, ample evidence is supplied that the seats of fever are also the seats of cholera. The first decided case in London occurred in a court that had been specially pointed out to the sanitary commissioners. In the town of Uxbridge, 4 cases occurred last October, marked by the unequivocal characteristics of Asiatic cholera. One of the persons lived in a house notoriously insalubrious, and in which some cases of malignant fever had proved fatal. In relation to it, the medical man had said that if ever cholera visited Uxbridge, he believed the first case would be in that house. The conditions upon which cholera extends are everywhere the same. They establish most clearly the connection between a low sanitary condition and disease, between filth and fever, and show that the 2 diseases, although rarely, if ever, found in the same district together, are twins from the same parent stock. They have, no doubt, a common origin. One word on the attacks of typhus. How is it that we are stirred into activity by an invasion of cholera, that we feel so much alarm? It is proved that the mortality from attacks of cholera, during its visitation in 1831-32, was not greater altogether than the average annual mortality occasioned by typhus. The effects of the latter disease are still more serious than those of cholera, and yet we sit down with the latter and become reconciled to its existence because it is common and always with us. If the sanitary evils which have proved to exist almost universally were removed, cholera and typhus would scarcely be known amongst us, and yet the annual slaughter in England and Wales, from preventable causes of typhus, which attacks persons in the vigor of life, appears to be double the amount of what was suffered by the Allied armies in the Battle of Waterloo. Every day, disease and death arise from the presence of filth, from bad water, or overcrowding. They are put down in the bills of mortality as deaths by typhus, scarlatina, consumption, etc. The true report would be poisoned by bad air, killed by public neglect. It would not be too much to say that they are sacrificed to the indolence, incapacity, or waywardness of the public authorities. To justify this view of the case, I may quote from the report just referred to, a passage in relation to Dumfries. The town had suffered most severely in 1832. I believe at that time the cholera attacked 1/11 of the entire population and destroyed 1/17. Knowing, say the commissioners, that little sanitary improvement had been effected in the interval, and consequently that the inhabitants must be in as great danger as before, we called the attention of the authorities to the special regulations of the board. To our recommendations the parochial board paid no regard. The disease, meantime, went on committing its former ravages. Thus, within the first 29 days after its outbreak, there occurred 269 deaths out of a population of 10,000. No efforts being made on the part of the authorities to check this great mortality, it appeared to us that this was a case requiring a stringent enforcement of the regulations of the board, and we sent one of our medical inspectors, Dr. Sutherland, to organize a plan of house-to-house visitation, to open dispensaries for affording medical assistance by night as well as by day, and to provide houses of refuge for the temporary reception of persons living in filthy and overcrowded rooms, where the disease was prevailing, and who, though not yet attacked, were likely to be the next victims. The result of the adoption of these measures was that on the 2nd day after they were brought into operation, the attacks fell from 27, 38, and 23 daily to 11. On the 5th day they diminished to 8. On the 9th day no new case occurred, and in another week the disease nearly disappeared. Surely there was great want of knowledge or culpable neglect on the part of the local authorities in this case. In other cases similar conduct has been displayed. It appears we have yet to learn that the care of the public health is a branch of social economics, that it involves more than mere pecuniary considerations. We have not summed up the evils of this immense pressure of disease when we have estimated the number of those attacked or the number of those who die. The money cost, though heavy, is a mere trifle to the various afflictions that follow in the dark train. Neither does the bodily suffering, the physical pain, complete the amount of evil. The more we look at it, the more intense does the feeling of awe and sorrow become. We find, as we look abroad on the face of society, a fearful retribution for sins and neglect, and for opportunities unemployed. We find ample proof that the ordinations of divine providence cannot be violated with impunity. If we sever the links of duty and of kindness which unite us to our fellow men, we cannot separate ourselves from the guilt, the suffering, and the loss such alienation may induce. I must present some of these evils in detail. I begin with the lowest, the pecuniary loss. We have to estimate the unnecessary deaths, the unnecessary sickness, the number of funerals, the burthens upon every charity, and that upon the poor rate. The fever tax is the heaviest of all taxes. And yet a much larger sum is annually spent in sustaining a number of palliative expedients than would suffice to support a machinery of prevention. It is laid upon us, sometimes by the neglect, sometimes by the false economy of local authorities. They have only one object, to keep down the rates. However obvious the improvement, it is met by the question, how much will it cost? Short-sighted economy. The question ought to be, how much suffering and sickness will it prevent? The largest sum that could by possibility be required to carry out all the needful schemes of sanitary improvement are far exceeded by the sums now expended in various ways, and which are entailed upon us by the presence of disease and the poverty it produces. The moral evils far exceed any pecuniary loss, and outweigh any amount of physical suffering. The various epidemic diseases generally attack persons in the vigor of life. This is especially the case with typhus, which is, as Dr. Guy terms it, our pet epidemic, and which we nurse with as much care as if we loved it. How many widows and orphans are thus thrown destitute upon the world? How many thousands of poor children are cast, homeless and friendless, upon the streets, furnishing supplies for that great fund of juvenile depravity of which we have lately heard so much? These wretched children crowd our thoroughfares, miserable and abject. They soon acquire the irregular habits of the class among whom they are thrown. Let the candid mind calculate the cost. How much in poor rates? How much in alms? How much to public institutions? And then let us ask how many of them become depredators and thieves, punishing society for its neglect, punishing by preying upon its property, punishing by spreading abroad the contagion of disease and vice, and punishing by the cost of prisons, police, bridewells, penitentiaries, and all the other appliances to repress crime. The reports from some places are of the most painful description, as respects the great number of orphans made by the present visitation of cholera. If this applies to an occasional visit of cholera, it applies with tenfold force to typhus. I know at this moment 3 different families suffering under this affliction. In 2 of the cases, the mother is left to struggle with a large family. In the other case, both parents were taken off by fever within a fortnight of each other. The children are in the workhouse. Look at it in another light, as depriving the poor man of the ability to toil. Health is the working man's all, his capital, his stock in trade. Deprived of it, his means of subsistence are gone, his independence is destroyed. His sole possessions are his skill and industry. It is considered unjust to deprive him of free markets and fair play. Is it not cruel to surround him by such circumstances as greatly increase the chances of his sickness? Have we never known a sober, industrious man stricken down by an attack of fever, and rising from his bed of sickness to look upon a prospect of poverty and want? His means have become exhausted. He has run into debt, and that debt clogs his future energies. Perhaps the fever leaves him in broken health and infirmity. He struggles a while with all these adverse circumstances, seeks parish relief, and declines into pauper habits. The workman has a right, by every law divine and human, to eat his daily bread by his daily toil. Is it not a mockery to allow him this, if the conditions of health are withheld? Is it not worse? Is it not injustice to leave him in a condition inferior to the criminal? The man who has offended the laws can enjoy all the luxuries of good air, good water, and live in a palace, as compared with the wretched hovels in which thousands of our working men, with their wives and families, are placed. Are we always to go on discussing plans of prison discipline, and the efficacy of various kinds of treatment for paupers? Are we never to learn that the true philosophy is to inquire by what means we can prevent those who are not yet paupers or criminals from becoming so? Sanitary reform is only one means, but it is one of primary importance. How can we expect to cultivate habits of temperance and industry? How can we hope to diffuse the blessings of education, so indispensable to the elevation of the people in morals and happiness, so long as they are left physically degraded and wretched? The soil is unfavorable to the reception of religious counsel and consolation. This lesson must be learnt before we can hope to legislate wisely. All practical remedies must begin by a due care for the material wants of the population. It is not possible, in the compass of a tract, to enter into detail on all the evils of our present condition. They are too general to have escaped the attention of any careful observer. With regard to drainage and sewerage, every town in the kingdom is defective. Nearly all are equally so with regard to supplies of water, and the overcrowding in wretchedly constructed dwellings has become matter of universal complaint. The people have no control over the construction of their dwellings, little or none over the selection, as they must be near their place of work. They have to pay a high price for the most wretched accommodation. The state of living is utterly at variance with cleanliness, order, or the cultivation of decent habits. Laboring under these disadvantages, they have a right to demand of the higher classes a complete system of drainage and sewerage, an efficient water supply, and a thorough cleansing of streets. No penny-wise and pound-foolish policy ought to stand in the way. They have a right to demand such reforms as will make their homes the abode of comfort to their families. It is injustice, it is cruelty to withhold them. How is it that in the active discussion of public and private rights, at present going on, there are so few to vindicate the poor man's claims to pure air and good water? I would remind those who are in affluence and comfort of the duties of their station. Many of them can go away from the crowded streets and spend the greater part of their time in a suburban residence. Not so the poor man. The rich man can command many comforts beyond the reach of the poor man. He has to work, perhaps, in a heated, crowded workshop, and to retire to a room wretchedly small and unwholesome. Need we wonder that he should sometimes prefer the gin shop or the beer house to his own dim, close, and dirty apartment? I make no apology for his excesses. I do not wish to excuse his faults. But I ask whether many of the errors, so conspicuous in the character of the poorer population, may not have arisen from the neglect of those who had the power to stimulate them to higher and better things? Before we reproach them with neglect of their duties, let us see that our own are faithfully discharged. If we want to raise them up, we must begin by doing them justice. Remove the acknowledged evils that press so heavily upon their condition, and the assurance awaits us that the Almighty, who rewards all cheerful and honest labor, will bless the effort to the good of those who give, and to those who may receive. All delay is dangerous, and not only so, it is criminal. The evils of which we complain have been allowed to remain from a general ignorance of the laws of health. Up to a recent period, there was a want of knowledge amongst even the educated classes on these vital subjects. We cannot offer that plea now, to excuse our indifference or neglect. The evils have been fully explored and most clearly exposed. The connection between filth and disease, the suffering and vice flowing from them, have been exhibited in so striking a manner as to leave no room for mistake or misapprehension. The knowledge creates a solemn responsibility, and makes us really chargeable with the consequences. The knowledge gives us the power to arrest the progress of a class of diseases, which strike down so many of our fellow creatures in the years of their strength and usefulness. Every day of supineness is so much opportunity wasted. Every delay carries death to thousands. The admonition now read to us must not be suffered to pass with our usual heedlessness, or we may perchance be aroused by still more fearful means. The poor man is now sufficiently instructed to feel that many of the evils of which he complains admit of removal, and that the wealthier classes have the power to effect a change that would surround his condition with many comforts. Is there no danger in leaving such a feeling to grow and develop itself among the working classes? The security of the state depends upon the feelings of the people at large. What hold can there be upon their sympathies or affections, if they are left to themselves, to all the misery of their present lot, and with the knowledge, too, that those who have the power to help, though witnesses of their suffering and sorrow, like the priest and the Levite, turn away, and pass on the other side? We can expect no other fruit than alienation and disaffection. We shall see it manifested in contempt of the laws, in bitterness of feeling to the property classes, in an increasing disregard to the invitations of religion, in still greater recklessness of conduct, and still more irregular habits. Have the revolutions of 1848 been read to us in vain? What was there behind these mighty convulsions? Simply this: the people had been little regarded, their appeals had met with no attention, their wants were neglected, their wrongs were left unredressed, government did not seem to secure or care for their prosperity and happiness. Tumult and disorder were the inevitable results. It is a law of God that man shall reap as they have sown. In this land we have, under Providence, secured of some of the blessings of good government, and in consequence a hardy and industrious race has sprung up. It is in the power of the richer classes to gather round the institutions of the country the affections of the people at large. They may do much to banish the grim forms of disease and want which now threaten the poor man's home. They can carry light to his darkened abode, and dispense comfort and joy upon his gloomy hearth. By timely effort they may raise up a young generation, who will cherish the home attachments, pay ready obedience to the laws, and, by habits of sobriety and cheerful industry, give strength and stability to the state. They may, by a proper discharge of the duties of their stewardship, in a few years, cover the land with smiling homes and a contented population. And then again there is the converse of this. There may, by neglect and indifference, by leaving the people in their present condition, prepare the way for a state of things that every generous mind would tremble to contemplate. Who is there so blind as not to see in one course security and happiness, and in the other wretchedness and peril? I hope there is no need to urge the propriety, the necessity of the former course. I trust that all classes will unite to secure the true glory of England, that of raising up a healthy and happy population. Science can have no higher aim, government no loftier purpose, philanthropy no holier pursuit. It is not less our interest than a duty enjoined upon us by the principles of our holy religion to administer to the necessities of the lowly and distressed. Let us, while it is yet day, break off our sins by righteousness, and our iniquities by showing mercy to the poor, if it may be a lengthening of our tranquillity. Note: The following extract is from the report of Mr. Phillips, Surveyor Metropolitan Sewers Commission. At the last census in 1841, there were 270,859 houses in the metropolis. It is known that there is scarcely a house without a cesspool under it, and that a large number have 2, 3, 4, and more under them, so that the number of such receptacles in the metropolis may be taken at 300,000. The exposed surface of each cesspool measures, on average, 9 feet, and the mean depth of the hole is about 6.5 feet, so that each contains 58.5 cubic feet of fermenting filth, of the most poisonous, noisome, and disgusting nature. The exhaling surface of all the cesspools, 300,000 times 9, equals 2.7 million feet, or equal to 62 acres nearly, and the total quantity of foul matter contained within them, 300,000 times 58.5, equals 17,550,000 cubic feet, or equal to one enormous elongated stagnant cesspool, 50 feet in width, 6 feet 6 inches in depth, and extending through London from the Broadway at Hammersmith to Bow Bridge, a length of 10 miles. This, say the Metropolitan Sanitary Commissioners, there is reason to believe is an underestimate. The cesspool, however, in general forms but 1/4 of the evaporating surface. The house drain forms half or 2/4, and the sewer 1. But connected as the sewers and house drains mutually are, and acted upon by the winds and barometric conditions, the miasma from the house drains and sewers of one district may be carried up to another. End of the Cholera by Thomas Beggs.
The clay melting pots used in 19th century glass manufacture. An excerpt from Curiosities of Glass Making, with details of the processes and production of ancient and modern ornamental glass manufacture, by Apsley Pellat, 1849. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The most important department of glass making is the manufacture of the melting pots. For this purpose, the best Starbridge clay in the lump should be selected, and only that part ground which is free from impurity. This peculiar fire clay is usually found in iron districts. The best is from Starbridge in Worcestershire. It may be termed a silicate of alumine. Too much of the latter would render it too fusible, and if in excess of silica, it would fail to cement the mass efficiently so as to bear the weight of the fluid glass, namely about 1,800 weight. Rather too much alumine is usually found in this sort of clay, and pots stand better by having about 1/5 in quantity of old pots ground and used with 4/5 of new clay, which mixture retains sufficient tenacity. The ground pots herd not only assists to dry the pots more regularly, but it renders the whole body more porous and less likely to split by sudden heat. Very few manufacturers use pots made from new material only. The chamber where the clay is kneaded and the pots are built should be well selected, not too distant from the furnace pot arch, of uniform temperature, neither below 55 nor above 80. Above 80 would dry the pots too fast, and below 55 is not desirable, although a temperature as low as 32 would not absolutely injure them. A middle or ground floor is preferable to an upper floor, which in summer would be too much exposed to the heat of the sun, and in winter too cold. The ceiling should be well secured against particles of plaster dropping into the clay, and the floor should be well plowed and tongued to prevent a substratum of cold air, which in any case is difficult to avoid. At only 4 feet from the floor, the upper and lower temperature will often differ as much as 10 degrees, to the great danger of breakage in drying. 3 months may be adequate for drying a pot, but 4 or 6 months are preferable. The large covered pots, similar to those in the engraving, will contain about 1,800 weight of melted glass. They measure 3 feet external diameter and 3 feet high to the filling part, and weigh about 10 hundredweight. This description of pot is used for white flint glass. For colored glass, 3 small pots, 2 side by side and 1 above, are used in melting, and the 3 fill up the same space in the furnace as that occupied by 1 large pot of the above dimensions. Upon the durability of the melting pots, all other arrangements and management being good, the profit and success of the manufacturer chiefly depend. Large melting pots, with a cost of coals and attendance to heat them for the furnace, are estimated to cost £10 each. The least number generally required, with good success, for a 10-pot furnace is from 10 to 15 pots per annum. But some manufacturers have set as many as 50 new pots in 1 year. Not merely is the expense of the pots to be considered, but the disappointment in not being able to execute orders that may be pressing, and the loss of metal running out of the broken or cracked pots through the furnace, whilst the fixed expenses for fuel and establishment are the same for the production of a small as for a large quantity of manufactures. During the excise reign, no pot could be moved from the spot where it was dried to be placed in the annealing arch without a notice in writing to the supervisor. A second notice was required for gauging, a third for setting it in the furnace, again for filling the pot, and another for ladling it out, whilst the maker was forced to comply strictly with the Act of Parliament by giving the officer 6 hours' notice for each of these intricate and vexatious requirements. Foreign melting pots are usually made in wooden moulds, lined with cloth. If small, this plan answers where a great number are required, but British manufacturers almost invariably build their pots without moulds. The old and new clay being mixed together and allowed to be saturated fully with water, the process of kneading by men's feet is repeated 3 times over until the mass has a pasty consistence. It is then rolled into small pieces about the size of a sausage. These wet clay rolls are placed together upon a lead slab to the thickness of full 4 inches to form the bottom, which is beaten with a wooden mallet and pressed with the hand. The sides are raised by pressing the clay sausages from the inside of the curve upon preceding rolls, so as effectually to exclude the air, leaving the substance of the sides from 2½ to 3 inches thick. The dome is continued in the same manner, circle upon circle, roll pressed upon roll, until the roof is completed, each circle diminishing towards the center. It is then left, and the air within becoming somewhat rarefied, supports the dome until the pot is sufficiently hard to allow cutting open and finishing the mouth. Kneading by the naked feet answers better than kneading by a pug mill or machinery. The latter was tried at the Falcon Glass Works on a large scale. Scarcely a single pot out of 50 or 60 was capable of holding glass. The weight of the human body, the elasticity of treading, and the warmth of the feet probably expel the air from the clay better than machinery. When the pots are dry, they may be removed to a hot room of 100 to 150 temperature. Before setting in the glass furnace, great care is necessary to anneal a pot in the arch, and a week or more should be allowed gradually to bring it to a white heat ready for pot setting. This work is always performed towards the end of the week, and is a hot and fatiguing operation. all hands must be present, and absentees, except from illness, are severely fined. The men are provided with suitable dresses to shield them from the open blaze of the furnace. The old pot, being no longer useful by age or accident, is then exposed by pulling down the temporary brickwork. A large iron bar, steeled and sharpened at the point, is placed across another bar to operate under the pot as a fulcrum. Several men rest their entire weight upon the end of this long lever, and after one or many efforts, and perhaps many more simultaneous blows of the bar used as a sort of battering ram, the old pot, either wholly or by pieces, is detached from the siege of the furnace. About 6 or 8 men take afterwards each a bar about 5 feet long, like a javelin, steeled and sharpened at one end. They rush forward in face of the fiery furnace, guarding their faces with their protected arms, and aim a blow at such of the irregular, rocky incrustations of clay as adhere to the siege. This operation is repeated until the pieces of partially vitrified clay are wholly removed from the position on which the old pot stood, which should be repaired with clay and sand. The new pot, at a white heat, is then removed from the annealing pot arch and carried upon the end of a 2-wheeled iron carriage with a long handle by 4 or more workmen, who carefully set it or tilt it backwards into its proper position in the furnace. In the interim between removing the old and setting the new pot, an iron screen is placed before the opening of the furnace, which, having lost much of its heat, is urged gradually to its original high temperature. Seldom more than 2 pots are set in 1 week. To do more would endanger the other pots in the furnace by their getting too cold through the furnace remaining so long open. The fatigue and exhaustion of the men, who are often detained 4 hours in this operation, is also very great, and is attended occasionally by severe falls, burns, or bruises, by liability to catch cold, great excitement, energetic exertion, and exposure to the flame of the open furnace. Good pots will average 3 months each in the furnace, and some are known to last above 12 months. In this case they wear dangerously thin at the back, where, should they suddenly burst, nearly the whole contents would be lost in the furnace. Glassmakers patch up pots in the crown or in front, and occasionally at the bottom. A pot split dangerously in the front is preserved from leakage for several weeks by exposing the cracked part to the atmospheric air, first taking away the temporary brickwork in front, which chills and hardens the metal as it exudes, until it is stopped by its own leakage. Should the temperature of the atmosphere be insufficient to check the leakage, cold water must be thrown upon the fissure, or a piece of black glass or common bottle metal softened by heat and plastered upon the opening. A crack in the bottom may sometimes be prevented from leakage by lifting the pot and contents by leverage upon fire bricks, and exposing the bottom to air or water as before described. But the latter seldom answers, although a broken fronted pot may last many weeks and fuse metal moderately well. End of the clay melting pots used in 19th century glass manufacture. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Declaration of Independence, an Address, by Winslow Warren, President of the Bunker Hill Monument Association, June 17, 1904. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentlemen of the Bunker Hill Monument Association, it is a matter of regret to me that other engagements have compelled my absence from your meetings the 2 years past, but your printed proceedings upon those occasions were full of interest and contributed material of importance to the student of revolutionary literature. The Treasurer's report shows that the financial condition of the association is good, although the erection of the new lodge increases the expenses in much the same proportion that it adds to the comfort of visitors. The most pressing need of the association is that of a larger permanent fund to improve the grounds and keep the buildings in proper and attractive condition. During the year, 10 members of our association have passed away, and one of our directors, Mr. Richard Devens. They were earnest, active citizens, proud of their heritage, and in their respective fields of work added to the well-being and moral strength of this community. We shall miss them from our membership, but to those who take their places we extend a cordial welcome, confident that the patriotic memories clustering round the 17th of June will inspire them to follow closely in the footsteps of their predecessors. This year's panorama has unfolded a varied picture, with incidents both of encouragement and of warning. While it has not been a year of marked prosperity, and while accidents by flood and fire have caused terrible losses and suffering, our country has pursued a peaceful and progressive course, and no complications of a dangerous nature have actively threatened. The settlement by arbitration of the Alaskan question and the Venezuelan troubles is a matter for congratulation, irrespective of the terms of the settlement. The assurance of the building of the Panama Canal is of the first importance, not only because it closes a vexed question, but for its effect in changing and opening up new avenues of trade, and in knitting together different parts of this union of states. The final step in its accomplishment will probably always be subject to criticism and discussion, but rightful authority having settled the fact that the canal is to be built, no one will question its desirability and usefulness. The most perplexing problems before the country are, as they have long been, those connected with the continual strife between capital and labor, and it is singular and not altogether encouraging that such conditions should exist and seemingly grow worse in a country affording boundless opportunity for both laboring man and capitalist, and where the chances for progress and improvement are so great. One would think that here, if anywhere, justification was wanting for class feeling, for jealousies, and for violent breach of the laws. The constant succession of strikes retards progress, imperils business interests, and brings suffering and disaster to those concerned, and to parties having no immediate connections with the strife. The growing strength of the labor unions would not be a subject of regret was it not too often accompanied by a dictatorial and narrow spirit infringing upon the rights of the individual man, and frequently leading to public disorder and violation of law. As an educating force to its members, the union is of value, and equally so as a protection for the just rights of labor. But its members should never forget that the public peace must be preserved at all hazards, that no grievances can be enforced by violence, and that the rights of non-union men are just as sacred and inviolate as those of men who band themselves together for a common purpose. Liberty is a myth, and despotism usurps its place, unless the individual man may use his own judgment and work where and when he pleases for what he deems sufficient wage, without violent interference by others. He may be persuaded, he may be influenced, but no man or body of men have the right to use force. Despotism is despotism, whether under forms of labor unions or capitalistic combinations, and a trust in labor may be just as oppressive and dangerous as a trust to restrict production, affect prices, or for any other purpose, even more so in its tendency to lead to open violence. The great public, having no connection with particular combinations, must always be considered, and it will not patiently submit to interruption of public traffic or to the lessening of its comforts or conveniences, while jarring interests are settling their private quarrels. Public legislation should be impartial in the sense that it should be directed toward bettering conditions and repairing injustice to all classes of people, but none should be enacted except with the understanding that peace is always to be preserved, and that the wrongs of special parties shall not be redressed at the expense of the rights of the community as a whole. Outside of our country, it is not a cheering prospect that, despite Hague conferences and all efforts to promote peace between nations, the opening years of this 20th century witness a disastrous and bloody war between great empires of the West and East, and upon questions that seem to involve little else than extensions of territory at the expense of other nations. However sympathies may be divided between the two contending parties, we must all hope that the war may not be of long duration, and that the awful waste, sacrifice, and slaughter may tend to discourage such barbarous methods, and to spread the principles of peaceful arbitration. The military spirit prevailing everywhere, even in our own country, and the apotheosis of force, requiring such enormous military and naval appropriations, give food for thought, and in this connection we may well consider whether the alarming increase of crime, the lynchings at the South and West, and the disregard of law in many high quarters are not the natural result of such a spirit. The devil's advocates are uncommonly busy, and if Christian preachers believe in the gospel of peace, they have a wide field for Christian work. He who talks of war as anything but a curse to the nation and a crime against humanity should remember these words of General Sherman, who knew what war was. Quote, "I confess without shame that I am tired and sick of the war. Its glory is all moonshine. Even success, the most brilliant, is over dead and mangled bodies, the anguish and lamentations of distant families appealing to me for missing sons, husbands, and fathers. It is only those who have not heard a shot, nor heard the shrieks and groans of the wounded and lacerated, friend or foe, that cry aloud for more blood, more vengeance, more desolation." End quote. The Peace Conference, to be held in Boston in the fall, is a hopeful sign, for this republic, above all others, should stand for peace, and this association and all patriotic societies which venerate the founders of this republic, and believe that the principles they advocated lead to peace and amity between nations, can contribute to the hastening of the time when armaments shall be reduced and the reign of peace in the world be brought nearer. To that end, in the short space of time allotted me today, I desire to call your attention to what our fathers believed, as illustrated by their own words, and I turn back by way of text to the interview I once before referred to, which our late member, Judge Chamberlain, narrated that he had with Captain Preston, who fought at Lexington, and who, when over 90 years of age, could recall no reason for going into the fight other than that America had always governed herself and always meant to. We may seek for hidden causes of the Revolution. We may ascribe it to this or that violation of rights or liberties. But reduced to its ultimate, the old soldier probably summed it up pretty much as it presented itself to the ordinary mind at that time, and expressed in a general way the feeling that actuated the masses of the revolutionists. Few had the time, the power, or the desire to reason the matter out, or to form definite ideas of what the trouble was or what they wanted. We are all familiar with the stated causes for revolt, but they were the excitement of the moment, as compared with the pride of conscious strength and the desire America had to be left alone to work out her own problems. The special grievances, the principles in dispute brought forth the great leaders, but probably their minds were less influenced by them than they imagined, and back of all was the feeling, only partially recognized, that America was a nation, and needed no instruction or guidance from abroad. Of course they did not say that. They were honest in the beginning in disclaiming any idea of independence. They did, with rare exceptions, honestly look forward to a reconciliation with the mother country. But all the while, though they did not see it then, the terms of reconciliation formulated in their minds were impossible of attainment in any other way than by independence. It does not impugn their good faith or wisdom that, like all great leaders of revolutions, they failed to estimate the force of the current bearing them on. But it is plain to our eyes that a revolt in the name of the king against the Parliament to establish rights that king and Parliament alike desired to withhold was a fiction in which the nature of things could only be temporary, in which the first clash of arms was certain to dissipate into thin air. Events moved too fast for men's control, and independence came because no other result than that of absolute submission was possible. Consider for a moment how rapidly at last America drifted toward revolution and separation, and how each step forward, as usual, lopped off the hesitating and timid, and made it more and more difficult for the bolder leaders to retrace their path. In 1761, James Otis struck the keynote in his great argument against the writs of assistance. The general principles of independence which operated later were then so clearly enunciated that the people caught the breath of freedom, and the unrest and turmoil and frequent outbreaks during the 9 years following showed that the lesson could not be unlearned. March 5, 1770, came the Boston Massacre on State Street, the first conflict of the Revolution, in which the people were stricken down by murderous bullets. December 16, 1773, the mob openly defied British law by throwing the tea overboard in Boston Harbor. May 1774, General Gage arrived in Boston to assume the position of royal governor, and was escorted from Long Wharf to the townhouse in King, now State Street, by the Boston Cadets, under the command of John Hancock, probably the last act of loyalty to Great Britain by the Corps or its officers. June 1, 1774, the port of Boston was closed by Act of Parliament. September 1774, the Continental Congress, or Conference of States, gathered at Philadelphia. October 5, 1774, the Massachusetts House of Representatives met at Salem, summoned by Governor Gage, and being notified that their meeting was revoked, immediately constituted themselves a provincial congress, assumed administration, and passed orders for putting the province into a condition for defense. The winter passed in fruitless disputes with the governor and royal officers, but the Congress was busy with active and positive work, nearly approaching rebellion. April 19, 1775, the natural result came in the fight at Lexington and Concord, fairly opening the Revolution, and followed by the gathering of a large army of half-armed troops at Cambridge to besiege Boston, the Continental Congress finding a commander for them in the person of George Washington. May 10, 1775, Ticonderoga and Crown Point were taken by force. On June 17, 1775, before Washington had reached the army, Bunker Hill was fought. March 17, 1776, Boston was evacuated by the British. The scene of action was transferred to a large field at New York, and then, July 4, 1776, came the time to write the Revolution into the Declaration of Independence, so that the world might behold the new nation and find also a government with a novelty, one that based itself upon certain ideal truths, and thus differentiated the American Revolution from all preceding revolutions. However old the subject may be, and however hopeless the thought of adding anything new to the discussion, it may still be interesting to consider this extraordinary declaration from a purely historical standpoint, and to revive our recollections of its truths, as well as to consider how far in reality they were intended to go. As no political party has any proprietorship in those truths, and no party has yet taken a position in opposition to them, we can freely discuss them in the hope of clarifying our view of the deeper meaning of the Revolution. Present conditions are not to be considered in this discussion. We are now concerned only with the question of the permanent or transitory nature of the document itself, and of its effectiveness as a rule of national conduct. Separating from the Declaration its catalogue of specific and temporary reasons for revolt, the whole purport is to set forth the natural freedom and equality of all men before the law, the fundamental right of those governed to pass upon the form of government they shall live under, and to subvert it if not satisfactory, and the right of all men to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This last phrase seeming a broad generalization capable of a wide interpretation. No one of these doctrines was original with the signers, and the committee reporting the Declaration made no pretense to have originated them. Every principle had been stated and advocated long before by European philosophers and writers, and the claim has been made that the Declaration itself bore a strong resemblance to that of the United Netherlands. but it was the first practical application of such principles to an actual system of popular government. The author of the Declaration said in later years, quote, "I did not consider it as any part of my charge to invent new ideas altogether, and to offer no sentiment which had ever been expressed before." End quote. It may properly be regarded, therefore, as a crystallization of old theories, and as such its promulgation excited surprise in Europe, mingled with a good deal of skepticism as to its being a working basis for government, or as to the possibility of adherence to it in practice. This feeling was a natural one, for if its doctrines were true and extended elsewhere, the prospect was dark for theories of the divine right of kings, of despotic power, or even of current monarchical systems. And therein lies the very pith of the Declaration. And it was no wonder that when the seed sown here ripened a little later in France, and the bloody revolution there ended in a military despotism, the prophets of evil quickly seized upon the result as a practical test and welcome proof of the absurdity of our position. In the Orient it made no impression, and in fact had no meaning, for such theories were not within the Oriental conception, nor are they now so far as they spell republicanism. Dr. Edward Everett Hale recently sent a letter to an United States Senator which well represents how such doctrines impress the Oriental mind, and is worth quoting as follows. Quote, "When Commodore Perry opened the ports of Japan, the Japanese government had in prison a young fellow from Washington Territory who had been shipwrecked on their coast. He was in prison only because he was a foreigner. They cross-examined him and asked him what officer in our government held higher rank than the men they knew. He said the officers of the Navy had to obey the Secretary of the Navy and that he was under the President. They asked him who was greater than the President. This boy said that the people is greater than the President, and in giving the account of this afterward, he said, of this they could make nothing." End quote. In other words, a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, was not within their purview. When the Declaration was signed and issued to the country as a platform for a new nation, it can hardly be doubted that its doctrines were believed by its authors, and by those who accepted it, to be applicable to every people and to all times, notwithstanding the recognized fact that unfortunate conditions here regarding African slavery revealed an apparent inconsistency. How far the words of the Declaration applied to Negro slaves will always be disputed. But that Jefferson intended no exception is to be gathered from his oft-quoted expressions, and from the fact that in the original draft the British government were severely condemned for establishing slavery here and not repressing the slave trade. The historian Bancroft expressed in his history the Jeffersonian view, saying, quote, "The heart of Thomas Jefferson in writing the Declaration, and of Congress in adopting it, beat for all humanity. The assertion of right was made for all mankind, and all coming generations, without any exception whatever, for the proposition which admits of exceptions can never be self-evident." End quote. It should be added that at the time, North and South, it was the opinion that slavery would soon disappear, and it was only unforeseen inventions which changed the situation. But taking whatever view we please of the intention of the makers in this regard, there can be no question that the Declaration announced important and high ideals for the future. Jefferson emphasized this when he said, quote, "It is indeed an animating thought that while we are securing the rights of ourselves and our posterity, we are pointing out the way to struggling nations who wish like us to emerge from their tyrannies also." End quote. And again, quote, "Every man and every body of men on earth possesses the right of self-government. They receive it with their being from the hand of nature." End quote. And so Charles Sumner later said, quote, "The words that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed are sacred words, full of life-giving energy. Not simply national independence was here proclaimed, but also the primal rights of all mankind." End quote. Abraham Lincoln said, quote, "In these early days the Declaration of Independence was held sacred by all and thought to include all." End quote. And again, quote, "If that declaration is not the truth, let us get the statute book in which we find it and tear it out." End quote. These statements have been echoed and re-echoed by all our great statesmen, from Washington and Adams and Jefferson to Webster, Sumner, and Lincoln. They have even been asserted more than once in political platforms of great parties, and wherever the voice of dissent was feebly raised and doubters found, it was until recent times invariably among the apologists for slavery, or among those who feared interference with it, never by the men whom we of the present day look upon as leaders, or whose interpretation we would ever have been willing to follow. No one assumes that the signers foresaw all the temptations and difficulties likely to arise as the nation grew stronger. That was as impossible as for their wildest dreams to compass its marvelous growth. But they knew full well that the doctrines they asserted would have to meet severe tests, and their sublime confidence in the virtue and constancy of the people is the more manifest that they were willing to take the risk of future conditions. If they were wrong in those doctrines, how can we avoid the conclusion that they have been given greater credit for wisdom and foresight than they were justly entitled to, or that the wisdom of all our great statesmen is impugned, who for so many years have asserted and boasted of the truths set forth? What the revolutionary statesmen urged upon the people as fundamental truths were endorsed as such for more than a century. Yet, if they were mere phrases or visionary theories, the eloquence and statesmanship of all the great statesmen, before our day or in our day, until within a few years, goes for naught. Rufus Choate, to be sure, in the stress of a political campaign urging the claims to the presidency of James Buchanan, termed the Declaration, quote, "glittering and sounding generalities of natural right," end quote. But this was looked upon as exuberant rhetoric, and the expression was never taken seriously by the country, nor accepted as a matured opinion in contravention of the main doctrines of the Declaration. More recently, men of standing and character have apparently adopted and even extended Choate's theory. It has been maintained that governments rest upon the consent of some of the governed, and this is true and not apart from the Declaration if it means that governments rest upon the will of the majority, for that carries with it the right of all to be heard. But it is absolutely foreign to the Declaration if by some of the governed is intended only the more enlightened part of the people, that is, the minority, for then it upholds a theory differing not at all from that of an oligarchy, or even a despotism, and does not represent popular government as we have understood it. It has been said also that the Declaration applied only to civilized peoples, intelligent enough to maintain republican government, or to those of sufficient capacity to govern themselves, and to better themselves by such self-government. Or even farther, that the Declaration is untrue as a general proposition, and only applied to the existing situation in America in 1776. No such qualifying phrases can be found in the Declaration itself, and if such were in the minds of the statesmen of the day, it is passing strange that men who had the power to express themselves in so lucid and straightforward a way never hinted then or thereafter at any such limitations. It certainly was not the view of the Continental Congress when at the end of the war it said, quote, "Let it be remembered that it has ever been the pride and boast of America that the rights for which she contended were the rights of human nature," end quote. And the historic glory of the American Revolution is immensely lessened if we accept the Declaration with qualifications. For in such a theory nothing was established by that war except the ability of the revolutionists, with the aid of France, to bring the rebellion to a successful conclusion, and to establish here a republic, the Declaration becoming, to the rest of the world, of academic interest only, as a skillfully worded statement of provincial grievances. We all must desire to ascertain, if possible, whether those who hold the theories I have stated are correct, and whether our predecessors have been cherishing illusory and transitory principles, or eternal truths. For if the former are right, our compass now points in a new direction, and we may as well change our course to correspond, even though we reach the well-worn track that European nations have been following since we originally steered away from them. There is a prevalent belief, and with some it accounts for the novelty of recent views, that the Declaration prescribed a republican form of government as essential for every people, but such is not the fact, as is evident from these words in the document. Quote, "Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends," referring to the rights and liberties of the people, "it is the right of the people to alter and abolish it, and to constitute a new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that long-established governments should not be changed for light and transient causes." End quote. Washington expressed this in brief and cogent form as follows, quote, "Every nation has a right to establish that form of government under which it conceives it may live most happy." End quote. The equality before the law asserted in the Declaration never implied equality of intelligence or opportunity, nor did it necessarily imply universal suffrage as a fixed principle. Between 1776, when the Declaration was issued, and 1789, the time of the adoption of the Constitution, there were in the 13 states various forms of government, and none of them with universal suffrage. A free people may see fit to restrict or enlarge their own rights. They may confer extreme power upon appointed rulers, or retain all power to themselves. Whichever course is pursued, if it be the people's unrestricted action, it is in no way inconsistent with the Declaration. Of course, this excludes absolutely and forever any idea of a controlling influence by an outside power, or that there can be any such thing as self-government unless the people are left free to determine for themselves the form and methods of their own government. To those who wrote the Declaration, self-government and independence were interconvertible terms, and the burden was upon those who would now distinguish them to invent new definitions. The Declaration did not proclaim that every people in the world were fitted for a republican form of government. That form was unquestionably the ideal of the Fathers, but the essence of the document was that each nation must determine for itself what form it preferred, and so long as the people were freely consulted, and reserved the right to change when their interests were not properly served, the principles were not infringed upon. This was to be entirely independent of the form adopted. It might be a limited monarchy like England, an armed republic like France, a Greek, Roman, or South American republic, a military dictatorship like Mexico, or even a popular despotism like the early days of the Napoleonic empires. The modern idea that fitness was to be determined by some foreign superior nation had not been thought of in 1776. Take a concrete case like the England of today, excluding, of course, her colonies. Her ideals may not be the same as ours, but it would be a hazardous statement to make that the rights of the people as set forth in our Declaration are not preserved in England in their full significance quite as well as in our own boss-ridden states and cities. England has a monarchy in form, but a people's monarchy, and subject to the people's will, and it may well be questioned whether the people there do not express their will with quite as much facility as here. In many places in this country we have a practical and vulgar despotism under the forms of a republic. The people can and do assert themselves when thoroughly aroused, but they are long-suffering, and only when the bossism becomes too flagrant and offensive can they be led to enforce that equality before the law, and to exhibit the latent power which is necessary to prove that genuine republicanism still exists. In dealing with our Indian tribes, the government has proceeded upon the theory that they were nations. They have not been taxed, and although our treatment of them has not been creditable, our theories have been consistent. Still, I have no idea that the framers of the Declaration believed that these tribes, or Oriental nations, or any semi-civilized peoples were fitted for a republic, or that for them such a form would be wise or safe. But they did not lose sight of it as the ultimate for every people, and believed that it could only be attained by every people working out their own salvation, and by that governmental evolution which, through struggle and hardship alone, leads to a higher and more stable form. Secretary Hay once incisively expressed it thus, quote, "No people are fit for anything else than self-government," end quote. And it was an eminent Frenchman who truly said, quote, You cannot have a republic without republicans." End quote. Given the capacity to form some government, and you have all the conditions necessary for improvement. And in the providence of God, a people can better be trusted to improve itself than it can to gain in self-government under the subjection of others. Applying these principles as our fathers stated them, and as they applied them, unless in the case of slavery, and remembering that their sin in that case, however much forced by their situation, was atoned for from 1861 to 1865 in blood and treasure, the problems relating to inferior races become greatly simplified, for the white man's burden ceases to be war and subjection and becomes a Christian principle in recognizing as the sole right of the stronger his duty to assist and encourage the weaker in the struggle to preserve such government as suits him best, and for which he deems himself best fitted. Abandoning the principles of the Declaration, the white man's burden means to the black or yellow man political slavery and wrong. Even the Anglo-Saxon, with all his success in many respects, as a colonist has utterly failed to lead an inferior race up to self-government. He may have carried with him some material advantages, but his assumed and vaunted burden cannot be separated from his love of power and soaring ambition. His dominating superiority makes him a hard master of another race, and he fails utterly in sympathetic appreciation of racial differences and characteristics. No one can dispute his marvelous capacity, the forcefulness of his dealings, and in many cases his patient, earnest attempt to better the conditions for those whom he rules. But he never has accepted nor understood the peculiar nature of his subjects, nor enlisted their sympathies or affections. Without intending to be cruel, his cool assumption of the power to remake people and force them into his own mold has led him into errors which have caused great hardship and have ended in estrangement and hatred. Neither material prosperity nor orderly government wins the hearts or permanently changes the habits of peoples whose traditions have been interfered with, and whose imaginative and fickle natures have not been taken into account. A foreign government remains forever foreign to a people whose love has not been gained, and who are made to feel that they are inferior, and never to be on terms of full equality with their masters. No more conspicuous instance can be found than in the condition of India, after a century and a half of English rule, much of it by excellent men of great capacity and strength, and of honest intention. It began with the rule of the sword, and today it is nothing else. It has not led the people towards self-government, nor has it succeeded in inspiring confidence and affection. Stripped of the thin veneer of civilization which has been spread over the land, the conqueror and the conquered still face each other as ever alien and hostile races, the conquered hating their masters and sullenly biding their time for revolt, and the conqueror holding them down by force and fear only. The gulf between the races is as broad as ever, and everything indicates that a withdrawal of British power would be followed by a temporary return to much the former conditions of semi-barbarism, until something better was evolved by struggle and experience, aided now by the bright example of a neighboring power. Egypt, which on the surface shows good results, has done little but exchange a Turkish for an English ruler. So far a gain, for it has been followed by an apparent advance in material prosperity and a lightening of the burdens, but it is not easy to ascertain how far the prosperity has really benefited the people. And remembering that Egypt was once the center of advanced civilization, it is by no means proved that as a free people they would not have been further on the road toward a hopeful self-government. If we look to the Dutch colonies in Asia, we find at best a condition of peonage and political servitude, and a war that has had little cessation in 50 years. There again it is force and fear, and not self-government. In German, French, or Russian colonies, no one seeks for self-government, and the hopelessness of their situation is that neither fraternization with the people exists, nor improvement of conditions by emigration from the ruling countries. To point the contrast, and to evidence the truth of the principles of the Declaration, we may well consider the rising empire of Japan, inhabited by a people differing but little from the neighboring races. a century ago not far removed from barbarism, pagan in religion, though tolerant, Asiatic in habits and thought, self-governed and independent because it has been left to work out their own problems, yet now by its own energy advancing towards civilization and Christianity, and rapidly becoming a great power in the East. No stronger exemplification can be found of the principle that a people is better fitted for self-government than any other, and that its own experience and efforts offer better tutelage than the wisest and most beneficent rule of foreign masters. The plans of statesmen, the ambition of nations may come into conflict with the doctrines of the Declaration, but they are of no concern as compared with the truth or falsity of the principles it contains. If it is not to be followed as a standard of governmental ethics, and is a visionary statement of unpractical theories, we seem somehow to have lost our bearings, and to have parted with our guiding lights. No true American, whatever his party allegiance, can avoid or lightly treat these important questions, nor can the right solution come from a consultation of his interests or prejudices, nor from any source other than the experience of the year since 1776, and a careful consideration of the wisdom or folly of the teachings of those who have made this country what it is. No day can better emphasize these thoughts than this anniversary. And if in avoiding anything of a partisan nature I have willingly laid myself open to the charge of triteness, let us remember that the trite things of this world are often of the most importance, and the more familiar they are, the more apt they are to be disregarded or forgotten. They cannot be foreign to the purpose of this meeting, for although the original parchment of the Declaration at Washington has faded out, the principles of this most important and startling of state papers will always be living light, and if the day should ever come when it would be unbecoming to discuss them here, one of the great purposes of this association would have been lost, and the nature of our people and our theory of government changed. When Daniel Webster, with his masterly eloquence, evolved from his imagination the great speech of John Adams upon the Declaration, he could have had in his mind no qualifying phrases, no doubts as to the eternal truths which were proclaimed, and no question but that independence was the ideal for, and the right of, every nation of the earth. Otherwise his words failed to ring true, and he never could have closed with such statements as these. Quote, "Read this declaration at the head of the army. Every sword will be drawn from its scabbard, and the solemn vow uttered to maintain it or perish on the bed of honor. Publish it from the pulpit. Religion will approve it, and the love of religious liberty will cling round it, resolved to stand with it or fall with it. Send it to the public halls. Proclaim it there. Let them hear it who first heard the roar of the enemy's cannon. Let them see it who saw their brothers and their sons fall on the field of Bunker Hill, and in the streets of Lexington and Concord, and the very walls will cry out in its support." End quote. End of the Declaration of Independence and Address by Winslow Warren. Read by Donald Cummings.
The Good Wound by Leonard H. Nason. From Adventure Magazine, April 23, 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Good Wound by Leonard H. Nason. I was fortunate enough to receive a good wound. I was shot in the abdomen, and a man with that kind of wound either dies almost immediately or gets entirely well, provided he can keep the different doctors through whose hands he passes from cutting him open again to see what the other doctors have done. Every new surgeon that got hold of me after the first time announced that as soon as the wound cleared a bit, he was going to open me up again and have a look. I always replied in the same words, that if I lived, I would hunt that doctor down no matter where he hid himself, and that I would kill him if I had to hang for it the next day. There was no doubt that I meant it, so they left me alone. A soldier, however, who had been shot through the arm or the leg and had had an injury to the bone would have to have the injured limb strapped to a frame until it healed. Before the man was allowed to go home, his arm would have to be broken again and reset so that it would not be stiff. There was a man who went home with me who told me his arm had been broken 4 times in as many different hospitals, and he still carried it on a kind of shelf at right angles to his body. There was a man in my ward who had a hole through his leg, and he suffered terribly every time the dressings were changed. They whittled and whittled at his leg, taking him out to the cutting room about every 2 weeks, and finally took his leg off altogether. The poor lad finally died. It was shortly after this time that another tentative effort was made to operate on me, but I put up such a row that the operation was postponed. The surgeon, whom I disappointed, never forgave me, and told me that nothing would please him more than to see me die. I recovered just to spite him. The end of The Good Wound by Leonard H. Nason.
The Importance of Marking Historic Spots by Henry Shoemaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2022. The Importance of Marking Historic Spots. An address by Henry W. Shoemaker. Dr. Sparks, Dean Watts, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the first attempts at marking historic spots in Pennsylvania were made by the Indians many centuries ago. We of today are merely followers in their footsteps. 2 of the most conspicuous examples are the hieroglyphic rocks on the Allegheny River near Franklin, formerly called Venango in Venango County, and the so-called picture rocks on Muncie Creek in Lycoming County. Both were said to commemorate military victories, though the rocks on the Allegheny River were chiseled at a much earlier period than the mural paintings of Muncie Creek. The hieroglyphics are crude affairs, but the painting on the picture rocks were said to be of rare beauty and marvelous coloration. The rocks of the Allegheny River will defy time, but the rapacious lumbermen who insisted on running logs off the mountaintop above the picture rocks at that particular spot destroyed forever this masterwork of the redmen's artistry. Unfortunately, we do not know the particular events which these early memorials were supposed to commemorate. All is shrouded in mystery, so that the mere event of erecting and dedicating a marker does not ensure its legend being permanent. When the white men came on the scene, the Indians renewed their earlier custom of carefully marking historic spots in several gruesome manners. After Major Grant's defeat in 1757 in western Pennsylvania, the victorious Indians, they were on that occasion worthy of the appellation of savages, took particular pleasure in beheading all dead Highlanders who had participated in that unpleasant engagement, and impaling their heads, draped with caps and kilts, on the stakes which marked their race ground, as they called the path where they made their enemies run the gauntlet, near the stockade of Fort Duquesne. This was their way of marking an historic spot, and it was also a war memorial to the Highlanders who they looked upon as their most dogged and unflinching foes. There was a kindly, almost fraternal feeling born of the hardships of forest life among Virginians, Royal Americans, and Pennsylvania riflemen recruited largely among the borderers and the red men, but the Highlanders looked upon the Indians with an uncompromising hatred and would give no quarter. When General Forbes' Scotch regiments approached the scene of this grisly memorial several months later, they were shocked at the sight which met their eyes. There was too much realism displayed by the Indians in their choice of materials to mark that particular historic spot. It was the same as if the Allies had used German skulls instead of helmets to celebrate their victories. The Indians also had a habit of marking the spots near where they scalped white victims, their method being to sink a tomahawk into the branches or trunk of a large tree for every white man scalped. Peter Grove, the ranger, tells of surprising an Indian scalping party asleep under a giant oak on the banks of Cinnamahoing Creek in what is now Grove Township, Cameron County. On a branch which overhung the stream, 9 tomahawks were embedded. Another method was to cut a nick or blaze in the tree, and the white men went them one better by nicking their rifles and pistols. The Venerable W. H. Sanderson, who resides near Mill Hall, Clinton County, says that he recalls that the rifle belonging to his grandfather, the noted scout and scalp hunter Robert Covenhoven, who died in 1846, had 13 nicks on the stock. It is generally supposed that Covenhoven slew at least twice that number of redskins, as the bounty on Indian scalps was around $150 for an adult male and $50 for females and children, but he may have changed rifles as time went on. As Indians became scarcer and bounty funds non-available, the early white hunters adopted some of their tactics by blazing trees where they had made a big general killing of game, or else some particularly large elk or bear. They also nicked their rifles to mark the number of deer put to sleep. It was these sanguinary forms of human achievement which seemed alone worthy of commemoration in the bold life of the frontier. Little care was taken to distinguish the graves of the dead. At first a heap of stones to keep off wolves, later a stake, a shingle or a chunk of rough mountain stone seemed enough to mark the last resting places of the departed. In fact, there was an awful vacuum of nearly a century before marking historic spots came back into vogue in Pennsylvania, when there were no battles or butcheries or big game slaughters worthy of perpetuation. Even the Civil War did not kindle the spirit of statues, markers, and monuments to Pennsylvanians at once, not until other states began erecting monuments at Gettysburg, and then Pennsylvania lagged lamentably. However, when at length the historic spirit was kindled, the fervor of the people have exceeded all bounds. Pennsylvania is fast becoming the state of memorials, and most of them are well worthwhile. Apart from the magnificent statues and other memorials at Gettysburg, Civil War heroes are remembered in all the cities of the state. Individual efforts or local skirmishes are also fittingly commemorated, like the high water mark of General Pickett's charge at Gettysburg and the Furthest East Memorial at Wrightsville, formerly Daganowga, where the Pennsylvania volunteers held back General Gordon's cavalry until the bridge across the Susquehanna was fired, and the valuable stores in Lancaster County saved from the Confederate hordes. Churches all over the state contain medallions, tablets, and stained glass windows in memory of devoted pastors, church workers, and churchly benefactors. Schools perpetuate the names of popular teachers or great men by their names or by tablets placed in the halls or corridors. Honorable Gifford Pinchot wisely created the plan of naming groves of ancient trees after historic characters, like Allen Seeger Park, Joyce Kilmer Park, and Dr. J.T. Rothrock Forest. But we are here today to speak of the most permanent form of all historical commemorating, the marking of historical spots. It is not battlegrounds alone that will tell the history of our people in the years to come, but the landmarks of domestic activity, commerce, and manufactures. It is fitting that an important stage in the industrial development of Pennsylvania, like the charcoal iron furnaces, should be marked. Every one of them, as far as known, should be as adequately commemorated as is this one here today. It is astonishing how little is known concerning the charcoal iron industry, which is only now going out of existence. Centre County had one or two of these old furnaces, notably the one at Curtin, in operation until very recently. No general comprehensive history of this industry has ever been published. It is kept alive by fragments of history, fugitive literary pieces, tradition. That is about all. Yet it was not only important commercially, but historically valuable and picturesque from a social and literary viewpoint. These feudal lords, the ironmasters, were the big men of their day, the Schwabs, Donners, and Riplogals of an earlier generation, yet how few of their names remain. It was timely to mark this old furnace, to save it from oblivion by reviewing its history, and to inspire other communities to do likewise. Some are of unknown locations, and their names only remain on bits of old stove plates. There is a rich field of research for the antiquarian and writer, just to confine himself to the history of this charcoal iron industry. Perhaps the great American novel, the great Pennsylvania novel at any rate, will be a story laid about one of the baronial estates of the old ironmasters. Was ever a more delightful or perennially interesting book written than Georges Honet's novel Le Maître de Forge, translated into English as The Ironmaster? It was even more popular some years ago than today, for it was dramatized and played all over the United States, rivaling The Lights o' London as a melodramatic success, and was also the name of a noted racehorse. Surely this great novel of Pennsylvania will take its plot from the lives of our early ironmasters, or in some sketch of Indian forays along the Blue Mountains of Berks County during the French and Indian War. If marking these old furnaces begets the great novel, then those devoted souls concerned in marking this historic spot today have builded better than they knew. It will serve as a landmark to link the earlier days of this part of Centre County with its busy, teeming present, the great intense life of State College, and the industry of the olden times. They have one point in common. Old Nittany Mountain looks down on both, impartial in shedding her glories of sunlight and shade. Nittany Mountain is feminine, for she is named not for an Indian chief, but for two beautiful Indian maidens named Nittany, one a great war queen of the very long ago, the other a humbler maiden who lived not far from Penn's Cave, and was loved and lost by Malachi Boyer, a Huguenot pioneer from Lancaster County. And in closing, let us say we hear a lot about so-called Nittany lion. Do we not mean mountain lion or panther? For in the old days the panther, or Pennsylvania lion, was very much in evidence hereabouts, roaring terribly at night from the mountain tops, answering one another from Tussey Knob, the Bald Top, and Mount Nittany. It is the noble, supple animal, the Pennsylvania king of beasts, and not the shaggy African man-eater, that should be the pattern of the courage, force, and persistence of our State College youth. If you are not sure of what it looked like, there is a finely mounted specimen in Old College Hall. Let us follow in history's paths, marking the worthy footsteps of our predecessors where they have builded wisely, and always conforming to local color, local traditions, local pride, so that we may in our turn reenact the splendid chain of destiny from red men to pioneers, from farms, furnaces, and mills, down to the great day of this locality, when State College shall have realized the ideal of her founders, as the foremost inland school of learning. And every step made in that direction should be marked, as her leading friends and sons have done, with the scene of this old-time industrial plant and furnace. All these are milestones in the greatness of Centre County and Penn State, in the creation of a definite tradition and legend, which shall be her crown. End of The Importance of Marking Historic Spots, an address by Henry W. Shoemaker.
The Intellectuals and the Boston Mob, Chapter 5 of My Larger Education by Booker T. Washington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Intellectuals and the Boston Mob by Booker T. Washington. It makes a great deal of difference in the life of a race, as it does in the life of an individual, whether the world expects much or little of that individual or of that race. I suppose that every boy and every girl born in poverty have felt at some time in their lives the weight of the world against them. What the people in the communities did not expect them to do, it was hard for them to convince themselves that they could do. After I got so that I could read a little, I used to take a great deal of satisfaction in the lives of men who had risen by their own efforts from poverty to success. It is a great thing for a boy to be able to read books of that kind. It not only inspires him with the desire to do something and make something of his life, but it teaches him that success depends upon his ability to do something useful, to perform some kind of service that the world wants. The trouble in my case, as in that of other colored boys of any age, was that the stories we read in school were all concerned with the success and achievements of white boys and men. Occasionally I spoke to some of my schoolmates in regard to the characters of whom I had read, but they invariably reminded me that the stories I had been reading had to do with the members of another race. Sometimes I tried to argue the matter with them, saying that what others had done some of us might be able to do, and that the lack of a past in our race was no reason why it should not have a future. They replied that our case was entirely different. They said, in effect, that because of our color, and because we carried in our faces the brand of a race that had been in slavery, white people did not want us to succeed. In the end, I usually wound up the discussion by recalling the life of Frederick Douglass, reminding them of the high position which he had reached, and of the great service which he had performed for his own race, and for the cause of human freedom in the long anti-slavery struggle. Even before I had learned to read books or newspapers, I remember hearing my mother and other colored people in our part of the country speak about Frederick Douglass's wonderful life and achievements. I heard so much about Douglass when I was a boy that one of the reasons why I wanted to go to school and learn to read was that I might read for myself what he had written and said. In fact, one of the first books that I remember reading was his own story of his life, which Mr. Douglass published under the title of My Life and Times. This book made a deep impression upon me, and I read it many times. After I became a student at Hampton under General Samuel C. Armstrong, I heard a great deal more about Frederick Douglass, and I followed all his movements with intense interest. At the same time, I began to learn something about other prominent and successful colored men who were at that time the leaders of my race in the United States. These were such men as Congressman John M. Langston of Virginia, United States Senator Blanche K. Bruce of Mississippi, Lieutenant Governor P.B.S. Pinchback of Louisiana, Congressman John R. Lynch of Mississippi, and others whose names were household words among the masses of the colored people at the time. I read with the greatest eagerness everything I could get hold of regarding the prominent Negro characters of that period, and was a faithful student of their lives and deeds. Later on, I had the privilege of meeting and knowing all of these men, but at that time I little thought that it would ever be my fortune to meet and know any of them. On one occasion, when I happened to be in Washington, I heard that Frederick Douglass was going to make a speech in a nearby town. I had never seen him or heard him speak, so I took advantage of the opportunity. I was profoundly impressed both by the man and by the address, but I did not dare approach even to shake hands with him. Some 3 or 4 years after I had organized the Tuskegee Institute, I invited Mr. Douglas to make a visit to the school and to speak at the commencement exercises of the school. He came and spoke to a great audience, many of whom had driven 30 or 40 miles to hear the great orator and leader of the race. In the course of time, I invited all of the prominent colored men whose names I have mentioned, as well as others, to come to Tuskegee and speak to our students and to the colored people in our community. As a matter of course, the speeches as well as the writings of most of these men were concerned for the most part with the past history or with the present and future political problems of the Negro race. Mr. Douglas's great life work had been in the political agitation that led to the destruction of slavery. He had been the great defender of the race, and in the struggle to win from Congress and from the country at large the recognition of the Negro's rights as a man and a citizen, he had played an important part. But the long and bitter political struggle in which he had engaged against slavery had not prepared Mr. Douglas to take up the equally difficult task of fitting the Negro for the opportunities and responsibilities of freedom. The same was true to a large extent of other Negro leaders. At the time when I met these men and heard them speak, I was invariably impressed, though young and inexperienced, that there was something lacking in their public utterances. I felt that the millions of Negroes needed something more than to be reminded of their sufferings and of their political rights, that they needed to do something more than merely to defend themselves. Frederick Douglass died in February 1895. In September of the same year, I delivered an address in Atlanta at the Cotton States Exposition. I spoke in Atlanta to an audience composed of leading Southern white people, Northern white people, and members of my own race. This seemed to me the time and the place, without condemning what had been done, to emphasize what ought to be done. I felt that we needed a policy not of destruction, but of construction, not of defense, but of aggression, a policy not of hostility or surrender, but of friendship and advance. I stated as vigorously as I was able that usefulness in the community wherein we resided was our surest and most potent protection. One other point which I made plain in this speech was that, in my opinion, the Negro should seek constantly, in every manly, straightforward manner, to make friends of the white man by whose side he lived, rather than to content himself with seeking the goodwill of some man 1,000 miles away. While I was fully convinced in my own mind that the policy which I had outlined was the correct one, I was not at all prepared for the widespread interest with which my words were received. I received telegrams and congratulations from all parts of the country, and from many persons whose names I did not know or had heard of only indirectly through the newspapers or otherwise. Very soon invitations began to come to me in large numbers to speak before all kinds of bodies and on all kinds of subjects. In many cases I was offered for my addresses what appeared to me almost fabulous sums. Some of the lecture bureaus offered me as high as $300 to $400 a night for as long a period as I would speak for them. Among other things which came to me was an offer from a prominent Western newspaper of $1,000 and all expenses for my services if I would describe for it a famous prize fight. I was invited here and there to take part in political campaigns, especially in states where the Negro vote was important. Lecture bureaus not only urged upon me the acceptance of their offers through letters, but even sent agents to Tuskegee. Newspapers and magazines made generous offers to me to write special articles for them. I decided, however, to wait until I could get my bearings. Apparently the words which I had spoken at Atlanta, simple and almost commonplace as they were, had touched a deep and responsive chord in the public mind. Footnote. The following is copied from the official history of the exposition. quote, "Then came Booker T. Washington, who was destined to make a national reputation in the next 15 minutes. He appeared on the program by invitation of the directors as the representative of the Negro race. This would appear to have been a natural arrangement, if not a matter of course, and it seems strange now that there should have been any doubt as to the wisdom or propriety of giving the Negro a place in the opening exercises. Nevertheless, there was, and the question was carefully, even anxiously considered before it was decided. There were apprehensions that the matter would encourage social equality and prove offensive to the white people, and in the end unsatisfactory to the colored race. But the discussion satisfied the board that this course was right, and they resolved to risk the expediency of doing right. The sequel showed the wisdom of their decision. The orator himself touched upon the subject with great tact, and the recognition that was given has greatly tended to promote good feeling between the races, while the wide and self-respecting course of the Negroes on that occasion has raised them greatly in the estimation of their white fellow citizens." End quote. In introducing the speaker, Governor Bullock said, quote, "We have with us today the representative of Negro enterprise and Negro civilization. I have the honor to introduce to you Professor Booker T. Washington, principal of the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial College, who will formally present the Negro exhibit." End quote. Professor Washington was greeted with applause, and his speech received marked attention. End of footnote. This gave me much to think about. In the meantime, I determined to stick close to my work at Tuskegee. One of the most surprising results of my Atlanta speech was the number of letters, telegrams, and newspaper editorials that came pouring in upon me from all parts of the country, demanding that I take the place of leader of the Negro people, left vacant by Frederick Douglass's death, or assuming that I had already taken this place. Until these suggestions began to pour in upon me, I never had the remotest idea that I should be selected or looked upon in any such sense as Frederick Douglass had been as the leader of the Negro people. I was at that time merely a Negro school teacher in a rather obscure industrial school. I had devoted all my time and attention to the work of organizing and bringing into existence the Tuskegee Institute, and I did not know just what the functions or duties of a leader were, or what was expected of him on the part of the colored people or of the rest of the world. It was not long, however, before I began to find out what was expected of me in the new position into which the sudden newspaper notoriety seemed to have thrust me. I was not a little embarrassed when I first began to appear in public to find myself continually referred to as the successor of Frederick Douglass. Wherever I spoke, whether in the North or in the South, I found, thanks to the advertising I had received, that large audiences turned out to hear me. It has been interesting and sometimes amusing to note the amount and variety of disinterested advice received by a man whose name is to any extent before the public. During the time that my Atlanta address was, so to speak, under discussion, and almost every day since, I have received one or more letters advising me and directing my course in regard to matters of public interest. One day I receive a letter, or my attention is called to some newspaper editorial, in which I am advised to stick to my work at Tuskegee and put aside every other interest that I may have in the advancement of my race. A day or two later, I may receive a letter or read an editorial in a newspaper saying that I am making a mistake in confining my attention entirely to Tuskegee, to Negro education, or even to the Negro in the United States. It has been frequently urged upon me, for example, that I ought in some way or other to extend the work that we are trying to do at Tuskegee to Africa or to the West Indies, where Negroes are a larger part of the population than in this country. There has been a small number of white people and an equally small number of colored people who felt after my Atlanta speech that I ought to branch out and discuss political questions, putting emphasis upon the importance of political activity and success for the members of my race. Others, who thought it quite natural that while I was in the South I should not say anything that would be offensive, expected that I would cut loose in the North and denounce the Southern people in a way to keep alive and intensify the sectional differences which had sprung up as a result of slavery and the Civil War. Still others thought that there was something lacking in my style of defending the Negro. I went too much into the facts and did not say enough about the rights of man and the Declaration of Independence. When these people found that I did not change my policy as a result of my Atlanta speech, but stuck to my old line of argument, urging the importance of education of the hand, the head, and the heart, they were thoroughly disappointed. So far as my addresses made it appear that the race troubles in the South could be solved by education rather than by political measures, they felt that I was putting the emphasis in the wrong place. I confess that all these criticisms and suggestions were not without effect upon my mind. But after thinking the matter all over, I decided that pleasant as it might be to follow the program that was laid out for me, I should be compelled to stick to my original job and work out my salvation along the lines that I had originally laid down for myself. My determination to stand by the program which I had worked out during the years that I had been at Tuskegee and which I had expressed in my Atlanta speech soon brought me into conflict with a small group of colored people who sometimes styled themselves the intellectuals, at other times the talented 10th. As most of these men were graduates of northern colleges and made their homes for the most part in the North, it was natural enough, I suppose, that they should feel that leadership in all race matters should remain as heretofore in the North. At any rate, they were opposed to any change from the policy of uncompromising and relentless antagonism to the South, so long as there seemed to them to be anything in Southern conditions wrong or unjust to the Negro. My life in the South and years of study and effort in connection with actual and concrete problems of Southern life had given me a different notion, and I believed that I had gained some knowledge and some insight which they were not able to obtain in the same degree at a distance and from the study of books. The first thing to which they objected was my plan for the industrial education of the Negro. It seemed to them that in teaching colored people to work with the hands, I was making too great a concession to public opinion in the South. Some of them thought, probably, that I did not really believe in industrial education myself, but in any case they were opposed to any concession, no matter whether industrial education was good or bad. According to their way of looking at the matter, the Southern white man was the natural enemy of the Negro, and any attempt, no matter for what purpose, to gain his sympathy or support must be regarded as a kind of treason to the race. All these matters furnished fruitful subjects for controversy, in all of which the college graduates that I have referred to were naturally the leaders. The first thing that such a young man was tempted to do after leaving college was, it seems, to start out on a lecturing tour, traveling about from one town to another for the purpose of discussing what are known as race subjects. I remember one young man in particular who graduated from Yale University and afterward took a postgraduate course at Harvard, and who began his career by delivering a series of lectures on the mistakes of Booker T. Washington. It was not long, however, before he found that he could not live continuously on my mistakes. Then he discovered that in all his long schooling he had not fitted himself to perform any kind of useful and productive labor. After he had failed in several other directions, he appealed to me, and I tried to find something for him to do. It is pretty hard, however, to help a young man who has started wrong. Once he gets the idea that because he has crammed his head full of mere book knowledge, the world owes him a living, It is hard for him to change. The last I heard of the young man in question, he was trying to eke out a miserable existence as a book agent while he was looking about for a position somewhere with the government as a janitor or for some other equally humble occupation. When I meet cases, as I frequently do, of such unfortunate and misguided young men as I have described, I cannot but feel the most profound sympathy for them, because I know that they are not wholly to blame for their condition. I know that in 9 cases out of 10, they have gained the idea at some point in their career that because they are Negroes, they are entitled to the special sympathy of the world, and they have thus got into the habit of relying on this sympathy rather than on their own efforts to make their way. In college, they gave little thought or attention to preparing for any definite task in the world, but started out with the idea of preparing themselves to solve the race problem. They learned in college a great deal about the history of New England freedom. Their minds were filled with the traditions of the anti-slavery struggle, and they came out of college with the idea that the only thing necessary to solve at once every problem in the South was to apply the principles of the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. They had learned in their studies little of the actual present-day conditions in the South and had not considered the profound difference between the political problem and the educational problem, between the work of destruction and of construction as it applies to the task of race building. Among the most trying class of people with whom I come in contact are the persons who have been educated in books to the extent that they are able upon every occasion to quote a phrase or a sentiment from Shakespeare, Milton, Cicero, or some other great writer. Every time any problem arises, they are on the spot with a phrase or a quotation. No problem is so difficult that they are not able, with a definition or abstraction of some kind, to solve it. I like phrases, and I frequently find them useful and convenient in conversation, but I have not found in them a solution for many of the actual problems of life. In college, they studied problems and solved them on paper, but these problems had already been solved by someone else, and all that they had to do was learn the answers. They had never faced any unsolved problems in college, and all that they had learned had not taught them the patience and persistence which alone solve real problems. I remember hearing this fact illustrated in a very apt way by a colored minister some years ago. After great sacrifice and effort, he had constructed in the South a building to be used for the purpose of sheltering orphans and aged colored women. After this minister had succeeded in getting his building constructed and paid for, a young colored man came to inspect it and at once began pointing out the defects in the building. The minister listened patiently for some time, and then, turning to the young man, he said, "My friend, you have an advantage over me." Then he paused and looked at the young man, and the young man looked inquiringly at the minister, who continued, "I am not able to find fault with any building which you have constructed." Perhaps I ought to add, in order that my statements may not be misleading, that I do not mean to say that the type of college men that I have described is confined to the members of my own race. Every kind of life produces its own peculiar kind of failures, and they are not confined to one race. It would be quite as wrong for me to give the impression that the description which I have given applies to all colored graduates of New England or other colleges, and to none others. As a matter of fact, almost from the beginning, we have had men from these colleges at Tuskegee. I have come into contact with others at work in various institutions of the South, and I have found that some of the sanest and most useful workers were those who had graduated at Harvard and other New England colleges. Those to whom I have referred are the exception rather than the rule. There is another class of colored people who make a business of keeping the troubles, the wrongs, and the hardships of the Negro race before the public. Having learned that they are able to make a living out of their troubles, they have grown into the settled habit of advertising their wrongs, partly because they want sympathy and partly because it pays. Some of these people do not want the Negro to lose his grievances because they do not want to lose their jobs. A story told me by a colored man in South Carolina will illustrate how people sometimes get into situations where they do not like to part with their grievances. In a certain community, there was a colored doctor of the old school who knew little about modern ideas of medicine, but who in some way had gained the confidence of the people and had made considerable money by his own peculiar methods of treatment. In this community, there was an old lady who happened to be pretty well provided with this world's goods and who thought that she had a cancer. For 20 years, she had enjoyed the luxury of having this old doctor treat her for that cancer. As the old doctor became, thanks to the cancer and to other practice, pretty well to do, he decided to send one of his boys to a medical college. After graduating from the medical school, the young man returned home, and his father took a vacation. During this time, the old lady who was afflicted with the cancer called in the young man who treated her. Within a few weeks, the cancer, or what was supposed to be cancer, disappeared, and the old lady declared herself well. When the father of the boy returned and found the patient on her feet and perfectly well, he was outraged. He called the young man before him and said, "My son, I find that you have cured that cancer case of mine. Now, son, let me tell you something. I educated you on that cancer. I put you through high school, through college, and finally through medical school on that cancer. And now you, with your new ideas of practicing medicine, have come here and cured that cancer. Let me tell you, son, you have started all wrong. How do you expect to make a living practicing medicine in that way?" I am afraid that there is a certain class of race problem solvers who don't want the patient to get well, because as long as the disease holds out, they have not only an easy means of making a living, but also an easy medium through which to make themselves prominent before the public. My experience is that people who call themselves the intellectuals understand theories, but they do not understand things. I have long been convinced that if these men could have gone into the South and taken up and become interested in some practical work which would have brought them in touch with people and things, the whole world would have looked very different to them. Bad as conditions might have seemed at first, when they saw that actual progress was being made, they would have taken a more hopeful view of the situation. But the environment in which they were raised had cast them in another world. For them, there was nothing to do but insist on the application of the abstract principles of protest. Indignation meetings in Faneuil Hall, Boston, became at one time so frequent as to be a nuisance. It would not have been so bad if the meetings had been confined to the subjects for which they were proposed, but when the intellectuals found that the Southern people rarely, if ever, heard of their protests, and if they did hear of them, paid no attention to them, they began to attack the persons nearer home. They began to attack the people of Boston because they said that the people of Boston had lost interest in the cause of the Negro. After attacking the friends of the Negro elsewhere, particularly all those who happened to disagree with them as to the exact method of aiding the Negro, they made me a frequent and favorite object of attack, not merely for the reasons which I have already stated, but because they felt that if they attacked me in some particularly violent way, it would surprise people and attract attention. There is no satisfaction in holding meetings and formulating protests unless you can get them into the newspapers. I do not really believe that these people think as badly of the person whom they have attacked at different times as their words would indicate. They are merely using them as a sort of sounding board or a megaphone to make their own voices carry farther. The persistence and success with which these men sought this kind of advertising has led the general public to believe the number of my opponents among the Negro masses to be much larger than it actually is. A few years ago, when I was in Boston and the subject of those who were opposing me was under discussion, a colored friend of mine, who did not belong to the so-called talented 10th, used an illustration which has stuck in my mind. He was originally from the South, although he had lived in Boston for a number of years. He said that he had once lived in Virginia near a fashionable hotel. One day a bright idea struck him, and he went to the proprietor of the hotel and made a bargain to furnish him regularly with a large number of frogs, which were in great demand as a table delicacy. The proprietor asked him how many he could furnish. My friend replied that he felt quite sure that he could furnish him with a cartload, if necessary, once a week. The bargain was concluded. The man was to deliver at the hotel the following day as large a number of frogs as possible. When he appeared, my friend had just 6 frogs. The proprietor looked at the frogs and then at my friend. "Where are the others?" he said. "Well, it is this way," my friend replied. "For months I had heard those bullfrogs in the pond near my house, and they made so much noise that I supposed there were at least 1,000,000 of them there. When I came to investigate, however, I found that there were only 6. Inspired by their ambition to make themselves heard, and as they said, compel the public to pay attention to their grievances, this little group kept up their agitation in various forms and at different places, until their plans culminated one night in Boston in 1903. To convince the public how deep and sincere they were in their peculiar views, and how profoundly opposed they were to everyone who had a different opinion, they determined to do something desperate. The colored citizens of Boston had asked me to deliver an address before them in one of their largest churches. The meeting was widely advertised, and there was a large audience present. Unknown to any of my colored friends in Boston, this group, who, as I have stated, were mostly graduates of New England colleges, organized a mob to disturb the meeting and to break it up if possible. The presiding officer at the meeting was the Honorable William H. Lewis, a graduate of Amherst College and of the Harvard Law School. Various members of the group were scattered in different parts of the church. In addition to themselves, there were present in the audience, and this better than anything else shows how far they had been carried in their fanaticism, some of the lowest men and women from vile dens in Boston, whom they had in some way or other induced to come in and help them disturb the meeting. As soon as I began speaking, the leaders stationed in various parts of the house began asking questions. In this and in a number of other ways they tried to make it impossible for me to speak. Naturally, the rest of the audience resented this, and eventually it was necessary to call in the police and arrest the disturbers. Of course, as soon as the disturbance was over, most of those who had participated in it were ashamed of what they had done. Many of those who had classed themselves with the intellectuals before hastened to disavow any sympathy with the methods of the men who had organized the disturbance. Many who had before been lukewarm in their friendship became my closest friends. Of course, the 2 leaders who were afterward convicted and compelled to serve a sentence in the Charles Street jail remained unrepentant. They tried to convince themselves that they had been made martyrs in a great cause, but they did not get much encouragement in this notion from other colored people, because it was not possible for them to make clear just what the cause was for which they had suffered. The masses of colored people in Boston and in the United States endorsed me by resolution and condemned the disturbers of the meeting. The Negro newspapers as a whole were scathing in their criticism of them. For weeks afterward, my mail was filled with letters from colored people asking me to visit various sections and speak to the people. I was intensely interested in observing the results of this disturbance. For one thing, I wanted to find out whether a principle in human nature that I had frequently observed elsewhere would prove true in this case. I have found in my dealings with the Negro race, and I believe that the same is true of all races, that the only way to hold people together is by means of a constructive, progressive program. It is not argument, nor criticism, nor hatred, but work in constructive effort that gets hold of men and binds them together in a way to make them rally to the support of a common cause. Before many weeks had passed, these leaders began to disagree among themselves. Then they began to quarrel, and one by one they began to drop away. The result is that at the present time the group has been almost completely dispersed and scattered. Many of the intellectuals today do not speak to one another. The most surprising thing about this disturbance, I confess, is the fact that it was organized by the very people who have been the loudest in condemning the Southern white people because they had suppressed the expression of opinion on public questions and denied the Negro the right of free speech. As a matter of fact, I have talked to audiences in every part of this country. I have talked to colored audiences in the North and to white audiences in the South. I have talked to audiences of both races in all parts of the South. Everywhere I have spoken frankly, and I believe sincerely, on everything that I had in my mind and heart to say. When I had something to say about the white people, I said it to the white people, and when I had something to say about colored people, I said it to the colored people. In all these years, that is the curious thing about it. No effort has been made, so far as I can remember, to interrupt or break up a meeting at which I was present until it was attempted by the intellectuals of my own race in Boston. I have gone to some length to describe this incident because it seems to me to show clearly the defects of that type of mind which the so-called intellectuals of the race represent. I do not wish to give the impression by what I have said that behind all the intemperance and extravagance of these men there is not a vein of genuine feeling, and even at times of something like real heroism. The trouble is that all this fervor and intensity is wasted on side issues and trivial matters. It does not connect itself with anything that is helpful and constructive. These crusaders, as nearly as I can see, are fighting windmills. The truth is, I suspect, as I have already suggested, that the intellectuals live too much in the past. They know books, but they do not know men. They know a great deal about the slavery controversy, for example, but they know almost nothing about the Negro. Especially are they ignorant in regard to the actual needs of the masses of the colored people in the South today. There are some things that one individual can do for another, and there are some things that one race can do for another. But on the whole, every individual and every race must work out its own salvation. Let me add that if one thing, more than another, has taught me to have confidence in the masses of my own people, it has been their willingness and even eagerness to learn, and their disposition to help themselves and depend upon themselves as soon as they have learned how to do so. End of The Intellectuals and the Boston Mob by Booker T. Washington. Read for you by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in February 2022.
Letter respecting the Iroquois mission of Sault Saint François Xavier near Montreal, October 14th, 1682, in Jesuit Relations and Allied Documents, Travels and Explorations of the Jesuit Missionaries of New France, 1610 to 1791, Volume 62, Lower Canada, Iroquois, Ottawa, 1681 to 1683, by Claude Chostier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Reverend Father, Pa Christi, in answer to your Reverence's letter respecting what you have asked me, I will say that we are in a part of the country where the climate is not as good as in France, although, thanks be to God, I am in very good health. We are in a very high and beautiful location, with a fine view 60 leagues distant from Quebec, which is called the Iroquois Mission. It is the finest mission in Canada, and, as regards piety and devotion, resembles one of the best churches in France. The river St. Lawrence here forms a lake 2 leagues wide, and the place where we are is so high that the waters of this great river fall here with a loud roar and roll over many cascades, which frighten one to look at. The water foams as you see it do under a mill wheel. We nevertheless readily pass over it every day in our bark canoes, and I cannot help saying that one must be crazy to run the rapids as we do, without any fear of being drowned. A young man who, as was said, came from Les Sables d'Olonne, and whose name, Michele, was drowned on the 18th of August this year while going down from Sault St. Louis. He was in the service of our fathers among the Ottawas. A very worthy ecclesiastic of the Quebec Seminary, of which he was the procureur, was also drowned in 1679, with one of the men who guided him, while passing in a canoe in front of the island of Orleans. In truth, one must always be prepared for death in this country. You may judge by this how much I need your prayers, for I am obliged to be continually on the water, going and coming alone in a canoe. We have here a large farm, on which we keep oxen, cows, and poultry, and gather corn for our subsistence. It is sometimes necessary to take charge of all temporal as well as spiritual matters, now that Father Fremin has gone down in an infirm condition to Quebec, as well as Father Cholanek. Some savages get their land plowed and harvest French wheat instead of Indian corn. It is impossible to describe their joy when they can harvest 20 or 30 minnows of French wheat and are able to eat bread from time to time. But as this sort of grain costs them too much labor, their usual occupation is to plow the soil in order to plant Indian corn in it. The men hunt in order to obtain a provision of meat. The women go to the forests to obtain supplies of wood. If the savages were fed, they would work much more than they do. Our village grows larger every year, with the Lorette Mission, where Father Chameau is, steadily diminishes. That of the mountain does not decrease, neither does it increase much, but ours grows continually. We think that in 2 or 3 years all the Inez will be in this place. More than 80 have settled here recently. We have a chapel 25 feet wide and nearly 60 feet long. We have 3 bells with which we produce a very agreeable carillon, and the savages will soon have another bell weighing 200 livres to complete the harmony. The usual exercises of our mission are as follows. In the early morning, the bell is rung at 4 o'clock, which is the hour at which we rise, as in our houses in France. Many of our savages, through a spirit of devotion, come at once to the church to adore the Blessed Sacrament, and they remain there until the first Mass, which is said in winter at 6:45, and in midsummer at 5 o'clock. While they are saying their prayers, I withdraw to my chamber, which is 6 feet long and 5 feet wide, to say my orison. After this, I say the first Mass, at which many are present, although the bell is not rung for it. The second, which is the Mass for the savages, is said at 5:30. I am present at it. The whole village also attends it every day, without a single person being absent, and the prayers are said aloud. Afterward, the 3rd Mass, which is for the children, begins, at which also I am present. we make them pray all together, after which I give them a short instruction on the catechism. Such is my daily occupation. In addition to this, the savages come frequently during the day to visit the Blessed Sacrament, when they go to the fields and when they return from them. From 8 o'clock until 11, which is the hour for our repast, my occupation consists in visiting the savages, or in working to make books for them, because as their nature is very fickle, of which they themselves complain, they must be often visited, either to give them suitable encouragement, or to prevent and appease their disputes, or to prepare the newcomers for receiving the sacraments. There are 60 cabins, that is to say, from 120 to 150 families, and there are at least 2 in each cabin. To perform these visits with profit demands all the time of 1 missionary. Another would be required for the children, and 1 for those who are more advanced, who need to be instructed in virtue. My work is made easier in this way. I sketch upon paper the truths of the gospel and the practices of virtue invented by Monsieur de Nublitz. Another book contains colored pictures of the ceremonies of the Mass applied to the Passion of our Lord. Another contains pictures showing the torments of hell. Another, the creation of the world. The savages read these with pleasure and profit, and these books are their mute teachers. One of our catechists, with the assistance of these books, preaches long sermons, and I experienced much pleasure yesterday when I found a band of savages at the door of a cabin learning to read in books of this kind. To return to the manner in which our time is employed and to our usual occupations, at 11 o'clock the bell rings for our examination of conscience, and at the same time the Angelus is rung and the savages recite with great devotion. Our afternoon is spent in teaching in the cabins. For my part, I visit the sick who would keep 1 man occupied. I have also charge of a cure consisting of 100 French houses. With regard to Father Brias, who is the superior of the entire mission, and with whom I remained alone here closed the whole of last year, he attends the temporal and spiritual wants of the savages, and he is a father to them for both their bodies and their souls. You will be pleased to hear from me respecting the austerities practiced by certain savage women, although there may be some indiscretion in their doing so, but it will show you their fervor. More than 5 years ago, some of them learned, I know not how, of the pious practices followed by the nuns in Montreal, who are hospital sisters. They heard of disciplines, of iron girdles, and of hair shirts. This religious life began to please them very much, and 3 of them formed an association in order to commence a sort of convent, but we stopped them because we did not think that the time had come for this. However, if they were not cloistered, they at least observed chastity, and one of them died with the reputation of sanctity 3 years ago next spring. They, and some others who imitated them, would be admired in France if what they do were known there. The first who began made her first attempt about Christmas in the year 1676, when she divested herself of her clothing and exposed herself to the air at the foot of a large cross that stands beside our cemetery. She did so at a time when the snow was falling, although she was pregnant, and the snow that fell upon her back caused her so much suffering that she nearly died from it, as well as her child, whom the cold chilled in its mother's womb. It was her own idea to do this, to do penance for her sins, she said. She has had 4 companions in her fervor who have since imitated her. 2 of them made a hole in the ice in the depth of winter and threw themselves into the water, where they remained during the time that it would take to say a rosary slowly and sedately. One of the 2, who feared that she would be found out, did not venture to warm herself when she returned to her cabin, but lay down on her mat with lumps of ice adhering to her shoulders. There have been several other inventions of similar mortifications, which men and women have observed for the purpose of tormenting themselves, and which constitute their usual exercises of penance. But we have made them give up whatever was excessive. During the past 2 years, their fervor has greatly augmented since God removed them from this world, one of these devout, savage women who live like nuns, and she died with a reputation of sanctity. We cease not to say masses to thank God for the graces that we believe we receive every day through her intercession. Journeys are continually made to her tomb, and the savages, following her example, have become better Christians than they were. We daily see wonders worked through her intercession. Her name was Catharine Tegahkouita. During her lifetime, she had made an agreement with a friend to make each other suffer, but she was too weak to do so by herself, owing to her continual illness. She had begged her companion to do her the charity of severely chastising her with blows from a whip. This they did for a year, without anyone knowing it, and for that purpose they withdrew every Sunday into a cabin in the middle of the cemetery, and there, taking their hands, willow shoots, and mingled prayers with penance. Finally, when one of the two saw that her companion had fallen sick at the end of the year, she was pressed by scruples to reveal the matter, and to ask whether she had not sinned in what she had done. At that time, people here used only willow shoots, or thorns, which here are very long. But since they have heard of disciplines, of iron girdles, and of similar instruments of penance, the use of these daily becomes more general. And as the men have found that the women use them, they will not let themselves be outdone, and ask us to permit them to use these every day, but we will not allow it. The women, to the number of 8 or 10, began the practice, and the wife of the Dagik, that is to say, of him who leads the singing and says the prayers, is among the number. She it is who, in her husband's absence, also causes the prayers to be said aloud and leads the singing. And in this capacity she assembles the devout women of whom we have spoken to call themselves sisters. They tell one another their faults, and deliberate together upon what must be done for the relief of the poor in the village, whose number is so great that there are almost as many poor as there are savages. The sort of monastery that they maintain here has its rules. They have promised God never to put on their gala dress, for the savage women have some taste and take pride in adorning themselves with porcelain beads, with vermilion, which they apply to their cheeks, and with earrings and bracelets. They assist one another in the fields. They meet together to incite one another to virtue, and one of them has been received as a nun in the hospital of Montreal. There are married people here who have for a long time lived as brother and sister. There are aged women, veterans in the faith, who instruct the others as missionaries would do, and God thereby supplies the want of these which we experience. There are women who have shared their fields, thus, as it were, taking the bread from their own mouths to give it to the newcomers, who are not yet in a position to do anything for them in return, in order to win them to God. When there are widows and sick persons, the captains make their families work for the love of God at building cabins for those who have none. Some live in the woods in the same state of innocence as those do in the village, and they return with consciences as pure as when they went away. And I may state without exaggeration that when they return we do not find in many of them matter for absolution, and yet they are sufficiently enlightened to accuse themselves of the least imperfections. such as slight distractions during their prayers, petty acts of impatience, some instance of forgetfulness, and things which, in their case, are often virtues. Modesty is natural to them. When they pray or sing in the church, they do so with much devotion, so that all the French settlers here who see them are impressed by it, and say that they are more devout than we allege. I was forgetting to tell you that, when they are in the woods, they have the Sundays and feast days marked by small lines to the number of 7, one for each day of the week. We mark crosses upon the lines and indicate the feast days and the Sundays, and they observe these very exactly. There is a savage woman who says the rosary fully 20 times a day, and another who says it 6 times in her day by dividing it in a very ingenious fashion. They find out all their devotions by themselves, for they call one rosary that of the 5 wounds, another the rosary of the 10 virtues of the Blessed Virgin, as the Blessed Jean invented it, another the rosary of 12 beads, invented by Marguerite du Saint Sacrament Carmelite, another the chaplet of Saint Joseph, and all these are recited while they are going to or returning from their fields. Here is also something very touching. While making my rounds in the village at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, I have heard the air resound on all sides with voices issuing from all the cabins. All were saying their prayers aloud before retiring to rest, and this is done every night, not a single person failing to do so. Thus have these former man-eaters become lambs through the grace of Jesus Christ, in such a matter as to be examples of virtue and of religion in Canada. We have here no other demon to contend against than liquor and drunkenness, which make a hell of all the Iroquois villages, wherein life is a continual suffering. The French are the cause of its giving us much trouble here, for in order to strip the savages of their very shirts, they follow them everywhere to make them drink and become intoxicated. It is admirable to see how some of our Christian savages distinguish themselves in repressing this evil. They spill the liquor, they break the bottles with incredible courage, exposing themselves to insults and to blows, of which some still bear the marks. And in spite of all this, they do not lose courage. I know 3 or 4 who would endure martyrdom to prevent anything being done to offend God, and they are no longer guided by the French, whom they had hitherto considered good Christians, but who they now see as very plainly are not such. When they return from the land of the Dutch, they relate to us with much pleasure their success in the disputes that they have had with the Dutch on points of religion, to the shame and confusion of those heretics. War is blazing in the country of the Otoks, the Iroquois, especially those of Anahuac, and continue to bear ill will against the Otomigs and the Illinois. For that reason, they have not forborne to take many captives from the Illinois, a nation allied to us, after having slain a very large number of them. In the year 1681, they killed or carried into captivity 1,000 of those people. Among the captives this year, 1682, is an Englishman whom they will no doubt burn. All this makes us hope that God will continue to preserve Canada from their cruelty. They bear us a malice in earnest, and we were in danger of having a war with them. For 4 years we have heard nothing but threats, but God ever preserves us, working miracles of his providence in our favor, as he did last autumn, when we expected to be attacked by them, but the storm burst elsewhere. If you wish me to tell you something about the manner in which the savages dress, although, had I time, I would have preferred painting some for you, you must know that it is not wanting in taste, especially on feast days. The women have no other headdress than their hair, which they part over the middle of the head, and then tie behind with a sort of ribbon, which they make out of eel skin, painted a bright red. I myself have often been deceived, and have taken it for a real ribbon. They grease their hair, which thereby becomes as black as jet. As for the men, they are ridiculous in dressing their hair, and there is not one who does not do it up in a special fashion. On Sundays and feast days, the men and women wear white chemises, and the women take wonderful care to clothe themselves so modestly that there is nothing indecorous or uncovered about them, for they closely fashion the chemise. This falls over a petticoat consisting of blue or a red blanket, a brass or more square, which they fold in two and simply gird around the waist, and the chemise, which falls over this sort of petticoat and reaches only to the knees. The savages have often asked us if there were any vanity in their dress. They are not accustomed to wear these except in going to church, on communion and feast days. On the other days they are poorly but modestly clad. I would like to give you a more exact description of their consciences, which you may have a fair idea from what I have said. But besides the fact that it would take too long, and that I shall send something about it to one of my brothers, I would fear that it might perhaps be thought somewhat exaggerated. The savage women sometimes propound to us doubts in spiritual matters, as difficult as those that might be advanced by the most cultured persons in France. The knowledge of the cases of conscience often renders us good service here. Without it, we would be in danger of making many mistakes respecting proximate occasions, the baptism of adults, and marriages. In truth, the working of the Holy Ghost seems admirable in these minds, which have been trained amid the forests and the woods. When I read them your letter one Sunday, as I preached to them, they wept while listening to me, and the Dojik then spoke to them in a very pathetic manner. They often asked me whether any prayers are said for them in France, and I assure them that there are. From time to time, they deplore the misfortunes of their birth, and after they become Christians, they live like angels, fearing to fall into the evil ways from which faith and Christianity have withdrawn them. End of letter respecting the Iroquois mission of Sault St. Francis Xavier near Montreal, October 14th, 1682, in Jesuit Relations and Allied Documents, Travels and Explorations of the Jesuit Missionaries of New France, 1610 to 1791, Volume 62, Lower Canada, Iroquois, Ottawa, 1681 to 1683, by Claude Chauchetier.
Modern Folk Poetry by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Folk Poetry. To those who are interested in the folk and their poetry, the contemporary folk of the great cities and their urban muse, I would recommend a little-known journal called McGlennon's Pantomime Annual. This periodical makes its appearance at some time in the new year, when the pantos are slowly withering away under the influence of approaching spring. I take this opportunity of warning my readers to keep a sharp lookout for the coming of the next issue. It is sure to be worth the modest tuppence which one is asked to pay for it. McGlennon's Pantomime Annual is an anthology of the lyrics of the panto season's most popular songs. It is a document of first-class importance. To the future student of our popular literature, McGlennon will be as precious as the Christy Miller collection of Elizabethan broadsheets. In the year 2220, a copy of the Pantomime Annual may very likely sell for hundreds of pounds at the Sotheby's of the time. With laudable forethought, I am preserving my copy of last year's McGlennon's for the enrichment of my distant posterity. The folk poetry of 1920 may best be classified according to subject matter. First, by reason of its tender associations as well as its mere amount, is the poetry of passion. Then there is the poetry of filial devotion. Next, the poetry of the home, the dear old earthly home in Oregon or Kentucky, and complementary to it, the poetry of the spiritual home in other and happier worlds. Here, as well as in the next section, the popular lyric borrows some of its best effects from hymnology. There follows the poetry of recollections and regret, and the poetry of nationality, a type devoted almost exclusively to the praises of Ireland. These types and their variations cover the folk's serious poetry. Their comic vein is less susceptible to analysis. Drink, wives, young nuts, honeymoon couples, these are a few of the stock subjects. The amorous poetry of the folk, like the love lyrics of more cultured poets, is divided into two species: the poetry of spiritual amour and the more direct and concrete expression of immediate desire. McGlennon provides plenty of examples of both types. When love peeps in the windows of your heart. It might be the first line of a Shakespeare sonnet. You seem to walk on air, birds sing their sweet songs to you, no cloud in your skies of blue, sunshine all the happy day, etc. These rhapsodies tend to become a little tedious, but one feels the warm touch of reality in I want to snuggle, I want to snuggle, I know a cozy place for two. I want to snuggle, I want to snuggle, I want to feel that love is true. Take me in your arms as lovers do, hold me very tight and kiss me too. I want to snuggle, I want to snuggle, I want to snuggle close to you. This is sound, but it does not come up to the best of the popular lyrics. The agonized passion expressed in the words and music of You Made Me Love You is something one does not easily forget, though that great song is as old as the now distant origins of ragtime. The poetry of filial devotion is almost as extensive as the poetry of amour. McGlennon teems with such outbursts as this. You are a wonderful mother, dear old mother of mine. You'll hold a spot down deep in my heart till the stars no longer shine. Your soul shall live on forever, on through the fields of time, for there'll never be another to me like that wonderful mother of mine. Even Grandmamma gets a share of this devotion. Granny, my own, I seem to hear you calling me. Granny, my own, you are my sweetest memory. If up in heaven angels reign supreme, among the angels you must be the queen. Granny, my own, I miss you more and more. The last lines are particularly rich. What a fascinating heresy to hold that the angels reign over their Creator. The poetry of recollection and regret owes most, both in words and music, to the hymn. McGlennon provides a choice example in Back from the Land of Yesterday. Back from the land of yesterday, back to the friends of yore, back through the dark and dreary way, into the light once more, back to the heart that waits for me, warmed by the sunshine above, back from the old land of yesterday's dreams to the new land of life and love. What it means, goodness only knows. But one can imagine that, sung to a slow music in 3/4 time, such rich religious waltz tune, it would be extremely uplifting and edifying. The decay of regular church-going has inevitably led to this invasion of the music hall by the hymn. People still want to feel the good uplifting emotion, and they feel it with a vengeance when they listen to songs about the land of beginning again, where skies are always blue, where broken dreams come true. The great advantage of the music hall over the church is that the uplifting moments do not last too long. Finally, there is the great home motif. I want to be, these lyrics always begin, I want to be almost anywhere that is not the place where I happen at the moment to be. M. Louis Estève has called this longing le mal de la province, which in turn is closely related to le mal de l'au-delà. It is one of the worst symptoms of Romanticism. Stemé, balançante amateur, lève l'encre vers une exotique nature, exclaims Melmaret and the folk, whom the most exquisite of poets loathed and despised, echo his words in 100 different keys. There is not a state in America where they don't want to go. In McGlennon we find yearnings expressed for California, Ohio, Tennessee, Virginia, and Georgia. Some sigh for Ireland, Devon, and the East. Egypt, I am calling you. Oh, life is sweet and joys complete when at your feet I lay. But the southern states, the East Devon and Killarney, are not enough. The mal de l'au-delà succeeds the mal de la province. The folk yearn for extra-mundane worlds. Here, for example, is an expression of nostalgia for a mystical kingdom within your eyes. Somewhere in somebody's eyes is a place just divine, bounded by roses that kiss the dew, in those dear eyes that shine. Somewhere beyond earthly dreams, where love's flower never dies, God made the world and he gave it to me, in that kingdom within your eyes. If there is any characteristic which distinguishes contemporary folk poetry from the folk poetry of other times, it is surely its meaninglessness. Old folk poetry is singularly direct and to the point, full of pregnant meaning, never vague. Modern folk poetry, as exemplified in MacLennan, is almost perfectly senseless. The Elizabethan peasant or mechanic would never have consented to sing or listen to anything so flatulently meaningless as Back from the Land of Yesterday, or The Kingdom Within Your Eyes. His taste was for something clear, definite, and pregnant, like Greensleeves. And every morning when you rose, I brought you dainties orderly, to clear your stomach from all woes, and yet you would not love me. Could anything be more logical and to the point? But we, instead of logic, instead of clarity, are provided by our professional entertainers with the drivelling imbecility of Granny My Own. Can it be that the standard of intelligence is lower now than it was 300 years ago? Have newspapers and cinemas and now the wireless telephone conspired to rob mankind of whatever sense of reality, whatever power of individual questioning and criticism he once possessed? I do not venture to answer. But the fact of MacLennan has somehow got to be explained. How? I prefer to leave the problem on a note of interrogation. End of Modern Folk Poetry by Aldous Huxley. Read by Krista Zaleski.
The Pirates' Who's Who, giving particulars of the lives and deaths of the pirates and buccaneers, by Philip Gossi. Read by Ken Tolber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. Let it be made clear at the very outset of this preface that the pages which follow do not pretend to be a history of piracy, but are simply an attempt to gather together from various sources particulars of those redoubtable pirates and buccaneers whose names have been handed down to us in a desultory way. I do not deal here with the children of fancy. I believe that every man, or woman too, since certain of the gentler sex cut no small figure at the game, mentioned in this volume actually existed. A time has come when every form of learning, however preposterous it may seem, is made as unlaborious as possible for the would-be student. Knowledge, which is after all but a string of facts, is being arranged, sorted, distilled, and set down in compact form ready for rapid assimilation. There is little fear that the student who may wish in the future to become master of any subject will have to delve into the original sources in his search after facts and dates. Surely pirates, taking them in their broadest sense, are as much entitled to a biographical dictionary of their own as are clergymen, racehorses, or artists in ferro-concrete, who all, I am assured, have their own who's who. Have not the medical men their directory, the lawyers their list, the peers their peerage? There are books which record the names and the particulars of musicians, schoolmasters, stockbrokers, saints, and bookmakers, and I dare say there's an average adjuster's almanac. A peer, a horse, dog, cat, and even a white mouse, if of blood sufficiently blue, has his pedigree recorded somewhere. After all, there is that astounding and entertaining volume, Who's Who, found in every club smoking room, and which grows more bulky year by year, stuffed with information about the careers, the hobbies, and the marriages of all the most distinguished persons in every profession, including very full details about the lives and doings of all our journalists. But on the club table, where these books of ready reference stand with Whitaker, ABC, and Ruff's Guide to the Turf, there is just one gap, that the compiler of this work has for a long while felt sorely needed filling. There has been until now no work that gives immediate and trustworthy information about the lives, and so sadly important in their cases, the deaths of our pirates and buccaneers. In delving in the volumes of the Dictionary of National Biography, it has been a sad disappointment to the writer to find so little space devoted to the careers of these picturesque, if I must admit, often unseemly persons. There are, of course, to be found a few pirates with household names such as Kidd, Teach, and Avery. A few, too, of the buccaneers, headed by the great Sir Henry Morgan, come in for their share. But I compare with indignation the meager show of pirates in that monumental work with the rich profusion of divines. Even during the years when piracy was at its height, say from 1680 to 1730, the pirates are utterly swamped by the theologians. Can it be that these two professions flourished most vigorously side by side, and that when one began to languish, the other also began to fade? Even so, there can be no excuse for the past and present neglect of these sea adventurers. But a change is beginning to show itself. Increasing evidence is to be found that the more intelligent portions of the population of this country, and even more so the enlightened of the great United States of America, are beginning to show a proper interest in the lives of the pirates and buccaneers. That this should be so amongst the Americans is quite natural, when it is remembered what a close intimacy existed between their Puritan forefathers of New England and the pirates, both by blood relation and by trade, since the pirates had no more obliging and ready customers for their spoils of gold dust, stolen slaves, or church ornaments than the early settlers of New York, Massachusetts, and Carolina. In beginning to compile such a list as is to be found in this volume, a difficulty is met at once. My original intention was that only pirates and buccaneers should be included. To admit privateers, corsairs, and other sea rovers would have meant the addition of a vast number of names and would have made the work unwieldy, and the very object of this volume, a book of ready reference, would not have been achieved. But the difficulty has been to define the exact meaning of a pirate and of a buccaneer. In the dictionary, a pirate is defined as a sea robber, marauder, one who infringes another's copyright, while a buccaneer is described as a sea robber, a pirate, especially of the Spanish-American coasts. This seems explicit, but a pirate was not a pirate from the cradle to the gallows. He usually began his life at sea as an honest mariner in the merchant service. He perhaps mutinied with other of the ship's crew, killed or otherwise disposed of the captain, seized the ship, elected a new commander, and sailed off on the account. Many an honest seaman was captured with the rest of his ship's crew by a pirate, and either voluntarily joined the freebooters by signing their articles, or, being a good navigator or sea artist, was compelled by the pirates to lend them his services. Others, again, were in privateer ships, which carried on legitimate warfare against the shipping of hostile countries under a commission or letter of marque. Often the very commission or letter of marque carried about so jealously by some shady privateer was not worth the paper it was written on, nor the handful of doubloons paid for it. One buccaneer sailed about the South Seas, plundering Spanish ships and sacking churches and burning towns, under a commission issued to him for a consideration by the governor of a Danish West India island, himself an ex-pirate. This precious document, adorned with florid scrolls and a big impressive seal, was written in Danish. Someone with a knowledge of that language had an opportunity and a curiosity to translate it, when he found that all it entitled the bearer to do was to hunt for goats and pigs on the island of Hispaniola, and nothing more. When, at the conclusion of hostilities, peace was declared, the crew of a privateer found it exceedingly irksome to give up the roving life, and were liable to drift into piracy. Often it happened that after a long naval war, crews were disbanded, ships laid up, and navies reduced, thus flooding the countryside with idle mariners, and filling the roads with begging and starving seamen. These were driven to go to sea if they could find a berth, often half-starved and brutally treated and always underpaid, and so easily yielded to the temptation of joining some vessel bound vaguely for the South Sea, where no questions were asked and no wages were paid, but every hand on board had a share in the adventure. The buccaneers were a great source of piracy also. When a war was on hand, the English government was only too glad to have the help of these daring and skillful seamen. But when peace was declared, these allies began to lead to international complications, and means had to be taken to abolish them and to try to turn them into honest settlers in the islands. But when a man has for years lived the free life, sailed out from Jamaica a pauper to return in 6 weeks or less with perhaps a bag of gold worth 2, 3, or 4,000 pounds, which he had prided himself on spending in the taverns and gambling hells of Port Royal in a week, how can he settle down to humdrum uneventful toil with its small profits? Thus, he goes back on the account and sails to some prearranged rendezvous of the brethren of the coast. To write a whole history of piracy would be a great undertaking, but a very interesting one. Piracy must have begun in the far dim ages, and perhaps when some naked savage, paddling himself across a tropical river, met with another adventurer on a better tree trunk, or carrying a bigger bunch of bananas, the first act of piracy was committed. Indeed, piracy must surely be the third oldest profession in the world if we give the honor of the second place to the ancient craft of healing. If such a history were to include the whole of piracy, it would have to refer to the Phoenicians, to the Mediterranean sea rovers of the days of Rome who, had they but known it, held the future destiny of the world in their grasp when they, a handful of pirates, took prisoner the young Julius Caesar to ransom him and afterwards to be caught and crucified by him. The Arabs in the Red Sea were for many years past masters of the art of piracy, as were the Barbary corsairs of Algiers and Tunis, who made the Mediterranean a place of danger for many generations of seamen. All this while the Chinese and Malays were active pirates, while the pirate coast of the Persian Gulf was feared by all mariners. Then arose the Great Period, beginning in the reign of Henry VIII, advancing with rapid strides during the adventurous years of Queen Elizabeth, when many west of England squires were wont to sell their estates and invest all in a ship in which to go cruising on the Spanish Main, in the hope of taking a rich Spanish galleon homeward bound from Cartagena and Portobello, deep laden with the riches of Peru and Mexico. Out of these semi-pirate adventurers developed the buccaneers, a ruffianly, daredevil lot who feared neither God, man, nor death. By the middle of the 18th century, piracy was on the wane, and practically had died out by the beginning of the 19th, the final thrust that destroyed it being given by the American and English navies in the North Atlantic and West Indian seas. But by this time piracy had degenerated to mere sea robbing, the days of gallant and ruthless sea battles had passed, and the pirate of those decadent days was generally a Spanish-American half-breed with no courage, a mere robber and murderer. The advent of the telegraph and of steam-driven ships settled forever the account of the pirates, except in China, when even to this day accounts reach us through the press of piratical enterprises. But never again will the black, rakish-looking craft of the pirate, with the Jolly Roger flying, be liable to pounce down upon the unsuspecting and harmless merchantmen. The books devoted to the lives and exploits of buccaneers and pirates are few. Indeed, but two stand out prominently, both masterpieces of their kind. One, The Buccaneers of America, or a true account of the most remarkable assaults committed of late years upon the coasts of the West Indies, etc., was written by a sea surgeon to the buccaneers, A.O. Exquemelin, a Dutchman, and was published in Amsterdam in 1679. Many translations were made, the first one in English being published in 1684 by William Crooke at the Green Dragon, without Temple Bar, in London. The publication of this book was the cause of libel action brought by Sir Henry Morgan against the publisher. The buccaneer commander won his case and was granted £200 in damages and a public apology. In this book, Morgan was held up as a perfect monster for his cruel treatment to his prisoners, but although Morgan resented that very much, the statement that annoyed him much more was that which told the reader that Morgan came of very humble stock and was sold by his parents when a boy to serve as a laborer in Barbados. The greatest work on pirates was written in 1726 by Captain Charles Johnson. The original edition, now exceedingly rare, is called A General History of the Pirates, from their first rise and settlement in the island of Providence to the present time, and is illustrated by interesting engravings. Another edition, in 1734, is a handsome folio called A General History of the Lives and Adventures of the Most Famous Highwaymen, etc., to which is added a genuine account of the voyage and plunders of the most notorious pirates, and contains many full-page copper plates by J. Basir and others. The pirates are given only a share in the pages of this book, but it has some very fine engravings of such famous pirates as Avery, Roberts, Lowe, Lowther, and Blackbeard. The third edition of the History of Pirates of 1725 has a quaint frontispiece showing the two women pirates, Anne Bonny and Mary Read, in action with their swords drawn upon the deck of a ship, while the fourth edition, published in 1726 in 2 volumes, contains the stories of the less well-known South Sea rovers. After studying the subject of piracy at all closely, one cannot but be struck by the number of pirates who came from Wales. Welshmen figure not only amongst the rank and file, but amongst the leaders. Morgan, of course, stands head and shoulders above the rest. It is curious how certain races show particular adaptability for certain callings. Up to 200 years ago, the chief pirates were Welshmen. Today, most of the haberdashers hail from the same land of the leek. It would be interesting to try and fathom the reason why these two callings, at first sight so dissimilar, should call forth the qualities in a particular race. Perhaps some of our leading haberdashers and linen drapers will be willing to supply the answer. I sometimes wonder what happens to the modern pirates. I mean the men who, had they lived 200 years ago, would have been pirates. What do they find to exercise their undoubted if unsocial talents and energies today? Many, I think, find openings of an adventurous financial kind in the city. Politics, again, surely has its buccaneers. One can imagine, for example, some leading modern politician, let us say a Welshman, who, like Morgan, being a brilliant public speaker, is able by his eloquence to sway vast crowds of listeners, whether buccaneers or electors, a man of quick and subtle mind, able to recognize and seize upon the main chance, perfectly ruthless in his methods when necessity requires, and one who, having achieved the goal on which he had set his ambition, discards his party and followers, as Morgan did his buccaneers after the sacking of Panama. Nor is Europe today without a counterpart to the ruffian crews who arrogantly defied the world and declared war on all nations. One great difficulty which the author of this work is met with is to decide who was and who was not a pirate. Certain friends who have taken a kindly, if somewhat frivolous, interest in the compilation of this work have inquired if Sir Francis Drake was to be included, and it must be admitted that the question is not an easy one to answer. The most fervent patriot must admit that the early voyages of Drake were, to put it mildly, of a buccaneering kind, although his late voyages were more nearly akin to privateering cruises than piracy. But if, during the reign of King Philip, a Spaniard had been asked if Drake was a pirate, he would have certainly have answered yes, and that without any hesitation whatsoever. So much depends upon the point of view. In the 1814 edition of Johnson's History of Highwaymen and Pirates, the famous Paul Jones holds a prominent place as a pirate, and is described in no half measures as a traitor. Yet I doubt if in the schools of America today the rising young citizens of God's own country are told any such thing, but are probably and quite naturally taught to look upon Paul Jones as a true patriot and a brave sailor. Again, there is Christopher Columbus, the greatest of all the explorers, about whom no breath of scandal in the piratical way was ever breathed, who only escaped being a pirate by the fact that his was the first ship to sail in the Caribbean Sea. For there is little doubt that had the great navigator found an English ship lying at anchor when he first arrived at the island of San Salvador, an act of piracy would have immediately taken place. For the student who is interested, there are other writers who have dealt with the subject of piracy, such as the buccaneers Ringrose, Cook, Funnel, Dampier, and Cowley; Woodes Rogers with his Voyage of the South Seas; Wafer, who wrote an amusing little book in 1699 describing his hardships and adventures on the Isthmus of Darien. Of modern writers may be recommended Mr. John Masefield's Spanish Main, The Buccaneers in the West Indies by C.H. Herring, and the latest publication of the Marine Research Society of Massachusetts entitled The Pirates of the New England Coast. And last but far from least, the works of Mr. A. Hyatt Verrill. The conditions of life on a pirate ship appear to have been much the same in all vessels. On procuring a craft by stealing or by mutiny of the crew, the first thing to do was to elect a commander. This was done by vote amongst the crew, who elected whoever they considered the most daring amongst them and the best navigator. The next officer chosen was the quartermaster. The captain and the quartermaster once elected, the former could appoint any junior officers he chose, and the shares in any plunder they took was divided according to the rank of each pirate. The crew were then searched for a pirate who could write, and when found, this scholar would be taken down to the great cabin, given pen, ink, and paper, and after the articles had been discussed and decided upon, they were written down, to be signed by each member of the crew. As an example, the articles drawn up by the crew of Captain John Phillips on board the Revenge are given below in full. Number 1. Every man shall obey civil command. The captain shall have 1 full share and a half in all prizes. The master, carpenter, boatswain, and gunner shall have 1 share and quarter. Number 2. If any man shall offer to run away, or keep any secret from the company, he shall be marooned, with 1 bottle of powder, 1 bottle of water, 1 small arm and shot. Number 3. If any man shall steal anything in the company, or game to the value of a piece of 8, he shall be marooned or shot. Number 4. If at any time we should meet another marooner, that is pirate, that man that shall sign his articles without the consent of our company shall suffer such punishment as the captain and company shall think fit. Number 5. That man that shall strike another whilst these articles are in force shall receive Moses' law, that is 40 stripes, lacking 1, on the bare back. Number 6. That man that shall snap his arms or smoke tobacco in the hold without a cap to his pipe, or carry a candle lighted without a lanthorn, shall suffer the same punishment as in the former article. Number 7. That man that shall not keep his arms clean, fit for an engagement, or neglect his business, shall be cut off from his share, and suffer such other punishment as the captain and the company shall think fit. Number 8. If any man shall lose a joint in time of an engagement, shall have 400 pieces of 8, if a limb, 800. And number 9. If at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her without her consent shall suffer present death. These formalities took time, and much argument, and the drinking of many bowls of punch, and when once settled, the next business was to make a flag. The Jolly Roger, consisting of a human skull and 2 crossed thigh bones, was generally portrayed in black and white. Some crews prefer to study in red and white. More enterprising captains with imagination and taste, such as Captain Bartholomew Roberts, who was a truly remarkable man and the greatest pirate who ever declared war upon the world, aimed at something more elaborate. Roberts flew several flags, all made to his own design. On one was depicted a human anatomy, holding a rummer or glass of punch in one bony hand and a flaming sword in the other. Another favorite flag of Robert's had a huge portrait of himself, sword in hand, and 2 skulls. Another had a skeleton, standing with either foot firmly placed on a skull, and under one skull were embroidered the letters A.B.H., under the other A.M.H., which letters stood for a Barbadian's head and a Martinican's head, to warn any inhabitant of either of these islands what to expect if he was so unfortunate as to be taken prisoner by Bartholomew, who never forgot nor forgave 2 occasions on which he was very roughly handled by ships from Barbados and Martinique. The weak point in all pirate ships was the lack of discipline. Time and again some successful enterprise almost completed was thrown away by lack of discipline. No captain could be certain of his command or crew. If he did anything they disapproved of, the crew would throw him in chains into the hold or as likely overboard and elect another. It is on record that one ship had elected 13 different commanders in a few months. Some of the big men retained their commands, Roberts holding the record for a pirate of 4 years until his death, while Bartholomew Sharp holds the record for a buccaneer. Having procured a vessel, perhaps little more than a fishing boat, sometimes only an open rowboat, the embryo pirates would paddle along some coast until they came across an unsuspecting craft, one not too big for the desperadoes to attack. Hiding their arms, they would row alongside, and then suddenly, with shouts and curses, board the vessel, kill any who resisted, and start a cruise in their new ship. Their numbers being increased by volunteers, or forced men from amongst the prize's crew. Cruising thus, the pirates would gradually get together a small fleet of the fastest and best sailing vessels among their prizes and increase their crew as they went along. Both the buccaneers and the pirates had their favorite haunts and places of rendezvous. These had to be within easy sailing distance of one or more regular trade routes, and at the same time had to be in some quiet spot unlikely to be visited by strange craft, and, besides being sheltered from storms, must have a suitable beach on which their vessels could be careened and the hulls scraped of barnacles and weeds. The greatest stronghold of the buccaneers was at Tortuga, or Turtle Island, a small island lying off the west coast of Hispaniola. Here, in their most piping days, flourished a buccaneer republic, where the seamen made their own laws and cultivated the land for sugar-cane and yams. Occasionally the Spaniards or the French, without any warning, would swoop down on the settlement and break up the small republic, but sooner or later the buccaneers would be back once again in possession. The favorite and most flourishing headquarters of the West India pirates was at New Providence Island in the Bahama Islands, occupied today by the flourishing town of Nassau, now the headquarters of those worthy descendants of the pirates, the bootleggers, who, from the old port, carry on their exciting and profitable smuggling of whiskey into the United States. The numerous bays and islands lying off the coast of South Carolina were very popular with the freebooters in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, while Port Royal in Jamaica was noted from early days as the port from which the most famous buccaneers sailed for the Spanish Main, and to which they returned with their plunder. The French filibusters and pirates mostly used the Virgin Islands, while the Dutch patronized their own islands of Curaçao, Saba, and St. Eustatius. But the buccaneers did not allow the chance of nationality to divide them, for Frenchmen, Englishmen, and Dutchmen, all brethren of the coast, sailed together and plundered the Spaniard in open and equal friendship. An entirely different group of pirates arose in the South Seas, with their headquarters in Madagascar. Here the pirates went further towards forming a permanent society than at any other time during their history, with the exception of the Barbary corsairs, who had their strongly fortified settlements for many years at Algiers, Tunis, and Salé. The origin of the buccaneers is interesting, and I cannot do better than quote the opening chapter of Clark Russell's Life of William Dampier in the English Men of Action series published by Messrs. Macmillan in 1889. He writes, "In or about the middle of the 17th century, the island of San Domingo, or Hispaniola as it was then called, was haunted and overrun by a singular community of savage, surly, fierce, and filthy men. They were chiefly composed of French colonists, whose ranks had from time to time been enlarged by liberal contributions from the slums and alleys of more than one European city and town. These people went dressed in shirts and pantaloons of coarse linen cloth, which they steeped in the blood of the animals they slaughtered. They wore round caps, boots of hogskin drawn over their naked feet, and belts of raw hide in which they stuck their sabers and knives. They also armed themselves with firelocks, which threw a couple of balls each weighing 2 ounces. The places where they dried and salted their meat were called boucans, and from this term they came to be styled buccaneers, or buccaneers as we spell it. They were hunters by trade and savages in their habits. They chased and slaughtered horned cattle and trafficked with the flesh, and their favorite food was raw marrow from the bones of the beasts which they shot. They ate and slept on the ground. Their table was a stone, their bolster the trunk of a tree, and their roof the hot sparkling heavens of the Antilles. The Spaniards, who were jealous of any other nation than their own having a foothold in America, determined to get rid of these wild but hitherto harmless buccaneers. This they accomplished, and in time drove the cattle hunters out of Hispaniola, and to make sure that the unwelcome visitors should not return, they exterminated all the wild cattle. This was the worst mistake the Spaniards could have made, for these wild men had to look for other means of supporting themselves, and they joined the freebooters, and thus began the great period of piracy which was the cause of the ultimate breaking up of the Spanish power in the West Indies. Of the life on board buccaneer and pirate ships a somewhat hazy and incomplete picture reaches us. The crews were usually large compared with the number of men carried in other ships, and a state of crowded discomfort must have been the result, especially in some crazy old vessel cruising in the tropics or rounding the Horn in winter. Of the relationship between the sea rovers and the fair sex it would be best perhaps to draw a discreet veil. The pirates and the buccaneers looked upon women simply as the spoils of war, and were as profligate with these as with the rest of their plunder. I do not know if I am disclosing a secret when I mention that my friend, Mr. Hyatt Verrill, who is an authority on the subject of the lives of the pirates, is about to publish a book devoted to the love affairs of these gentry. I confess to looking forward with pleasure and a certain degree of trepidation to reading his book, and to seeing how he will deal with so delicate a subject. We know that Sir Henry Morgan was married and provided for his widow in his will. Captain Kidd, wife and child, resided in New York, in the utmost conjugal happiness and respectability, but then Kidd was a martyr and no pirate. Captain Rackham, the dashing Calico Jack, ran away to sea with the woman pirate, Mrs. Anne Bonny, and they lived together happily on board ship and on land, as did Captain and Mrs. Cobham. The only other pirate I know of who took a wife to sea with him was Captain Pease, who flourished in a half-hearted way, half-hearted in the piratical, but not the matrimonial sense, in the middle of the 19th century. A certain settler in New Zealand in the early days describes a visit he paid to Captain Pease and his family on board the pirate's handy little schooner, lying at anchor in a quiet cove at that island. On stepping aboard, the guest was warmly welcomed by a short, red-faced man, bald of head and rotund in figure, of about 55 years of age. His appearance suggested a successful grocer rather than a pirate. On the deck were seated 2 ladies, one nearing middle-aged, the other young and undoubtedly pretty. At the feet of these ladies sprawled several small children. Captain Pease proceeded to introduce his guests to these as Mrs. Pease No. 1 and Mrs. Pease No. 2. The ladies continued their sewing while a conversation took place on various subjects. Presently, taking out his watch, the pirate turned to the younger lady, observing that it was nearing tea time. Mrs. Pease No. 2, laying down her sewing, went to the cabin, from which the rattle of teacups and the hiss of a boiling kettle were soon heard. Tea being announced as ready, the party entered the cabin. Mrs. Pease Sr. taking the place at the head of the table and pouring out the tea, while the younger Mrs. Pease very prettily handed round the cups and bread and butter. The guest particularly noticing with what respect and thoughtfulness she looked after the wants of the elder Mrs. Pease. As a pirate, Captain Pease was second or even third rate, confining his daring to seizing small unarmed native craft or robbing the stores of lonely white traders on out-of-the-way atolls. But as a married man he showed himself to be a master. Matrimony was his strong suit, domesticity his trump card. He gave one valuable hint to his guests, which was this: never take more than 2 wives with you on a voyage, and choose 'em with care. One is apt to disassociate serious matrimony and still less responsible paternity with the calling of piracy, but with Captain Pease this was far from being the case. Every one of his wives, for he had others on shore, contributed her mite or two to the growing family, and the captain really could not say which of his offspring he was most proud of. It seems at first strange that a man of Captain Pease's appearance, figure, and settled habits, almost humdrum, should have been such an undoubted success with the ladies. But that he was a success there can be no doubt. Perhaps his calling had a good deal to do with his attraction he had for them. Before bringing this preface to a conclusion, there is one other aspect of piracy upon which I will touch. Death, portrayed by a skeleton, was the device on the flag beneath which they fought, and a skeleton was forever threatening to emerge from its cupboard aboard every pirate vessel. The end of most of the pirates and a large proportion of the buccaneers was a sudden and violent one, and few of them died in their beds. Many were killed in battle. Numbers of them were drowned. Not a few drank themselves to death with strong Jamaica rum, while many of the buccaneers died of malaria and yellow fever contracted in the jungles of Central America, and most of the pirates who survived these perils lived only to be hanged. It is recorded of a certain ex-prize fighter and pirate, Dennis McCarthy, who was about to be hanged at New Providence Island in 1718, that, as he stood on the gallows, all bedecked with colored ribbons, as become a boxer, he told his admiring audience that his friends had often, in joke, told him he would die in his shoes. And so, to prove them liars, he kicked off his shoes amongst the crowd, and so died without them. The trial of a pirate was usually a rough and ready business, and the culprit seldom received the benefit of any doubt that might exist. If he made any defense at all, it was usually to plead that he had been forced to join the pirates against his wish, and that he had long been waiting for an opportunity to escape. Once condemned to death, and the date of execution decided, the prisoner, if at Newgate, was handed over to the good offices of the prisoner ordinary, or, if in New England, to such vigorous apostles of Christianity as the Reverend Cotton or the Reverend Increase Mather. The former of these two famous theologians was pastor of the North Church in Boston, and the author of a very rare work published in 1695 called An History of Some Criminals Executed in This Land. Cotton Mather preached many a hanging sermon to condemn pirates, a few of which can still be read. One of these, preached in 1704, is called A Brief Discourse, occasioned by a tragical spectacle of a number of miserables under sentence of death for piracy. The Reverend Doctor made a specialty of these hanging sermons, and was a thorough master of his subject, as is shown by the following passage taken from the above Brief Discourse. The privateering stroke so easily degenerates into the piratical, and the privateering trade is usually carried on with an unchristian temper, and proves an inlet unto so much debauchery and iniquity. On the Sunday previous to an execution, the condemned pirates were taken to church to listen to a sermon, while they were exhibited to the crowded and gaping congregation. On the day of the execution, a procession was formed, which marched from the gaol to the gallows. At the head was carried a silver oar, the emblem from very early days of a pirate execution. Arrived at the gibbet, the prisoner, who always dressed himself in his or someone else's best clothes, would doff his hat and make a speech. Sometimes the bolder spirits would speak in a defiant and unrepentant way, but most of them professed a deep repentance for their sins and warned their listeners to guard against the temptation of drink and avarice. After the prisoner's death, the bodies of the more notorious pirates were taken down and hanged in chains at some prominent spot where ships passed, in order to be a warning to any mariners who had piratical leanings. The number of pirates or buccaneers who died in their beds must have been very small, particularly amongst the former, and I have been able to trace but a single example of a tombstone marking the burial place of a pirate. This is, or was until recently, to be found in the graveyard at Dartmouth, and records the resting place of the late Captain Thomas Goldsmith, who commanded the Snapdragon of Dartmouth, in which vessel he amassed much riches during the reign of Queen Anne, and died, apparently not regretted, in 1714. Engraved upon his headstone are the following lines: Men that are virtuous serve the Lord, and the devils by his friends adored, and as they merit get a place amidst the blessed or hellish race. Pray then ye learned clergy show, where can this brute Tom Goldsmith go, whose life was one continual evil, striving to cheat God, man, and devil. End of The Pirates' Who's Who, giving particulars of the lives and deaths of the pirates and buccaneers by Philip Gosse. Read by Ken Tolber.
Questions of Divorce by G. K. Chesterton, 1874 to 1936. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. I have just picked up a little book that is not only brightly and suggestively written, but is somewhat unique, in this sense, that it enunciates the modern and advanced view of woman in such language as a sane person can stand. It is written by Miss Florence Farr, is called Modern Woman, Her Intentions, and is published by Mr. Frank Palmer. This style of book I confess to commonly finding foolish and vain. The new woman's monologue wearies, not because it is unwomanly, but because it is inhuman. It exhibits the most exhausting of combinations, the union of fanaticism of speech with frigidity of soul, the things that made Robespierre seem a monster. The worst example I remember was once trumpeted in a review. A lady doctor, who has ever afterwards haunted me as a sort of nightmare of spiritual imbecility. I forget her exact words, but they were to the effect that sex and motherhood should be treated neither with ribaldry nor reverence. It is too serious a subject for ribaldry, and I myself cannot understand reverence towards anything that is physical. End of quote. There, in a few words, is the whole twisted and tortured priggishness which poisons the present age. The person who cannot laugh at sex ought to be kicked, and the person who cannot reverence pain ought to be killed. Until that lady doctor gets a little ribaldry and a little reverence into her soul, she has no right to have any opinion at all about the affairs of humanity. I remember there was another lady trumpeted in the same review, a French lady who broke off her engagement with the excellent gentleman to whom she was attached on the ground that affection interrupted the flow of her thoughts. It was a thin sort of flow in any case, to judge by the samples, and no doubt it was easily interrupted. The author of Modern Woman is bitten a little by the mad dog of modernity, the habit of dwelling disproportionately on the abnormal and the diseased. But she writes rationally and humorously, like a human being. She sees that there are two sides to the case, and she even puts in a fruitful suggestion that, with its subconsciousness and its virtues of the vegetable, the new psychology may turn up on the side of the old womanhood. One may say, indeed, that in such a book as this our amateur philosophizing of today is seen at its fairest, and even at its fairest it exhibits certain qualities of bewilderment and disproportion which are somewhat curious to note. I think the oddest thing about the advanced people is that, while they are always talking of things as problems, they have hardly any notion of what a real problem is. A real problem only occurs when there are admittedly disadvantages in all courses that can be pursued. If it is discovered just before a fashionable wedding that the bishop is locked up in the coal cellar, that is not a problem. It is obvious to anyone but an extreme anti-clerical or practical joker that the bishop must be let out of the coal cellar. But suppose the bishop has been locked up in the wine cellar, and from the obscure noises, sounds of song and dance, etc., it is guessed that he has indiscreetly tested the vintages round him. Then, indeed, we may properly say that there has arisen a problem, for upon the one hand it is awkward to keep the wedding waiting, while, upon the other, any hasty answering of the door might mean an episcopal rush and scenes of the most unforeseen description. An incident like this, which must constantly happen in our gay and varied social life, is a true problem because there are in it incompatible advantages. Now, if woman is simply the domestic slave that many of these writers represent, if man has bound her by brute force, if he has simply knocked her down and sat on her, then there is no problem about the matter. She has been locked in the kitchen, like the bishop in the coal cellar, and they both of them ought to be let out. If there is any problem of sex, it must be because the case is not so simple as that, because there is something to be said for the man as well as the woman, and because there are evils in unlocking the kitchen door, in addition to the obvious good of it. Now I will take two instances from Miss Farr's own book of problems that are really problems, and which she entirely misses because she will not admit that they are problematical. The writer asks a substantial question squarely enough. Is indissoluble marriage good for mankind? And she answers it squarely enough. For the great mass of mankind, yes. To those like myself who move in the old world dream of democracy, that admission ends the whole question. There may be exceptional people who would be happier without civil government. Sensitive souls who really feel unwell when they see a policeman. But we have surely the right to impose the state on everybody if it suits nearly everybody, and if so, we have the right to impose the family on everybody if it suits nearly everybody. But the queer and cogent point is this, that Miss Farr does not see the real difficulty about allowing exceptions, the real difficulty that has made most legislators reluctant to allow them. I do not say there should be no exceptions, but I do say that the author has not seen the painful problem of permitting any. The difficulty is simply this, that if it comes to claiming exceptional treatment, the very people who will claim it will be those who least deserve it. The people who are quite convinced they are superior are the very inferior people. The men who really think themselves extraordinary are the most ordinary rotters on earth. If you say nobody must steal the crown of England, then probably it will not be stolen. After that, probably the next best thing would be to say anybody may steal the crown of England, for then the crown might find its way to some honest and modest fellow. But if you say those who feel themselves to have wild and wondrous souls, and they only may steal the crown of England, then you may be sure there will be a rush for it of all the rag, tag and bobtail of the universe, all the quack doctors, all the sham artists, all the demi-raps and drunken egotists, all the nationless adventurers and criminal monomaniacs of the world. If you say that marriage is for the common people, but divorce for free and noble spirits, all the weak and selfish people will dash for the divorce, while the few free and noble spirits you wish to help will very probably, because they are free and noble, go on wrestling with the marriage. for it is one of the marks of real dignity of character not to wish to separate oneself from the honour and tragedy of the whole tribe. All men are ordinary men. The extraordinary men are those who know it. The weakness of the proposition that marriage is good for the common herd, but can be advantageously violated by special experimenters and pioneers, is that it takes no account of the problem of the disease of pride. It is easy enough to say that weaker souls had better be guarded, but that we must give freedom to George Sand, or to make exceptions for George Eliot. The practical puzzle is this, that it is precisely the weakest sort of lady novelist who thinks she is George Sand. It is precisely the silliest woman who is sure she is George Eliot. It is the small soul that is sure it is an exception. The large soul is only too proud to be the rule. To advertise for exceptional people is to collect all the sulks and sick fancies and futile ambitions of the earth. The good artist is he who can be understood. It is the bad artist who is always misunderstood. In short, the great man is a man. It is always the 10th-rate man who is the superman. Miss Farr disposes of the difficult question of vows and bonds in love by leaving out altogether the one extraordinary fact of experience on which the whole matter turns. She again solves the problem by assuming that it is not a problem. Concerning oaths of fidelity, etc., she writes, "We cannot trust ourselves to make a real love knot unless money or custom forces us to bear and forbear." End quote. There is always the lurking fear that we shall not be able to keep faith unless we swear upon the book. This is, of course, not true of young lovers. Every first love is born free of tradition. Indeed, not only is first love innocent and valiant, but it sweeps aside all the wise laws it has been taught, and burns away experience in its own light. The revelation is so extraordinary, so unlike anything told by the poets, so absorbing, that it is impossible to believe that the feeling can die out. Now this is exactly as if some old naturalist settled the bat's place in nature by saying boldly, "Bats do not fly." It is as if he solved the problem of whales by bluntly declaring that whales live on land. There is a problem of vows, as of bats and whales. What Miss Farr says about it is quite lucid and explanatory. It simply happens to be flatly untrue. It is not the fact that young lovers have no desire to swear on the book. They are always at it. It is not the fact that every young love is born free of traditions about binding and promising, about bonds and signatures and seals. On the contrary, lovers wallow in the wildest pedantry and precision about these matters. They do the craziest things to make their love legal and irrevocable. They tattoo each other with promises. They cut into rocks and oaks with their names and vows. They bury ridiculous things in ridiculous places to be a witness against them. They bind each other with rings and inscribe each other in Bibles. If they are raving lunatics, which is not untenable, they are mad solely on this idea of binding and on nothing else. It is quite true that the tradition of their fathers and mothers is in favour of fidelity, but it is emphatically not true that lovers merely follow it. They invent it anew. It is quite true that the lovers feel their love eternal and independent of oaths, but it is emphatically not true that they do not desire to take the oaths. They have a ravening thirst to take as many oaths as possible. Now this is the paradox. This is the whole problem. It is not true, as Miss Farr would have it, that young people feel free of vows, being confident of constancy, while old people invent vows having lost that confidence. That would be much too simple. If that was so, there would be no problem at all. The startling but quite solid fact is that young people are especially fierce in making fetters and final ties at the very moment when they think them unnecessary. The time when they want the vow is exactly the time when they do not need it. That is worth thinking about. Nearly all the fundamental facts of mankind are to be found in its fables, and there is a singularly same truth in all the old stories of the monsters, such as centaurs, mermaids, sphinxes, and the rest. It will be noted that in each of these, the humanity, though imperfect in its extent, is perfect in its quality. The mermaid is half a lady and half a fish, but there is nothing fishy about the lady. A centaur is half a gentleman and half a horse, but there is nothing horsey about the gentleman. The centaur is a manly sort of man, up to a certain point. The mermaid is a womanly woman, so far as she goes. The human parts of these monsters are handsome, like heroes, or lovely, like nymphs. Their bestial appendages do not affect the full perfection of their humanity, what there is of it. There is nothing humanly wrong with the centaur except that he rides a horse without a head. There is nothing humanely wrong with a mermaid. Hood put a good comic motto to his picture of a mermaid: "All's well that ends well." It is perhaps quite true. It all depends which end. Those old wild images included a crucial truth. Man is a monster, and he is all the more a monster because one part of him is perfect. It is not true, as the evolutionists say, that man moves perpetually up a slope from imperfection to perfection, changing ceaselessly so as to be suitable. The immortal part of a man and the deadly part are jarringly distinct, and have always been. And the best proof of this is in such a case as we have considered, the case of the oaths of love. A man's soul is as full of voices as a forest. There are 10,000 tongues there, like all the tongues of the trees, fancies, follies, memories, madnesses, mysterious fears, and more mysterious hopes. All the settlement and sane government of life consists in coming to the conclusion that some of those voices have authority and others not. You may have an impulse to fight your enemy or an impulse to run away from him, a reason to serve your country or a reason to betray it, a good idea for making sweets or a better idea for poisoning them. The only test I know by which to judge one argument or inspiration from another is ultimately this, that all the noble necessities of man talk the language of eternity. When man is doing the 3 or 4 things that he was sent on this earth to do, then he speaks like one who shall live forever. A man dying for his country does not talk as if local preferences could change. Leonidas does not say, "In my present mood I prefer Sparta to Persia." William Tell does not remark, "The Swiss civilization, so far as I can see, is superior to the Austrian." When men are making commonwealths, they talk in terms of the absolute, and so they do when they are making, however unconsciously, those smaller commonwealths which are called families. There are in life certain immortal moments, moments that have authority. Lovers are right to tattoo each other's skins and cut each other's names about the world. They do belong to each other, in a more awful sense than they know. End of Questions of Divorce by G.K. Chesterton.
Rugby School, from everyday life in our public schools, sketched by headmasters of Eton, Winchester, Westminster, Shrewsbury, Harrow, Rugby, and Charterhouse, edited by Charles Eyre Pascoe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rugby School. 1. Its history. In a previous chapter, it has been remarked that Shrewsbury School, which was primarily designed as a free grammar school for the boys of that town and of the county of Salop, has, from various causes, been chiefly supported of late years by scholars drawn from all parts of the kingdom. At Rugby we have an example of similar kind, which affords, at the same time, a striking illustration of how, by efficient management and sound teaching, a school may rise from a mere village class to be one of the most important educational institutions of the country. Rugby School had not the advantage of being started under favor of a king's patronage. It possessed no powerful aristocratic influence to bring its benefits more strongly within view of the public. It had no connection with ancient abbey or cloistral school to give it an importance in the eyes of the laity. It was founded by an unpretending tradesman, whose only claim to notoriety in his lifetime seems to rest on an anecdote related of him in Fox's Book of Martyrs, which shows him to have been a man who was extremely loyal to the cause of the Reformation, and very zealous in maintaining his principles. The name of this honest citizen, the founder of Rugby School, was Lawrence Sheriff. He was a grocer of London and member of the guild of his trade, and in addition, probably in the capacity of tradesman by appointment, to use a modern expression, was a servant of the lady, afterwards Queen, Elizabeth, and sworn unto her grace. It appears that Sheriff laid an information before the commissioners sitting at Bonner's, the Bishop of London, house, beside St. Paul, against one Farrer and Haberdasher, touching evil words spoken of the Lady Elizabeth. Farrer was accustomed to frequent the Rose Tavern in Newgate Street, whose hostelry was likewise a place to which Sheriff himself resorted. It fell out on a certain day, when the latter was in the tavern, that Farrer, being in his cups, spoke very loudly and rudely against the Princess Elizabeth. He said that Jill, meaning the princess, had been one of the chief instigators of Wyatt's rebellion, and before all was ended, she and all the heretics, her followers, should well understand it. Some of them, said Farrer, growing excited and thumping his fist on the table, hope that she shall have the crown, but she and they, I trust, that so hope shall hop headless, or be fried with faggots before she come to it. Sheriff was unable to restrain his indignation at the varlet Haberdasher, calling his lady Jill, and prophesying such evil of her and her supporters, Sheriff himself, of course, being of the number, and forthwith he went and laid an information before Bonner. As might have been expected, the bishop took the haberdasher's part, and soothed the matter over, being of opinion that Farrer had only meant well to the Catholic religion, and though he spoke his meaning roughly, was by repute a loyal citizen, and not given to breaking the Queen's peace. In the end, Sheriff was desired to go his ways home, and think no more of the affair. This anecdote furnishes the only instance, we believe, in which historical allusion has been made to Lawrence Sheriff, the founder of Rugby School. The grocer seems to have been a thrifty man, and prosperous in his business. His mother and father were natives of Rugby, and we may suppose that he himself was born there, although no positive record of this, we believe, exists. Dying in London in the year 1567, he requested that his body might be buried in the parish church of Rugby, next his parents, and bequeathed the main portion of his estate to 2 trustees to found a school there. This school was to be ruled by an honest, discreet, and learned man, who was to instruct, without fee or reward, directly or indirectly, such of the boys of Rugby, and of any place lying within 5 measured miles of Rugby, who sought admission to it. Certain almshouses were to be built side by side with the school, and the school, its masters, and the almhouses were to be severally known forever as the school, schoolmaster, and almshouses of Lawrence Sheriff, grocer. The present great prosperity of Sheriff's foundation may be traced to 2 sources. By will, Sheriff devised £150 in money, and what little property he held at Rugby and Brownsover, in the county of Warwick, for the purpose, among other things, of building a fair and convenient schoolhouse at the former village. Shortly after executing this will, he revoked a clause in it giving to trustees a sum of £100 in money, which sum, together with that already bequeathed, was doubtless intended to provide a salary for the master, and executed a codicil substituting in lieu the grant of 1/3 of 24 acres of land belonging to him in Middlesex. The particular situation of these few acres has since made them immensely valuable. The 8 acres of land were situate in the conduit close of Gray's Inn's Fields, which many years after his death became one of the most fashionable parts of London. A century or so ago the houses in Lamb's Conduit Street and Great and Little Ormond Streets, standing on Sheriff's 8 acres near the Foundling Hospital, were inhabited by that section of London society which is now its location at the west end of the metropolis. The rents in these streets were high, and long afterward, when fashionable London, owing to the enormous extension of the business quarters of the city, had been driven 2 or 3 miles further westward, the income arising from Lawrence Sheriff's bequest has not decreased in value. While the Rugby and Brownsover property barely sufficed to provide a site for the school and almshouses which he had ordered to be built, the few acres of land in Middlesex which he substituted for his legacy of £100 produced in course of time a very large return, at the present amounting to nearly £6,000 annually. But for the codicil which Sheriff unexpectedly executed, his school at Rugby might never have risen above the rank of an unobtrusive village charity. From that circumstance it became one of the most considerable schools in the kingdom. In the earlier stages of its existence it was at the point of being closed, owing to misapplication of funds by one of the trustees, the survivor of the 2 who were appointed under Sheriff's will. Other frauds upon the trust property eventually led to some inhabitants of Rugby looking into the matter, and by a body of trustees was appointed by the Court of Chancery, with the universal consent of the townspeople. These trustees were principally selected from among the nobility and gentry of the county, and Lawrence Sheriff's school began to prosper. As soon as it became known that it was well managed, scholars were attracted to it, and in due course Rugby School was resorted to by boys of all classes of Warwickshire society. The sons of the powerful and the rich, and the sons of persons of humbler station in life, alike shared in the advantages which Sheriff's School offered. After languishing under the embarrassment of a scanty revenue for the best part of a century, due to the peculations of a trustee, the first dawn of its present splendor began to appear. From the year 1777, the history of Lawrence Sheriff's School has been the record of one continuous success, unalloyed with even the vestige of a financial trouble. The other source of Rugby's prosperity, and one which was the means of placing it permanently in the front ranks of English educational institutions, was the fortunate selection, in 1828, of Dr. Arnold as headmaster. From that date began a new era in public school education, which not only affected the welfare of Lawrence Sheriff's School, but more or less the welfare of every public school in the kingdom. Considerations of space prevent us from entering minutely into the various incidents of Dr. Arnold's career at Rugby. All that we can hope here to do is to endeavor to point out the more important changes in school management which he inaugurated. For years it had been the custom, and vastly too much the custom, at our public schools for the headmaster to stand at a distance from his scholars, to act, as it were, the part of an austere potentate towards them. He only cared for them to approach him when they came within his class in the school, and ordinarily he took no greater interest in their progress and welfare than that implied in his office of chief school instructor. He was simply a schoolmaster, and they were simply scholars. It was his duty to teach and to maintain a kind of discipline, theirs to learn and to keep order. The less the general body of boys came within the ken of the headmaster out of school, so much the better for the boys, so much the pleasanter for the headmaster. If the allotted portions of Latin and Greek were fairly learnt in school time, matters went well, the boys went free. If they were careless and indifferent in their studies, they were flogged, and so paid the penalty. Of course, at times an individual interest was felt in some promising boy, and he was taken in hand for the future honor of the school, but such instances were few and far between. Election of foundationers to the university generally went as a matter of course, quite irrespective of classical or other qualifications, and so long as they could pass muster before the statutory examiners in a mere farce of examination, the headmaster's conscience was satisfied. As a rule, he considered that his chief duties were to teach and to flog, and having acquitted himself of those duties with as much energy as he could command, he desired to be left alone with the boys as little as possible. With the undermasters it was mostly a case of follow their leader. Ordinarily, they took no interest in the boys out of school, and considered that their own work began and ended with the ringing of the school bell. There was no real discipline existing in any of our great public schools. Bullying of the worst kind, and fagging and open rebellions and still greater faults were ruining their morale and prestige when Arnold received his appointment as headmaster of Rugby. Then began a revolution in the whole system of public school education in England. Arnold's first object after entering upon office was to get together at Lawrence Sheriff's School a society of intelligent, gentlemanly, and active men, who would serve not only as masters in the ordinary sense of the word, but as friends and advisers of the boys. He made it a sine qua non of appointing an undermaster that he should engage on his part to teach out of school as well as in school, classics and mathematics in the one case, morality in the other. If the master could not or would not enter heartily into the interest, honor, and general respectability of the society which he had joined, he must resign and make way for another. After a short struggle, Arnold succeeded in attracting the men whom he desired to have around him. Having done this, he gave them a joint interest with himself in the school's welfare, by placing under their charge the boys' boarding houses, which had hitherto been under the management of irresponsible persons, only indirectly, to the extent of their pockets, concerned in the school's prosperity. Each undermaster became directly responsible to the headmaster for the discipline and moral tone of the boys he controlled. In addition to this, each housemaster was appointed a private tutor. He privately instructed the boys belonging to his house, and his own class in open school as well. In this way the education was greatly improved, and each master had a direct personal motive in doing his utmost to teach with care the scholars committed to his charge. A judicious rivalry was at once created among the masters and among the boys. It soon became known abroad whose boarding house stood at the top of the school register in point of good conduct and thoroughness in schoolwork, and the master of that house reaped the benefit in pocket and honor as well. Having thus settled reforms in the school system, Dr. Arnold turned his attention to the boys. He gave them to understand that they were no longer to be treated as wild animals, fit only to be suspected, anathematized, and flogged, but as reasonable beings and gentlemen. He went among them, studied their thoughts and feelings, sympathized with them in their work, watched them in their games, and generally interested himself in their school customs and traditions. He became, in fact, one of their little society, and made the boys respect themselves by the mere force of the respect he himself showed them. If a man told Dr. Arnold that such a thing was so, he would answer, "If you say so, that is quite enough. Of course I believe your word." And as Dean Stanley tells us, there grew up in consequence a general feeling at Rugby that it was a shame to tell Arnold a lie. He always believes one. In the old system of school punishments, he at once made a great alteration. The boys were in future to be led, not driven. Corporal punishment was, in Dr. Arnold's view, a thing to be abhorred, degrading in itself, and quite unnecessary, except as a severe warning to the refractory. Hitherto boys had been flogged indiscriminately, the weakling and the strong, the boy grossly and notoriously immoral, and the lad guilty of a venal offense only, the dunce from sheer incapacity to learn, and the dullard from absolute wilfulness of character. punishments Dr. Arnold kept as much as possible in the background. For mere school offenses he rarely had recourse to them, except in the way of impositions. He once got out of patience, and spoke sharply to a pupil, a plodding fellow, with little of the acute intellect about him. The pupil looked up in Dr. Arnold's face, we quote from Dr. Stanley, and said, "Why do you speak angrily, sir? Indeed, I am doing the best I can." The headmaster of Rugby used to tell this story, and declare that the pupil's look and speech he could never forget. He had never felt so much ashamed in his life. As might be supposed, a man who could feel so was not likely to punish hastily himself, or to suffer others to do so. The boys of Lawrence Sheriff School began soon, not as heretofore, to hate and fear their headmaster, but to hang upon his very footsteps. Another innovation introduced by Arnold into the management of Rugby was the monitorial system, the ancient prefect system of Winchester modernized. He selected the oldest and the strongest and the cleverest of the boys, in other words, the members of the sixth, to govern the rest of the school, and so forever, as far as Rugby was concerned, put an end to the lawless tyranny of physical strength. He named these boys praepostors, exacting various services of them, and awarding them certain privileges, and to them he looked as the ordinary correctors of the ordinary evils of a public school. Fagging he retained, but in a modified form. It was made the exclusive right of the sixth to fag, and not the privilege by might of every big boy and bully in the school. Lastly, Dr. Arnold founded the chapel and its services, and preached to the boys those well-known sermons, whose principal purpose was to make Rugbyans brave, honest, true-hearted Christian gentlemen. Such, in brief, were some of the reforms worked by Dr. Arnold at Rugby. No headmaster ever did so much for his own pupils, or for the cause of English education generally, as Dr. Arnold. Any notice of Rugby School would be alike incomplete, and lacking in the most essential and interesting chapter of its history, that omitted to give prominence to his services as headmaster, and to recognize the immense debt of gratitude which Rugbyians in particular, and the great schools of England in general, owed to his memory. There are few historical facts of interest connected with Lawrence Sheriff School, and none sufficiently so to be related at length. Its history is purely modern, and may be said to date from the appointment of Dr. Arnold. The visitor to Rugby will naturally consult the pages of Tom Brown, rather than any more ancient volume, to learn the more interesting matters to keep in memory in going over the school. He will be attracted principally to the school close, the vantage ground of that hero's most interesting exploits, and to the library and school chapel, which are especially the scenes of Dr. Arnold's labors. The schoolhouse, big school, and the Arnold Library will furnish matter for reflection, and only in the sense of being associated with the period of Rugby's history which we have just related. 2. The School Life, by M.E. Sadler, late head of the schoolhouse, Rugby. Few boys enter a public school without a certain degree of nervousness, lest by any conspicuous mistake they may at the outset place themselves in a ridiculous position, and so gain a notoriety which does not easily leave them. This shyness, though in general an indication of well-bred reserve, is yet not without its disadvantages, and in the case of Rugby may be easily obviated by a foreknowledge of the chief customs and manners of the school. To become a Rugbyian, then, it is essential that an entrance exam should be passed, the standard of which necessarily varies with the numbers of the school and of the applicants for admission, but which is never so high as to present any great difficulty to a well-trained boy. Parents naturally desire to accompany their sons to the examination, thinking thus to encourage them and tide them over the first day or two in a strange place. Competent authorities have, however, set their face against this custom, being of opinion that clever boys are often seriously impeded by an over-anxiety to please their fathers, whom they know to be waiting outside for the result, and that duller lads are frequently made to lose heart by the too ready sympathy of their mothers, to whom the very name of examination suggests thoughts as dolorous as unpractical. A boy should therefore come alone, or should be left alone before the examination begins. As to dress, it is advisable for him to appear in a coat and waistcoat, and the ordinary tall hat of polite society, as school rules forbid light suits and minutely classify the various straw hats which Rugby boys may wear. There is no point of which the new boy is so susceptible to ridicule as costume. It is well, therefore, to enter into details, which in another case would be unnecessary. The standard school straw hat is speckled black and white, of a pattern best procured in Rugby itself. Anyone may wear a black riband his first term, but colored ribbons are only allowed by etiquette to boys of 3 terms standing. Scholars, or those elected to foundation scholarships, wear no distinctive dress as at Eton, Winchester, and Westminster. The examination being over, there is posted on big school door a list of the successful candidates and the forms in which they are placed. Rugby life begins next day in real earnest. The bedrooms are astir about 6:30 in all weathers, except in the very depth of winter, when an extra half-hour is allowed. Morning chapel is at 7, and first lesson a quarter of an hour after. This is always a form lesson, and is prepared the night before. After breakfast, which is served at 8:15, work begins again at 9:15. Before the morning is over, every boy will have to prepare for and be present at 2 more lessons of 1 hour each. At 1:30 comes dinner, and on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday there is no more school after this hour. But on Wednesday and Friday, and 2 Mondays out of 3, the boys have 4th and 5th lesson. Every 3rd Monday, traditionally called middle week, is also a half holiday, but for what reason and who started the arrangement, it is not known. On winter half-holidays, football is generally played after 3 o'clock calling over. In the summer, most cricket is played before CO at 5. The tea hour is 6 on whole school days and 5 on half-holidays. 4 days a week, the lower boys in the house learn their work under supervision of a master, from 7:30 until 9. This is called preparation. All the other boys work in their studies, and in the passages you hear the hum of construing and disjointed fragments of well-known authors translated into English, less idiomatic than literal. The monotony being broken at times by a shout of laughter from some study where work does not progress as it might do. By 9 o'clock most lessons are finished, and supper, consisting of bread and cheese, is provided. At 9:30 house prayers are read, and after prayers, bed, most lights being out by 10:30. Such is the ordinary daily routine upon which a boy enters after admission at Rugby, and it would be hard to find one in which a fairer division of work and play is made. To most boys the possession of a study all to himself will be a novelty. Let no one, however, expect too much, for he will find a schoolhouse study, a little den, some 9 feet long, 7 broad, and 8 high, with a small iron-barred window, on the ledge of which rests a flower-box, the furniture consisting of a tiny sofa, chair, stool, and table, with 2 bookcases, one on either side of the door, and cupboards beneath them. Most of the studies have a dado of dark oak paneling, some 3 feet high, the rest of the wall being decorated with pictures, brackets, stuffed birds, stags' heads, and other ornaments, the more the better. Some of the more pretentious can boast a mirror, hired in town, but only 2 a fireplace, as the house is warmed by hot air. Nailed to the door here and there, a horseshoe may be noticed, the relic of some former occupants of sporting or superstitious disposition. Though in these little cabins draughts rush in from every point of the compass, and you are too cold with the window open and too hot with it shut, there are worse places in the world than a schoolhouse study when you have drawn the curtain and lighted the candles. There are 60 studies in all in the house, the first 40 boys having single studies, the next 40 sharing the remaining 20 between them. The first week of a boy's life at Rugby is, of course, devoted more to sightseeing than to anything else. The place is strange and must be explored. Its customs are manifold and should be understood. Accordingly, by rule, a new boy is exempt from fagging for the first fortnight. It is possible, indeed, by entering into the upper school, to avoid fagging altogether, but this is a difficult feat, achieved only by about 5 fellows in the course of a year. At the end of the first fortnight, however, the new boy, now no longer a probationer, is admitted into the full fellowship and duties of the school. In the schoolhouse, this initiation is attended with certain ceremonies, not perhaps altogether desirable, which may be as well described. After prayers, all the house troop upstairs to one of the big bedrooms, those who have been in the house 2 years entering the room, while the others stand in a crowd at the door. The new boys are then called upon, in school order, to sing to this very critical and outspoken audience. The victims stand on one of the old wooden bedsteads, flanked by 2 small boys, each holding one of those tin sconces called at Rugby parishes. If the lad select a popular tune for a taking chorus, and sing it with any semblance of melody, he gets tremendously applauded. But if, from nervousness or want of musical ability, he should break down or only mumble through his song, the proper chorus is ignored, and Rule Britannia substituted with intense vehemence by the bystanders. Stories are told to this day of the fearful tortures with which failures used in older times to be visited, but these now exist only in tradition. Much may be said against this singing custom, and many reformers have at first sight felt it their duty to attack it, but in practice we have found it not indefensible. The ceremony in itself is quite orderly, and the presence of the praepostors in a body is a bar to bullying. Its advantages lie in the moral courage acquired in singing the song, and in the ready fellowship awarded the new boys by other members of the house after this formal introduction. Of course, to many thick-skinned boys, the ordeal will not appear in the least degree formidable. The sensitive, to whom it is more trying, will be better able to appreciate the established position in the schoolhouse to which a good song well sung entitles them. Fagging, to which young Rugbyians are now introduced, is at first an amusement. According to schoolhouse tradition, it always begins in the same way. The 6th, with the exception of 2 told off to keep order in hall, have breakfast and tea in a sort of common room of their own at the top of the house, used also as a library, and called oddly enough 5th form room, although the 5th are only allowed to enter it for an hour and a half in the evening, and for the rest of the day it is sacred to the 6th. When that august body want anything at meals, plates, knives, salt, or the like, one of their number goes on to the landing, and leaning over the banisters, shouts out in a strident tone, only to be acquired after considerable practice, "Fag!" In answer to this call, from all parts of the house, like rabbits from their burrows, rush the fags, and as the last boy gets the work, they rush along as fast as they can. The schoolhouse is an old rambling place with long dark passages and many sharp corners, but a clever fag manages to answer a call with a swiftness and security truly wonderful. On the first night of the new boy's fagging, this calling fag becomes quite a ceremony. At tea time the new boys listen eagerly for their first call. Presently it is heard. "Fag!" shouts everybody else in the hall, taking up the call, an unnecessary reminder, for almost before the first call is over, the new boys have started wildly up, and dropping bread and butter, spilling tea, and jostling one another in blind excitement, are rushing upstairs. Before one grows accustomed to the exercise, it is no easy task to rush at full speed up 3 flights of twisting, dark, and slippery stairs. The leading fag almost always falls, and the others on the top of him. Then ensues a free fight who shall get up first. At length the fags reach the top, breathless and dishevelled and excited. This state of things is looked for by the 6th fellows, who, however, always sternly rebuke the fags for making such a row, and finally send them away crestfallen and silent. Such is the new boy's introduction to fagging. How much of it he has to do depends very much on his house and on his masters. By law, indeed, 6th fellows may compel fags to do anything for them, and at any time, except the work of fielding at cricket, But custom has narrowed, and is ever narrowing the exercise of this law. It's a general rule at the appointed times of breakfast, tea, and supper, fagging is still a burden. But during the rest of the day a fag is practically free. He may, it is true, have now and again to take a message, or to get some socks after football, but the bulk of his work comes at the above defined hours. Some of the Sixth are more exacting than others, but martinets are growing rarer every year. In the schoolhouse, during the spring and winter terms, a fag has to toast for the Sixth every night at tea time, one piece being the regular portion, and woe to him if he be detected in scraping it. Generally, the Sixth are very sharp about their toast, but not so very long ago, a very leery fag toasted his piece over the gas on a blacking knife, and so successfully that, when he brought it up to the fifth form room, he was actually complimented on his toasting. But this feat demanded great dexterity, and to imitate it might prove disastrous. In some houses the fags have to light the six fellows' fires. In all they are responsible for the cleanliness of their master's studies. Each praepostor has 2 special fags told off to him for the purpose of cleaning his study, and in return he generally looks after them in some way or other, helping them in their schoolwork when they are in difficulties, and leaving them a picture as a legacy and memorial of their connection. But all 6 fellows are not so conscientious, nor are all study fags, and many of the latter scamp their work disgracefully. Of course, every Rugby boy will remember how in Tom Brown the praepostor puts scraps of paper underneath his tablecloth to see whether his fag would clear them away or leave them undiscovered, and accordingly, even to this day, an unscrupulous fag will first look under the tablecloth, and then throw down a few hypocritical tea leaves outside his master's door, and afterwards depart. A schoolhouse study does not provide sanctuary or asylum from the demands of the Sixth. Even there a fag must heed the loud voice of the sixth fellow shouting for him, and must leave letters, lessons, or cookery to answer the call. So small are some of the studies that to get out of them quickly is a difficult, indeed almost impossible task, and oftentimes a boy, in his frantic haste to get free, will drag the cloth off his table, and so bring books, candles, and spirit lamp in disastrous confusion to the floor. At Rugby a boy gets most fagging in the first term, because he has then to run at the very first call of fag. In his second term he answers the second call, in his third only the third, and so forth, so that if at the end of 2 years he is still a fag, he is practically exempt from fagging. None of the fag's duties are debasing, and none arduous. Their very multiplicity warns a boy what unnecessary trouble he may give his own servants by and by exacting too frequent attention, and above all most fags learn that it is pleasanter to serve a master who says thank you than a master who does not. Beyond all question, the Rugby game is football. In the Christmas term, of course, it is paramount, and a Rugby boy looks forward to it in the summer, and regrets it in the spring. He honors good football players, and despises bad. He will talk football shop in season and out of season, and often cares more about cockhouse than for all the rest of his work and play put together. There are some Rugbyians who regret this hereditary mania for football, and think that it cramps the mind and narrows the sympathies. But be this as it may, all who have witnessed the sight will agree that a football match at Rugby is a very pretty sight. After calling over, on a foreign match day, the whole school troops out into the close, and takes up its position round the touch-line of Old Big Side, that famous spot where have been done all the great deeds which a Rugby boy never wearies to hear spoken of, and which it is his greatest pride to tell. Under the lofty elm trees, now shedding their autumn leaves in a rich shower of variegated hue, and standing out in clear outline against the pale sunset of a November day, stand the sombre lines of boys, relieved here and there with the bright color of the house caps. In the midst, striving to win distinction for the school and for themselves, are the players, their white flannels soiled by mud, showing how desperate grows the scrimmage. Now the line of spectators, cheering some clever run, will press forward, now it will waver, as the praepostors beat it backward with their canes, and now again it bursts out into a frenzy of excitement as, after a long struggle, the enemy begins to lose ground. And when at the end of the game the great assemblage breaks up into groups of 2s and 3s, one may see how eagerly each brilliant piece of play is being discussed, and can imagine how distinctly the match will be remembered by each small boy, to whom to be in the school 15 seems an honor which can hardly be excelled, and which to him as yet seems quite unattainable. The old rugby game of 20-a-side is much slower than that played with 15, but the former is preferable for school purposes in that it keeps more boys employed, from there being only a limited number of grounds available. It is important that as many as possible should play in each game, with the exception, therefore, of foreign matches when rugby is bound in courtesy to adapt herself to the usages of her enemies. All football is played there by 20s. As football is compulsory on all members of the school, not exempt by medical certificate, the first joy in a boy's life is to be in his house 20. The first honor he gets is to be allowed to wear his flannels. The origin of this expression is as follows. Previous to 1876, the regular football dress was a pair of white linen ducks, and to be given your flannels was held to be a material and comforting advantage. Nowadays, health considerations compel all boys to wear flannels, but the old term still survives. By and by a boy earns his cap, a velvet skull cap with a gold or silver tassel, at first very gorgeous, but acquiring value with shabbiness. A cap at rugby is a very powerful stimulant for good, for while it confers on its possessor an enviable independence, and puts him beyond the pale of all menial duties, it imposes on him as well a certain obligation to live decently before his fellows, and to observe all the punctilios of good form. Probably the reason of this is that a boy to get his cap must have sufficient strength to enforce his own way, and so the cap comes to be regarded as a symbol of unexerted power, and is respected accordingly. Rugby caps, once sarcastically styled nature's noblemen, form one half of the school aristocracy, the preposters the other. If the two aristocracies work together in a house, that house is well managed and happy. If on the other hand they thwart and oppose each other, the house is miserable. But to bring together and maintain the concert of two aristocracies, chosen for such different qualifications, needs no little tact and judgment. The members of both aristocracies, it may be remarked, can practically fag boys. The sixth by the well-known law of the school, the caps by virtue of their prowess. A master perhaps would not recognize this latter right, but still it exists in the tradition of the school. The caps are, however, wise in their generation, and abstain from any conspicuous parade of power, while the six have been known, by a too liberal enforcement of their strict rights, to excite a harassing opposition, only to be overcome by a more judicious use of the prerogative. Rugby athletes pride themselves on their runs almost as much as on their football. The surrounding country within a radius of some 6 miles is mapped out into some dozen runs, each beginning and terminating at rugby, and once a year on an average every run is gone over by Big Side or by a house. The bags in which the hares carry their almost unnecessary paper are the symbols of authority, and are handed down by the holder on leaving to a successor of his choice. The best runner generally being chosen. Each house has a holder of its bags to manage its house runs, but the greatest honor is to hold the school bags, and to manage Big Side, the main difference between house runs and Big Side runs being that in the former, the small boys are waited for and helped along by the bigger runners, while in the latter it is every man for himself. At rugby only those who have been in the school 5 terms, and are also members of upper school, are exempt from house runs. All others, unless forbidden by a doctor, must run. It is calling overtime, or CO as rugbyans always term it. Everyone is trooping into big school to answer to his name. Down the long room the preposters of the week walk keeping order with their canes. Near to the door stands the master, and in turn form after form presses up to answer and be off. It is a wet day. A scrap of paper fixed to the wall, and signed by the head of the school and the head of the 11, forbids football in the close. Accordingly, the holder of the Big Side bags has announced a Big Side run. The best long-distance runners in each house, chosen by a tacit understanding, assemble at the start. Without delay the hares are dispatched. Off they run, making the best of their 10 minutes law. Soon the timekeeper shouts out, 1 minute more, and all the runners strip off their coats and make ready. Time up, go, is the next command, and at one bound off rushes the whole field. Speedily some old runner takes the lead, and before half a mile has been done, a long straggling line of white can be discerned across the landscape. Whether the run be the short and swift Bilton, the ever-flooded Willoughby and Woolscote, or the interminable Crick, the time of every runner will by and by be taken and compared with the times recorded in the last 20 years. So in a Rugby Big Side, a boy is competing not only with the runners of one particular afternoon, but with those of the past and those who may come in the future. And welcome indeed it is, towards the end of a long run, when the air is frosty and the chill evening is closing in, to see ahead the black line of spectators round the finish, and to know that the field is away behind you. When at length you sit down to tea after your exertions, there comes a glow of satisfaction from difficulties surmounted, which amply repays the toil. Nowadays there seems to be rather a prejudice against long-distance running, but it would be hard to devise an exercise at once so exhilarating and profitable. Many Rugby boys would never know the beauties of Warwickshire scenery were it not for those runs, and few can learn in any shorter or better way the lessons of endurance and pluck which they teach. The secret of long-distance running, said a famous runner, is to clench your teeth and never give in. Many a Rugby boy will be able to corroborate this. Another feature of Rugby athletics is the school steeplechase, which is run down the Clifton Brook on a 1.5-mile course, marked out afresh year by year by the stewards, with the deliberate purpose that no runner may come to the end unwetted. The flags cross and recross the brook some 40 times in its deepest places, and not unfrequently mark out hedge jumps. As the steeplechase comes off in March, the runners are completely numbed before the race is over, their legs cruelly scratched by the thorns, and their clothes soaked through and through. Some maintain that a steeplechase should be a straightforward race across country, with every advantage given to a good jumper. At Rugby, a steeplechase is merely a severe test of staying power and endurance. So far as mere enjoyment goes, the summer term is the happiest at Rugby. Cricket not being compulsory, boys are more their own masters than at any other time. And the stern discipline of the Christmas and spring terms make them appreciate independence the more keenly. If a boy does not play cricket, he may join the Natural History Society, a flourishing and many-sided institution, and either seek flowers with the botanical section, or butterflies with the entomological, or churches with the archaeological, or fossils with the geological. And if he likes to get away from Rugby into the very lovely country around, he may go long walks, a favorite safety valve for Rugby energy, or bestride a bicycle. Calling over is the only limit to his amusements. He may go wherever he likes, except to the railway station, but he must be back by 5. Leave of absence is, however, not hard to obtain, and masters take a pleasure in organizing excursions. Then, in hot weather, a pleasant resort is the splendid swimming bath in the Close. If a boy prefer a swim in the open air, he may find deep pools in the lazy Avon flowing, as in Shakespeare's time, twixt peonied and lilied brims, down by Church Lawford in the meadows, or at Agonet, where the river curves below a wooden bank, than which no perfect place for a dip is to be found, were it not that the farmers sometimes lie in wait for bathers and disturb their sport. At Rugby there is nothing so bad for boys as loafing, and the various means devised to arrest the loafer form a special feature of the school life. The fine reading room and library called after Bishop Temple, the museum bearing the name of Dr. Arnold, the gymnasium fitted with every contrivance for developing muscle, the many fives courts, the workshops where are already lathes and all manner of tools for intending immigrants, and where soon will be a steam engine, the debating society, the Rifle Corps, with its yearly camp in Stoneleigh Deer Park, and last but most important of all, the Art Museum, a splendid room full of engravings and other works of art, already purging Rugby of much of its Philistinism. All these attract numbers of boys who would otherwise be listless and unenergetic. Every loafer must show a turn for something, and how to discover that turn and best develop it for the boy's own profit is one of the chief problems of a great school. Rugby claims to be solving the problem, and certainly the results are not unnoteworthy. We have thus sketched the main features of Rugby life. There yet remains much to be told. We might, for instance, have described the concerts held twice a year, when the boys, packed in a sort of cage gallery at one end of Big School, shout the Floreat and listen eagerly for the jokes of the Viva la, the June speeches when the prizemen recite their compositions, and the sixth act scenes from Greek and Latin plays, little understood but much applauded by the audience. The athletic sports in March, when for 2 days the school shouts itself hoarse with cheering the competitors, the great football matches of autumn, when the sixth play the school, or the old rugs, the present or the 2 cockhouses, the rest, and all those festive occasions might have been dwelt upon at length, but that we are warned to stop. Perchance some of the younger readers of this book may by and by experience these pleasures for themselves. In that event we can wish them no better fortune, whether their names be handed down to posterity on the exhibition board or in the lists of the cricket pavilion, than that they should be able to say their work has been well done, their duties honorably discharged, and that Rugby is the better and not the worse for their existence. End of Rugby School, edited by Charles Eyre Pascoe.
The Sage of Vienna by Anonymous, from the Popular Magazine, August 20, 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Sage of Vienna by Anonymous. There are not many people left in this now completely discovered world who have not formed some sort of notion about Professor Sigmund Freud, the father of modern psychoanalysis. Copious references to Herr Doctor have been made in newspapers, in the records of courts of civil and common law, in the literature of advertising, in popular songs from Broadway and Vienna jazzeries, and in the 11 large volumes of the scientist's works, which have been translated into the English, Dutch, Russian, Swedish, Magyar, French, and Italian languages. And this spring the psychoanalyst celebrated his 70th birthday at his quiet home in Berghaus, Vienna. And although Professor Freud is a very wise man, he can never lay claim to the gabardine of the prophet, for in his youth he inscribed these unprophetic words upon the white sheets of his diary: I should be able to support myself, but science will take no notice of me in my lifetime. The end of The Sage of Vienna by Anonymous.
Social Control by Edward Ellsworth Ross. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Social Control. Even when sociology outgrows the stage of vealiness, so that the question, what is society, can be relegated from the beginning of a textbook to the end, we shall still feel the need of expressing in a few words the characteristics that mark off a true society from all manner of aggregates and combinations of men. This compels us to look for these marks, and having found them to arrange them in order of importance, the essential features first, the non-essential last. In seeking that which is most distinctive in society, it is not necessary to pause at the threshold, finger on lip, and contemplate the outlines of a colossal something, leviathan, superorganism, social body, or other amorphous monster, composed of millions of human beings, and having distinct parts, motions, activities, and aims. Society there certainly is, but it is better to begin the study of the human complex by studying its work, rather than by describing a half-mythical entity. We observe two broadly contrasted types of human life: the isolated, admitting only of the family, and the associated. Between these types of life, and between the men and women who lead them, are certain great contrasts that must be due to the presence or absence of association. By the difference between the lone man and the social man, between the associated state and the life of single units or pairs, we must gauge the sociologic problem. The changes that attend association afford the best evidence that there exists a source of influence worthy of most zealous study. It is by these signs and proofs of transforming power in the individual life that we come to discern in the human swarm the presence of what we call society. As the achievements of society are registered chiefly in the modifications wrought in men, we arrive at the nature of society by noting and comparing these modifications. What changes are outward and slight can never point to the very essence of a society, nor can those changes that go deep into the nature and life of men be merely its byproducts or refer to its secondary characteristics. The gradation in the changes that mark the social man justifies a corresponding gradation in the traits that distinguish the social aggregate from other aggregates. The organic concept of society has taught us to look upon mutual aid, division of labor, formation of industrial groups, specialization and exchange with its facilities for communicating and transporting as the underlying features of society, corresponding to the growing unlikeness of organs and functions, interdependence of parts, and unity seen in living bodies. But regarding them from our new point of view, they fail to justify any such preeminence. The practice of mutual aid causes, as such, no far-reaching change in the cooperating individuals. By this happy device of uniting strengths for such tasks as killing game, dragging a boat, or building a hut, desired results can be reached with less trouble in the isolated state. That is all. The kind of efforts is the same. They are altered only as regards times and amounts. When division of labor takes place, we have, it is true, a greater change in the life of the individual. The numerous unlike acts of the isolated man, in furtherance of the satisfaction of his wants, yield to the repetition of special operations not directly related to his wants. Occupation, surroundings, training, work discipline are greatly modified and lead to no small change in the man himself. The exchange of wares that comes with division of labor multiplies the interrelations of men by compelling the flaker, weaver, or skin dresser to communicate with others and to come to an understanding with them. As exchange develops and the distances between exchangers increases, some men can profitably charge themselves with the carrying of messages or the conveyance of goods, and thus set up a communicating and transporting system. These trite phenomena, rebaptized as circulatory system, internuncial apparatus, social nervous system, are supposed to open a broad vista into the very depths of social philosophy. Yet all that is absolutely bound up with this development is a complete change in the outward industrial activity of the individual, coupled with a growing power to satisfy his wants by means of this activity. The interrelations of men on which so much stress is laid need be in no sense relations of fellowship or sociability. One may adapt his craft to the likings of buyers, as the hunter suits his arts to the game, or the boatman times his strokes to the waves of the lake. Nor does the fact that the adaptation is reciprocal relieve the deadness of it. If, in the differentiating economic group, there is anything to hinder each from using his fellows, in furtherance of his private schemes in just the same spirit in which he would use farm animals or tools, it is not brought out in Mr. Spencer's sociology. The word organism, with its suggestion of complete unity, does not fit such a group. When, without change in motives, aims, or ends, individuals enter into and live in the associated states, merely that they may thereby gain their private ends by a new and easier route, the aggregate thus formed is a mechanical affair, no more organic than a board of trade, a factory group, or a whaling crew. It is dead mechanism, a handy combination form of great industrial efficiency, but no more. If this be the essence of social development, we may dispense with sociology, for the economist long ago described the social system of wealth far better than the sociologist has ever done, and that without aid from biology. It must be admitted, therefore, either that the phenomena of specialization, communication, and exchange are not the sole primary characters, or else that society is nothing more than the long familiar economic aggregate. When settled social life permits the greater knowledge that comes with division of labor and wider leisure to be integrated by aid of a communicating system, and to pass from generation to generation forming a living, growing trunk of sciences and arts, the outgrowth of the labors of countless individuals through many centuries, associated life is able to do much more with the individual. By contact with a body of social knowledge, his whole intellectual world is transformed. His ideas about the universe, about himself and about his relations to it and place in it, are revolutionized. His comprehension of substances, properties, and laws, and his power to seize and turn to account the forces of nature is magnified. And with all this his activities are again changed, and his efforts receive a new direction. Yet he is not straightway made into the social man. The individual may help himself gladly from the fund of transmitted knowledge. He may rely upon the labors of specialists. He may bow to the dicta of recognized authorities. He may increase his rate of absorption by assuming relations to more people. But if with it all he relentlessly pursues his egoistic aims, availing himself of the socially collected and transmitted knowledge to gain his goal the sooner, he makes of society a mere convenience. The associated state has ground to a finer edge the intellect nature has given him, and taught him to handle it with fuller knowledge, but his heart and will are those of the solitary man. To a cluster of such individuals thus cleverly availing themselves of their joint wit and art, encompassing their private and separate ends, we should hardly give the name society. A deeper change is wrought in a man when his judgment as to the worth of things is modified by the wisdom born of association. Not only does light as to the properties and laws of things help him to gain his ends, but knowledge as to himself, his body, and his mind, and as to the course of a man's life often affects his choice of ends. His estimates as to the relative worth of food, drink, shelter, cleanliness, ornament, safety, repose, action, offspring, or power, change with greater contact with other lives and fuller intercourse with men. The opportunity to compare experiences and gratifications leads to revision of values and modifies the intensity with which certain aims are pursued. Dormant desires are awakened by intercourse, suggestion, and imitation multiply wants, the range of choice broadens, the standard of life develops, new stimulus is supplied to exertion, and the whole man is made over. This reevaluation of experiences that comes with living in association reaches farther into human nature than anything we have yet considered, and must be deemed one of the most striking consequences of the social state. When, last of all, desire itself is altered in its fundamental direction, we have the greatest imaginable change of the individual. For the probe of science shows the innermost core of a man to be not his activities or perceptions, not his judgments or thoughts, not his opinions or beliefs, but his feelings. As Professor Ward shows, the part held to be the underlying kernel of man, the soul, can be nothing else than the feelings taken collectively, psychic factors of civilization, i.e., the desires, inclinations, preferences, aversions, hatreds, jealousies, hopes, aspirations, and longings. It is the feelings that constitute the person, and to them all activity, whether of body or of intellect, is strictly subordinate. They make the character, and so long as they are unreached, a man is himself, no matter how he may change in other respects. Let them be modified, and we describe the change with the emphatic word regeneration. So long as we are invited to observe in social development only such changes as are quite compatible with the feelings that belong to the isolated state, we may well doubt if there be in association anything truly organic. If desires be untouched, social organization is to those who embrace it simply a device, an expedient, a bit of economic tactics, while the social man is the lone man who has learned to utilize mechanism. The social evolution I have traced is logical, not chronological. As a matter of fact, there is no stage of development where the feelings are not greatly modified. In view of the discovery that incipient social life often consists, not in working together or mutual help, but in play and festivity, we might well assert that the influence of group life on the likings, aversions, and desires is more potent and pervasive than its influence on activities. But because the shaping pressure of the combined units on the individual is invisible and elusive, and causes interchanges not easily observed, while the structural and functional differentiation for economic effectiveness is visible and striking, and leads to readily observed outward changes in men's rank, actions, and groupings, sociology has neglected the impalpable psychic effects of association for the trite phenomena of economic aggregate. As the molding of the individual's feelings and desires to suit the needs of the group is the profoundest alteration of associated life, we must regard it as the highest and most difficult work of society, the achievement which most signally shows its presence and power. When an aggregate reacts on the aims of the individual, warping him out of his self-regarding course, and drawing his feet into the highway of commonweal, it merits the title of society, whether or not there be rule and obedience, division of labor, and exchange. It may be literally true that the chief formation of a long-drawn social life is not the relation of authority and subordination between parts of the group, not the gradation of its members into classes, not the systems of sustaining, transporting, or regulating organs, but certain ideals and standards, certain likes and dislikes, certain admirations and abhorrences, become common to its members. Here, then, I venture to suggest, is the ultimate test of association. The abiding of men in the same neighborhood without conflict is mere aggregation. The mind to tolerate or even to make use of each other by cooperation does not compel us to admit association. Not until the feelings have been changed in force and direction, not until the crossing and clashing of many desires has neutralized opposing impulses and achieved a kind of artificial parallelism of wills, must we predicate the presence of society with all its characteristic workings. We may regard the shaping received by the feelings and desires of the individual in the course of community life as due partly to social influence and partly to social control. These two making up the grand division of social phenomena I shall venture to call social ascendancy. Social influence means the ascendancy exercised over the individual by the throng of men in which he is embedded. The stimulus given to the lust for wealth by life in money-worshipping communities, the whetting the appetites received in profligate circles, the color the immigrant takes from the vices or aspirations of his adopted people, these exemplify social influence. It is the contagion of emotions, ambitions, desires. Though it may describe a stream of tendency one cannot stem, it results from the contact and intercourse of men as individuals. By social control, on the other hand, I mean that ascendancy over the aims and acts of the individual which is exercised on behalf of the group. It is a sway that is not casual or incidental, but is purposive and, at its inception, conscious. It is kept up partly by definite organs, formally constituted and supported by the will of society, and partly by informal spontaneous agencies that, consciously or unconsciously, serve the social interest and function under constant supervision from above. Though the two forms of ascendancy, social control and social influence, shade off into each other and appear much the same to the man who experiences them, they are profoundly different in that the former is a necessary social function, while the latter is a mere incident of association. The one is a collective term for certain phenomena of social life. The other is a developed system that challenges analysis and explanation. Social control must not be confounded with social coordination, on the ground that the latter, like the former, seeks to make certain rules or standards prevail. An ordinance requiring streetcars to stop at the further crossing, or directing passing teamsters to turn to the right, coordinates rather than controls. Control harmonizes clashing activities by checking some and stimulating others. Coordination combines activities already harmonious in respect to their ends. The rule that social calls should be made in the afternoon, rather than the forenoon, aims to coordinate certain activities, but the rule that in social intercourse one should avoid all topics that may wound the feelings of listeners aims to control them. As social life grows more complicated, it is of increasing importance that each shall know what to expect of others and what others expect of him. But the conventions aiming to secure happy adjustment of essentially harmonious actions, and hence needing no sanction, though phrased in the form of laws and scattered through the codes of society, are utterly different from the regulative portions dealing with incompatible aims and actions. Not all the social feelings have arisen in consequence of social ascendancy. The modern man and woman receives a fund of altruism, coming down from the relation of male and female, mother and offspring. Though developed by and for the sake of the family, it constitutes an emotional capital, helpful in soothing the way for the beginning of the social stage. Besides the pre-social inroads or primitive egoism, the many centuries of life in society have achieved a certain fitness of men for the social state. Not only has inter-society conflict extirpated the ill-compacted hordes and led to the survival of the best-knit groups, but even within the groups, perpetual elimination of the antisocial has sifted out the incorrigible stocks and permitted latter-day populations to be more and more made up of men whose desires admit of being bent into some kind of conformity to the conditions of group life. A person, therefore, enters the vast social organizations of today with an inherited fitness of feeling, partly owing to the fact that for generations his forebears have been strained through ever finer meshes of legal and moral requirement, and partly owing to a familial selection dating far back into the pre-social stage, but continuing with scarcely impaired efficacy down to the present time. The efficiency of the social system, into which the individual thus endowed is born, is tested by its power to shape him, far more thoroughly than his heredity has shaped him, to life in society, by its power to build on the foundation afforded by instinct, story after story of obedience and loyalty and public spirit. As soon as societies acquire this power, a striking change takes place in the significance of intergroup conflicts. Whereas formerly the group with the more altruistic members survived, now the victory often falls to the society with the better system of artificial control. Social disciplines are tested in intergroup conflicts, and in the long run, the more efficient survive. As the socializing of the members of a group is a process that has to do with the life, rather than the progress of society, the study of the system of control belongs to static rather than to dynamic sociology. Control is, like sustentation or defense, a function that must be continually exercised in order that society may live at all. Individuals may be socialized once for all, but in time the socialized material dies out, while new undisciplined persons are always coming onto the stage of action and requiring discipline. The system of control, like the educational system, is charged, not with revising the structure or functions of society, but with the shaping of individuals. It aims not at growth, but at an equilibrium, perpetually disturbed by changes in the personnel of society, and hence perpetually in need of being restored by the conscious effort of the group. Though our idea as to the best equilibrium changes from age to age, and though there is progress in the choice of means for securing the happy balance of interests, this is a movement outside of the system of control and superimposed upon it. The function of discipline aims at a static condition, and so belongs to static sociology. The device of ensuring greater harmony of social life, by segregation of the insubordinate and elimination of the criminal, aims, on the other hand, at progress and belongs to dynamic sociology. The thing does not have to be done over and over again in order to hold ground already gained. One such wholesome sifting lifts society to a higher level and achieves a more perfect equilibrium. If the self-purging of the group is continuous, the effects accumulate and the result is progress. Artificial control holds society to a given plane, but artificial selection raises it to higher and higher planes. This slow secular method of socializing the members of society belongs, therefore, to a different department of sociology, and lies outside of the field marked off for investigation. Were not all our thinking vitiated by the exigencies of the disciplinary system itself, it would not be necessary to clear the way for a study of social control by showing the need of it. Any straight, unhampered thinking, even that of an observant child, leads to the conclusion that there is a conflict between the aims of a man and the interests of his fellows, that is, of his social group. This is not to allege that man is by nature wholly egoistic, or that the keen pleasures and pangs felt on beholding the experiences of others are illusory or merely the vestiges of past associations of ideas. Biology has barred the attempt to dissolve the phenomena of sympathy into self-seeking by showing that the law of preservation of offspring is as firmly rooted in organic life as the law of self-preservation. The wonders wrought by a selective process working on variations quite prepares us to expect unselfishness as soon as the reproductive process reaches a certain stage of development, and in the light of facts collected by many workers, it is no longer difficult to trace the slender stem of altruism rising from the lower levels of mammalian life, side by side with the thicker and tougher trunk of egoism. Again, it is certain that the visible destruction of passionate, turbulent, or predatory men, whether by collision with other men or by conflict with the agents of society, occurring through scores of generations, compels us to look for a slow adaptation of men's natures to the requirements of healthful associated life. To doubt it is to deny that selection selects. On the other hand, it is inconceivable that in so short a time a rather languid improving process, operated by rejection of the few worst, rather than by selection of the few best, should have already carried our race across the interval that lies between the seething, explosive passions of the solitary man, and the self-devotion needed for harmonious communal life. This, moreover, when the tenderest and gentlest have likewise been sifted out, slain by violence, or self-rejected by celibacy. To affirm it, in face of the fact that the growing complexity of the social organization is always making new demands on human nature, is to assert that selection can achieve perfect adaptation of the species to the requirements of a changing environment. So lies the presumption. But the facts point the same way. Look at the countless clashings between the members of the group. Mark the cases of interference between the desires of the individual and the plain welfare of the community. Note the struggles everywhere going on between lawbreakers and the agents of the public. See how complex is the political machinery that must be set up in order to get common interests attended to without betraying society into the hands of rascals. Fathom the flood of blame, invective, appeal, exhortation, command that must be poured forth in order to stir laggards and self-seekers to social action. Observe these signs of social distrust of the individual and tell us if all that is needed to socialize men is to give them more light as to their personal interest. Some there are who admit the existence of unsocial men, but maintain that they are only a handful and that the mass of the population respond of their own accord to the requirements of social life. The apparatus of control, therefore, while needful to protect the group against the few evil disposed, does not send its influence very deeply into the life of the community, and is not one of the great systems of social organs. It will be found that those who take this view understand by control merely those restraints imposed by law and public sentiment. Their social units they endow with religious beliefs, moral distinctions, a full-fledged ethical code, a sense of honor and self-respect, various ideals and valuations of conduct, and heaven knows what besides. all of which, far from being instinctive, are products of education, and by their presence give signal proof that the more delicate devices of control have done their work so well that the cruder and more vigorous machinery need not be put into motion. Rash indeed would be the man who, if required to dispense, not only with law and usage, but with all religious faith, all distinctions as to the moral worth of types of conduct, all sense of duty, all pride and self-reverence, should undertake to build an orderly and stable society on the spontaneous sympathies and social instincts of men. The natural kindness of the human heart, while it is far from being the main pillar of the social edifice, has, beyond all doubt, the leading role in forming the family. It was developed in interest of offspring ages before association, and is, even today, the chief support of that venerable institution. While substitute motives, such as self-respect, sense of duty, or regard for appearances, stand in line ready to shore up the walls of the home, if they totter, it is sympathy originating in the specialized forms of sexual and parental love that preserves and renews from generation to generation the familial relations. Besides its services in behalf of the propagating organ of society, sympathy is valuable to the larger group as a stimulus to spontaneous aid and a mainspring of beneficence. With its timely help, it mitigates the vicissitudes of the individual life, averts the stroke of misfortune, lessens the smart of disaster, tones down the harsher inequalities of lot, and for the weaker ones, such as women, widows, children, and the aged, softens the rigor of individualistic competition. In its collective manifestation, sympathy fixes the legal status of the feeble and defective classes, determines the plane of comfort they shall enjoy at public expense, and is the parent of various forms of control, aiming to excite compassion on behalf of the unfortunate. In the form of pity for the victim and indignation at the oppressor, it authoritatively oversees all disciplines and subordinations in society. It throws the arm of the law about the more helpless, weighs and judges legal and social punishments, enforces a standard of humanity in private life, and intervenes actively between man and woman, parent and child, teacher and pupil, master and servant, officer and private, physician and patient, policeman and offender, warden and convict, employer and employee, railway and patron. Nor is sympathy without its services to the economic organization. It smooths daily intercourse, aids in binding together the members of an economic group, sometimes prompts men to abide by their promises and agreements, and helps even to keep men to the due performance of their appointed work. Indeed, the functions of physician, nurse, priest, or teacher can hardly be discharged, if some human kindness be not mingled with the services. But after the fullest and frankest recognition has been given to the role actually played by spontaneous altruism, nothing can be clearer than its utter inadequacy to the needs of a modern society. The success of social organization depends on each man, whether watched or unwatched, sticking to his appropriate work and interfering with no one else in his work. Each in doing his specialized task must trust that others will do certain things, at certain times, in certain ways, and will forbear from certain other things. This trust would be sadly misplaced if affection and impulse were all that could be relied upon. The degree of smoothness we actually attain in working the complicated organization of today is due to something else. Moreover, the tasks imposed on different individuals are so unlike in respect to hardship, and the rewards granted are so unequal, that sympathy is quite as likely to dissolve as to strengthen the social order. The very name, fellow feeling, suggests how repugnant to it is extreme disparity of condition. Looking from above, sympathy appears as compassion, the impulse to help another by denying oneself. Looking from below, it appears as envy, the impulse to relieve one's distress by sharing in the good fortune of another. In either case, extreme unlikeness of condition inspires feelings, which tend to lessen or remove that unlikeness. But the differentiating group is riddled with inequality, so that, did it trust itself to spontaneous feelings, apart from law and morality, it would be ground to powder between compassion and envy, as between the upper and the nether millstone. It is law and morality that make the solid bony framework of social order. Sympathy is but the connective tissue. Even if kindness might conceivably restrain the well-to-do from taking the house of the widow, the heritage of the orphan, or the staff of the aged, it would not protect the accumulations of the rich from the neediness of the poor. That sympathetic Lazarus should shiver in silence, lest he disturb the repose of Dives in his palace, that fraternal feeling should stay the hand of the hungry pheasant from the game of the park, lest the lord miss his accustomed pheasant at dinner, is downright unthinkable. Assuredly, then, it is not fellow feeling that makes the wheels of industry and commerce roll forward in their implacable course. Sympathy will stay the hand of the wife-beater, but it will not spurn the bribe nor spare the lie. It will snatch a child from trampling hoofs, but it will not keep the night watchman awake, or hold the contractor to the terms of his agreement. It will nerve the rescuing fireman, but it will not make the postman make trouble with a badly written address. It will give to the beggar, but it will not check the adulteration of goods. It will man the lifeboat, but it will not lead men to give just weight, to make returns to the assessor, or to slay their country's enemies on the battlefield. It will care for children, but it will not shun drunkenness or unchastity. The strength and the weakness of sympathy must now be apparent. Love of others will safeguard the family and a circle of friends, but it will not hold a man to his duty towards that large body of fellow citizens for whom he has no feeling but indifference. It will check men when the evil of a deed is sure to fall upon a known individual, but not when it lost in the vague mass called the public. One who will shrink from self-aggrandizement when the harm to others can be clearly visualized, will not hesitate at a foul deed when the consequences, though vast, are vague and indefinite. Tenderness of heart may withhold poison from one, but it will not withhold explosive kerosene or contaminated water from thousands. Blows that will fall on people, natural feeling may be able to avert, but it cannot protect social institutions such as marriage, property, the ballot, or free speech, from being trampled on in the rush for the spoil. And as social development is marked by the substitution of fixed impersonal relations for transient personal relations, leading to growth of institutions and increase of social structure, sympathy proves weak at just the point where the group welfare needs to be most staunchly defended against the assaults of self-interest. For all these reasons, social sentiment is less and less able to cope with the problem of subordination, and a growing reliance must be placed on other motives. I conclude, then, that rejecting as we must Mr. Kidd's hypothesis, that all rational reflection will land one in absolute egoism, and frankly recognizing the sociality ingrained in the nature of man, by an age-long family and social selection, we are still justified in affirming that this endowment is not the foundation of social order. What supports the social edifice is not innate goodwill but an artificial composition of sentiments, provided by society through its system of control. The necessity of social control being thus established, it is next in order to discover the trend of control. Before showing how social volitions get themselves executed, it is well to inquire the character of these volitions. In what direction is the conduct of the individual modified? This question can be answered by considering the kinds of conduct most compatible with the life, health, and welfare of the social group, and by inspecting the actual contents of legal and moral codes. It is plain that certain conditions are necessary in order to realize a continued life in any body of men in contact. Unless certain requirements of associated living are complied with, the group breaks apart or goes to ruin. There must be, in the first place, a tolerance that shuns wanton interference with the life, health, welfare, or freedom of others. There must be respect for ownership, guaranteeing that the object one has made or appropriated will not be torn from him by the power of a stronger. Whatever be the foundation or limits of recognized rights of property, there must prevail a sentiment that causes a good thing, in the hand or hut of another, to be differently regarded by a fellow member from the same object, lying unappropriated in forest or sea. Besides this, there must be certain observances in the relation of the sexes. The family is older than society and has its own conditions of life and health. If these be widely disregarded in any group, both family and group will come to ruin. These three, then, toleration, respect for ownership, and respect for marriage are the fundamentals of group life. To society they are what food, drink, and sleep are to the individual, or union of sexes and care of children are to the species. Warfare, so universal among primitive groups, and all important even for the societies of today, determines the next development of internal relations. Here we have the basis for a true selective process. A study that indicates those characteristics of a group that favor victory and survival amid intergroup conflicts marks the path of necessary social development. War tests not alone physical strength, but also the excellence of the social organization, and particularly of the group solidarity. The proportion of fighting men that can be got into the field is an element in the result. This, in turn, depends on the amount of social cohesion that has been developed. Indifference of the individual to the fate of the rest, of parts of a group to the fate of other parts, felt divergence of interest, jealousies, dissensions, internal strife, all point the way to ruin and must be provided against by resort to social control. Furthermore, within the fighting body certain qualities are of supreme importance. Such are loyalty and obedience to leaders, respect for superiors, comradeship and helpfulness, interest in the fate or welfare of one's companions. Finally, endurance, courage, fortitude, spirit of self-sacrifice, contempt for danger, hatred of the enemy, rage, warlike spirit, fierceness, and even cruelty are precious in the shock of battle. Besides these conditions of continuance, there are conditions of group welfare and happiness. Care of the old, faithfulness to agreements, honesty, veracity, helpfulness, generosity, hospitality, industriousness, humility, temperance, patience, public spirit, and obedience to law come to be recognized in the long run by the wise men of almost any group as favorable to general happiness, and therefore to be fostered by every means at the disposal of the community. On the other hand, it comes to be seen more or less clearly that greed, fraud, dishonesty, false testimony, unfaithfulness, hypocrisy, meanness, drunkenness, cruelty, vengefulness, insubordination, self-indulgence, and luxury, by leading into antagonism, collision, waste of energy, and disappointment, lessen the worth of associated life, and so ought to be repressed with all the sanctions that can be marshaled. While it may take centuries of social experience to disclose to a group the conduct best for its ends, it is likely that from the first, every effort on the part of the many to control the behavior of the individual will aim at some of the conditions here laid down. This theory of the direction of control can be verified by examining the facts. The legal, social, or moral codes actually enforced in a community express the social will, seeing they are collective products and intended to regulate conduct. The study of these, therefore, reveals the direction of social control. If we study undeveloped societies, we find no such formulations of the social will. If we study very advanced societies, we find the social will formulated into such general principles and abstract propositions that its true tendency does not appear on the surface. Moreover, as these ruling principles are entangled with systems of thought and made to appear of philosophical, theological, or ethical validity, their derivation from the self-interest of the group is not at once apparent. It is therefore necessary to examine codes at the moment of their greatest expansion, when the group will is registered, not in general formulas, but in a multitude of concrete commands. Taking the Mosaic Code as an example, we find that the laws it contains can be classified as follows. 1. Laws in the interest of the individual observing them. 2. Laws in the interest of persons with whom the subject is in relation. 3. Laws in the interest of an indefinite body, the public. 4. Laws in the interest of the institutions of the community. 5. Laws in the interest of the system of belief, which supplies the code with its chief sanction. 6. Laws in the interest of the system of ceremonial, designed to promote obedience to the code. 7. Laws in the interest of the enforcement of the code, and prescribing penalties and rewards. 8. Laws in the interest of the purity, perpetuity, and authority of the code itself. 9. Laws in the interest of a class. 10. Laws of unknown significance. Excluding 1, 9, and 10, we find that all the other classes of laws aim, directly or indirectly, at securing the above-described conditions of social continuance and happiness. While the first class seems to identify group welfare with individual welfare, all the others imply divergence of interest, and seek to safeguard the general interest at the expense of private liberty. While groups 2 and 3 aim at this directly, group 4 seeks the same end indirectly, while groups 5, 6, 7, and 8 pertain to the system of control, by which alone obedience is secured, and the preceding ordinances made effective. Putting aside the extraneous matter, which often obscures the real purpose of a code, I believe that all bodies of social requirements can be split up into the above groups. If this be true, our theoretical conclusion as to the direction of social control is strikingly confirmed. Another preliminary task appears, namely, to indicate the relation in which the study of social requirement and social control stand to ethics. Like theology or astrology, ethics as it stands today is a pseudoscience. It seeks to be at once a science of conduct as it presents itself to the individual, and a science of conduct as it presents itself to the group. Attempting to classify and weigh actions from these contradictory points of view, it succeeds in doing neither correctly, and so it falls ignominiously from the rank of science. Social ethics, or the study of conduct from the social standpoint, is and will be recognized as a department of sociology. The investigation of social friction, the study of the concessions of each to all, to the end that collisions may be avoided, the ascertainment of the acts most conducive to the maintenance of society when engaged in conflict, all these belong to static sociology. This does not mean that sociology is condemned to a restricted view of conduct, looking only to its influence on the group, and not at all to its effect on the individual himself. It is not a science of group tyranny, needing as a corrective to its one-sidedness, a science of ethics that shall regard conduct from the side of the individual. It is quite competent to comprehend in its view at once the benefits of restraints or sacrifices on the one hand, and their costs on the other, and to seek the point of equilibrium between them. It accordingly holds the balance true between the individual as restrained, and the individual as a member of the public, and hence beneficiary of the restraint. No science of ethics, therefore, can assist sociology to its conclusion. Sociology, then, is certain to absorb the objective or social department of ethics. But there is a subjective branch of ethics, which, if its basis be broadened from conduct of life, might constitute a science. It is legitimate to compare pains and pleasures, to study the reactions of conduct, to criticize estimates of utility, and to set up standards for judging experiences. The effects of grouping and contrast of gratifications may be shown. The laws of bodily and mental health may be formulated, to indicate the limits within which choices should be confined. Such an ethics would constitute a science of living, of getting the most into a life for the man who lives it. For the man who ignores other men, it would be profoundly egoistic. For the man of warm sympathies and refined tastes, it would commend no small part of the injunctions derived from social ethics. But in any case, this hedonistic science, taking the individual's point of view, would place all the restraining laws and customs of the social environment on a plane with the hampering restrictions of the physical environment, as disagreeable circumstances to be evaded, got rid of, or brought to terms as soon as possible. From the social point of view, such a body of doctrine would constitute an immoral rather than a moral science, and could not fail to bring on the head of the expounder a storm of denunciation. Few, in consequence, are the students of human life who in their investigations have held firmly to private interest, and have boldly formulated the conditions of happiness for the individual without regard to social consequences. Thinkers like Rabelais, Machiavelli, Gracian, Bacon, La Rochefoucauld, and Schopenhauer have treated the problem of personal life with cynical fearlessness and with more or less fullness. Most moralists, however, don the cowl the moment they begin a critique and comparison of subjective values. They champion the side of virtue, while affecting to advise as to the most prudent ordering of one's life. Though claiming to be experts in values and adepts in the art of getting the most out of life, and all the while professing loyalty to the interests of the individual they undertake to advise, they really hold a brief from society. They are disguised emissaries, unavowed apostles of social order, unaccredited agents of control, bent on jiving the individual rather than on sending him to his goal by the smoothest path. Under color of giving him friendly counsel, they betray him into the service of the community. In the cup they mix for him, they mingle doubt and scruple and qualm that sickly o'er the ruddy hue of native resolution. Such a moralist, with the one hand stroking the arching back of self-will and trimming its claws with the other, is a most useful, nay, even precious functionary of society. Not small is the service of him who, snaring with the bird-lime of eloquence or the silken net of fallacy that fell ravager the ego, spares the laborious pit or stockade. But if it be true that there is a divergence between the interests of the ordinary individual and the interests of the containing group, we cannot call such a one a scientist. The enthusiastic devotee of Chopin who, during a nocturne, tries to demonstrate to his unmusical fellow listeners that they must be feeling the raptures that thrill his soul, must be an abler propagandist than the lecturer on music. So the eloquent moral teacher, who seeks to convince the commoner order of men about him that the noble emotional experiences so supreme to him have absolute values that can be realized by all types of people, may be rarer and more precious than the scientific sociologist, but he is certainly not a scientist. In the light of these distinctions we may, therefore, divide those who profess the science of ethics into three groups. First, those who systematically examine experiences, ascertain their causes, groupings, and effects, compare and measure them in respect to quality and intensity, and formulate the rules for attaining maximum satisfaction. These may be scientists, but such a science, if imparted in unsoftened, expurgated form, is so relaxing to social discipline that few venture to submit their work to the public. Second, those who determine the conditions of continuance and well-being for a group of associated men, discover how these are helped or hindered by men's actions, and elaborate criteria for judging the various types of conduct. These men are sociologists, cultivating a particular department of their science. Third, those who extend to the sphere of feeling the classification reached by the sociologist and who, mixing up with his distinctions of right, wrong, good, bad, and other distinctions, such as good, evil, agreeable, disagreeable, borrowed from the student of individual ethics, create and propagate an immensely popular, inspiring, wholesome, but unsound body of doctrine, professing to show that the individual, without swerving from his own ends, can become a perfectly virtuous member of society. This is not science, nor are its teachers scientists. They are consciously or unconsciously representatives of the social order. They are social functionaries and differ in no respect but badge and method from those avowed agents of social discipline who frankly preach, inveigh, denounce, plead, or exhort for the sake of the group. A final preliminary is a basis of classification. In classifying the concrete facts in the field of social control, we are free to follow either of two distinct principles of grouping. In the first place, we may assign each specific exercise of control to the social institution from which it directly comes. Thus we may group together all the disciplinary services rendered by the Church under the rubric ecclesiastical or religious, mark them off from the control exercised through law, public opinion, or literature. This would be in harmony with Mr. Spencer's procedure of dissecting society and studying the various clusters of institutions that come to light. But this method is not only open to the charge of getting at form rather than forces, but is peculiarly inappropriate to the study of control. The very reason why this department of social phenomena has never been properly explored is that there is no group of specialized institutions set apart for the task of regulating men. The eye that seeks eagerly for signs of structure cannot but miss seeing a function that has no set of organs devoted exclusively to its service. There is no group of, let us say, ethical institutions answering to domestic, industrial, or professional institutions. Social control, as I shall show, is exercised through all kinds of instruments in turn, through religious, governmental, and professional organizations, through amorphous masses of people, through individuals, and through superorganic products, such as folklore, tradition, ceremonial poetry, and works of art. A classification, therefore, according to the institution, organ, or agency, by which control is exercised will not be satisfactory. An alternative classification proceeds from the mode in which society gains ascendancy over its members. If it be remembered that we restrain men from actions by stimulating certain feelings, such as fear, cupidity, pride, or love, we may regard all cases of control, both those which repress action and those which incite to action, as applications of stimuli. Now it is possible to classify our phenomena according to the kind of stimulus used. And if we classify according to the nature of the stimulus, rather than according to the institution from which the impulses proceed, we emphasize forces rather than forms. To use the organic figure, we attend to the living body of society rather than to the dead corpse, thereby bringing to light not only the organs, but their actual manner of operating. Hitherto the point of departure, in studying regulation, has been the visible agency such as government, press, or theater. The consequence has been that while the specific disciplines have been perceived, we have overlooked that great portion of control, which does not proceed from definite organizations, and which, by reason of its pervasiveness, supplies the moral groundwork of all the rest. Like the air, formless and viewless, it has escaped notice because all else was seen through it. By thus overlooking the moral upbuilding of men, going on under the guidance of society, we have invited the taunt of the moralist that our science cannot account for or explain social order, and therefore we must fall back on the intuitive sense of duty, divinely implanted conscience, innate perception of right and wrong, and other phantasms supplied by men of his ilk. The force of this logic we can avoid only by exposing the entire process by which the ordered social life of today is made possible. To do this, we must ignore no portion of the field. Everything that shapes men in the interest of the group, every motive, inducement, incitement, penalty, check, sanction, influence, ideal, or custom, every stimulus, in short, of social origin and application, must fall within the scope of investigation. Not otherwise may we hope to wrest this central department of sociology from the obscurant sway of theologians, metaphysicians, moralists, sentimentalists, and poets. In accordance with the adopted principle of classification, I shall treat of modifications of the will, modifications of the feelings, modifications of the judgment. When, for instance, the desire for a certain experience is weakened, we have a modification of the feelings. When the belief that a certain act or course of conduct will procure the coveted experience, we have a modification of the judgment. When desire and belief remain the same, and conduct is controlled by linking to acts extra pleasures or pains in the form of rewards or punishments, we have a modification of the will. It is not implied that these extra motives do not involve feeling and judgment. Our first duty, therefore, is to explore the field of employment of rewards and punishment as a means of social control. Edward Allsworth Ross, Stanford University, California. and of Social Control by Edward Ellsworth Ross.
Superstition and Crime by E.P. Evans, published in Popular Science Monthly, December, 1898, Volume 54, Number 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In January 1898, an elderly woman came in great anxiety to a priest of the Church of St. Ursula in Munich, Bavaria, and complained that the devil haunted her house at night and frightened her by making a great noise. In explanation of this unseasonable and undesirable visit from the lower world, she stated that a joint stock company had been formed in Berlin, with a branch in Munich, for the purpose of discovering hidden treasures, and that in order to attain this object, a human sacrifice must be made to the devil, and that she had been selected as the victim. A woman, whose husband was a stockholder in the aforesaid company, had kindly communicated to her this information so that she might be prepared and have time to set her house in order. Satan, however, grew impatient of the promised sacrifice and began to look after her. The priest sent one of his younger assistants at the altar to read appropriate prayers in the haunted house, and thus exorcise the evil spirit. We can hardly suppose that his reverence believed in the reality of the reported apparition, and yet he could not assert its impossibility by calling in question the existence of the devil or the actuality of diabolical agencies in human affairs without undermining the foundations of the ecclesiastical system, of which he was an acknowledged supporter. Such a declaration would take away our hope, as the Scotchman said of the denial of a literal hellfire and the doctrine of eternal punishment. It was for the same reason that the great body of the Catholic clergy, from Pope Leo XIII and the highest dignitaries of the Church down to the humblest country vicar, so easily fell into the snares laid by Leo Taxil and accepted the signature of the devil Bytrue as genuine, and his revelations concerning the pact of the Freemasons with Satan as authentic. It is certainly somewhat startling to meet with such a case of gross superstition as the above mentioned in one of the seats of modern science and centers of European civilization. In rural districts, remote from the influences of intellectual culture, however, instances of this kind are of quite frequent occurrence, and often result in the commission of crime. Human sacrifices to Satan are still by no means uncommon in many parts of Russia, and are supposed to be effective in warding off famine and in staying the ravages of pestilence. Even in Germany and other countries of Western Europe, the belief in their prophylactic virtue is remarkably prevalent, and would be often put into practice were it not for the stricter administration of justice and the greater terror of the law. In October 1889, the criminal court in the government province of Arkhangelsk in northern Russia sentenced a Samoyed, Jefron Pyreka, to 15 years' imprisonment with hard labor for the murder of a maiden named Savani. His sole defense was that an unusually severe winter with a heavy fall of snow had produced a famine followed by scurvy, of which all his children had died. He therefore made an image of the devil out of wood, smeared its lips with fat, and set it up on a hillock. He then attempted to lasso one of his companions, André Tabary, and had already thrown the noose around his neck, when the energetic wife of the intended victim intervened and rescued her husband. Shortly afterward, he succeeded in strangling the girl and offering her as a sacrifice to his idol. In the province of Novgorod, known as the Darkest Russia, it is a general custom among the country people to sacrifice some animal, usually a black cat, a black cock, or a black dog, by burying it alive, in order to check the spread of cholera. In the village of Kamenka, a peasant, whose son had died of this disease, interred with the body 8 live tomcats. The immolation of dumb animals, however, is deemed less efficacious than that of human beings. On one occasion, when the cholera was raging severely, a deputation of peasants waited upon their parson, stating that they had determined to bury him alive in order to appease the demon of the plague. He escaped this horrible death only by apparently acceding to their wishes and craving a few days' respite in order to prepare for such a solemn ceremony. Meanwhile, he took the measures necessary to secure his safety and thwarted the purpose of his loving parishioners. In Akopavici, a village of the same province, the peasants succeeded in enticing an aged woman, Lucia Manchoff, into the cemetery, where they thrust her alive into the grave containing the bodies of those who had died of the epidemic, and quickly covered her up. When brought to trial, they proved that they had acted on the advice of a military surgeon, Kosakovich, who was therefore regarded as the chief culprit, and sentenced to be knouted by the hangman, and then to undergo 12 years' penal servitude in Siberia. We are indebted for these instances of barbarous superstition to the researches of Augustus Löwenstimm, associate jurisconsult in the Department of Justice at St. Petersburg, who has derived them from thoroughly authentic and mostly official sources. He reports several occurrences of a similar kind during the epidemics of cholera in 1831, 1855, and 1872. Indeed, it is very difficult to abolish such pagan practices, so long as the clergy foster the notion that animal sacrifices are expiatory and propitiatory in their effects. In some parts of the province of Vologda, it is still customary on the day dedicated to the prophet Elias, July 20th in the Greek calendar, to offer up bullocks, he-goats, or other quadrupeds within the precincts of the church. The animal is driven into the courtyard surrounding this sacred edifice and there slaughtered. The flesh is boiled in a large kettle, one half of it being kept by the peasants who provided the sacrifice, while the other half is distributed among the priests and sacristans. The belief that the walls of dams, bridges, aqueducts, and buildings are rendered preternaturally strong by immuring a living human being within them still prevails in many countries of Christendom, and there is hardly an old castle in Europe that has not a legend of this sort connected with it. Usually a child is supposed to be selected for this purpose, and the roving bands of gypsies are popularly accused of furnishing the infant victims. The custom of depositing gold coins or other precious objects in the foundation stones of important public edifices is doubtless a survival of the ancient superstition. Löwenstimm mentions a curious superstition of pagan origin still practiced in portions of Russia and known as Korovya Shmertya, cow death, and Upachevanya, plowing roundabout. If pestilence or murrain prevails in a village, an old woman of repute as a seeress or fortune-teller enters the confines of the village at midnight and beats a pan. Thereupon all the women of the place assemble in haste, armed with divers domestic utensils, frying pans, pokers, tongs, shovels, scythes, and cudgels. After shutting the cattle in their stalls and warning the men not to leave their houses, a procession is formed. The seeress takes off her dress and pronounces a curse upon death. She is then hitched to a plow, together with a bevy of virgins and a misshapen woman, if such a one can be found, and a continuous and closed furrow is drawn around the village 3 times. When the procession starts, the image of some saint suitable to the occasion, that of St. Blasius, for example, in the case of murrain, is borne in front of it. This is followed by the seeress, clad only in a shift, with disheveled hair and riding on a broomstick. After her come women and maidens drawing the plow, and behind them the rest of the crowd shrieking and making a fearful din. They kill every animal they meet, and if a man is so unfortunate as to fall in with them, he is mercilessly beaten and usually put to death. In the eyes of these raging women, he is not a human being, but Death himself, in the form of a werewolf, who seeks to cross their path and thus break the charm and destroy the healing virtue of the furrow. The ceremony varies in different places and generally ends by burying alive a cat, cock, or dog. In some districts, the whole population of the village, both men and women, take part in the procession, and are often attended by the clergy with sacred images and consecrated banners. During the prevalence of the pest in the province of Podolia in 1738, the inhabitants of the village of Cummings, while marching in procession through the fields, met Michael Matkovsky, a nobleman of a neighboring village, who was looking for his stray horses. The strange man, wandering about with an eager look and a bridle in his hand, was regarded as the incarnate pestilence, and was therefore seized and most brutally beaten and left lying half naked and half dead on the ground. At length he recovered his senses and succeeded with great difficulty in reaching his home. No sooner was it known that he was still alive than the peasants rushed into his house, dragged him to their village, subjected him to terrible tortures, and finally burned him. A curious feature of these remedial rites is the mixture of paganism and Christianity which characterizes them. And it is an unquestionable, though almost incredible fact, that their atoning efficacy is often quite as firmly believed in by the village priests of the Russian Church as by the most ignorant members of their flock. In the autumn of 1894, some Russian peasants in the district of Kazan slew one of their own number as a sacrifice to the gods of the Votiaks, a Finnish race dwelling on the Volga, Vyatka, and Kama rivers. Even Orthodox Christians of the Greek Church, although regarding these gods as devils, fear and seek to propitiate them, especially in times of public distress. Still more widely diffused is the practice of infanticide as the sequence of superstition. The belief that dwarfs or gnomes, dwelling in the inner parts of the earth, carry off beautiful newborn babes and leave them their own deformed offspring in their stead is not confined to any one people, but is current alike in Germanic, Celtic, Romanic, and Slavic countries, and causes a misshapen child to be looked upon with suspicion and subjected to cruel tortures and even killed. The supposed changeling is often severely beaten with juniper rods, and the scourging attended with incantations so as to compel the wicked fairies to reclaim their deformed bantling and restore the stolen child. If the castigation proves ineffective, more summary measures are frequently taken, and the supposititious suckling is thrown out of the window on a dunghill or immersed in boiling water. In 1877, in the city of New York, an Irish immigrant and his wife burned their child to death under the delusion that they were ridding themselves of a changeling. Cases of this kind are quite common in Ireland, where the victims are sometimes adults. Not long since Magoni, an Irish peasant, had a sickly child, which the most careful nurture failed to restore to health and strength. The parents therefore became convinced that a changeling had been imposed upon them, and when the boy was 4 years old, they resolved to have recourse to boiling water, in which he was kept, notwithstanding his shrieks and protestations that he was not an elf, but their own Johnny Magoni, until death released him from his torments. Wilhelm Mannhardt, the celebrated writer on folklore, states that when, in 1850, he was in Lublau, a village of West Prussia, he saw a man brutally maltreating a boy on the street. On inquiry, he found that the lad had done nothing worthy of blame, but that his only fault was an exceptionally large head. This cranial peculiarity, offensively conspicuous in what seems to have been a narrow-headed family, was reason enough for the parents to disown their offspring and to treat him as the counterfeit of a child foisted in by the fairies. At Hautersleben, a considerable market town of North Silesia, the wife of a farmer, in 1883, gave birth to a puny infant, which the parents at once assumed to be a changeling. In order to defeat the evil designs of the elves, and to compel the restoration of their own child, They held the newborn over a bed of live coals on the hearth until it was covered with blisters and died in intense agony. In East Prussia, the Mazurs, a Polish race, whose only notable contribution to modern civilization and the gaiety of nations is the mazurka, take precautionary measures by placing a book, usually the Bible, although any book will do, under the head of the newborn babe, so as to prevent the devil from spiriting it away and substituting for it one of his own hellish brood, thus unwittingly furnishing a marvelous illustration of the beneficent influence of the printing press and the magic power of literature. The Estonian inhabitants of the island of Uzel in Livonia refrain from kindling a fire in the house while the rite of baptism is being celebrated, lest the light of the flames should render it easier for Satan surreptitiously to exchange an imp for the infant. After the sacred ceremony has been performed, there is supposed to be no danger of such a substitution. One of the most incredible instances of this extremely silly and surprisingly persistent superstition occurred in 1871 at Biskunisy, a village of Prussian Posen, where a laborer named Becker had by industry and frugality gradually acquired a competence and been able to buy a house of his own, in which he led a happy domestic life with his wife and 5 children, of whom he was very fond. After 14 years of unbroken felicity, the wife's elder sister, Marianne Czerniak, came from Poland to pay them a visit. This woman was a crack-brained devotee who spent half her time in going to Mass and the other half in backbiting her neighbors. She also claimed that she could detect at once whether a person is in league with Satan and could cast out devils. The villagers came to look upon her as a witch, and avoided all association with her, especially as her aberrations manifested themselves in exceedingly malevolent and mischievous forms. Unfortunately, she acquired complete ascendancy over her younger sister, who accepted her absurd pretensions as real. On November 19, 1871, Marianne, after returning from confession, went to bed, but at midnight Mrs. Becker, who slept with her youngest child, a boy about a year old, was awakened by a fearful shriek and lit the lamp. Thereupon the sister rushed into the room, crying, "The demons have stolen your child and put a changeling in your bed. Beat him, if you wish to have your child again." Under the influence of this suggestion, which seemed to be almost hypnotic in its character, the bewildered mother began to beat the boy. The aunt now seized him and swung him to and fro, as if she would fling him out of the window, at the same time calling out to Satan, "There, you have him, take your brat." She then gave him back to his mother with the words, "Throw him to the ground, drub him, beat him to death, otherwise you will never recover your child." This advice was followed, and the boy severely strapped with a heavy girdle as he lay on the floor. Meanwhile, Becker, hearing the noise, got up and at first tried to intervene for the protection of his son, but was easily convinced by his wife that she was doing the right thing, and persuaded to aid her in discomfiting the devil by beating the boy with a juniper stick. The process of exorcism, thus renewed with increased vigor, soon proved fatal. At this juncture, as the son of the aunt, a lad of 5 years, threw himself down with loud lamentations beside the dead body of his little cousin, his mother cried out, "Beat him! He is not my child. Why should we spare him? We shall get other children." Thereupon he too was maltreated in the same manner until he expired. The aunt then declared that the devil had crept into the stovepipe and went to work to demolish the stove, but when she was prevented from doing so, fled into the garden, where she was found the next morning by the schoolteacher. By this time Becker and his wife seemed to have come to their senses, and were sitting by the corpses of the murdered children, weeping and praying, as the neighbors entered the house. The trial, which took place at Ostrov in January 1872, led to the introduction of conflicting expert testimony concerning the mental soundness of the accused, and the matter was finally referred to a commission of psychiators in Berlin who decided that Becker and his wife were not suffering from mental disease, and therefore not irresponsible, but that the aunt was subject to periodical insanity to such a degree as not to be accountable for her actions. Curiously enough, the jurors remained uninfluenced by this testimony, and pronounced her guilty of the crime laid to her charge, and in accordance with this verdict, the court sentenced her to 3 years' imprisonment with hard labor. The jurors even went so far as to declare that she herself did not believe in the existence of elf children or satanic changelings, but made use of this popular superstition for her own selfish purposes, and that she guilefully denounced her own boy as an imp in order to get rid of him. In this verdict, or rather in the considerations urged in support of it, it is easy to perceive the effects of strong local prejudice against the accused, who had the reputation of being a lazy, malicious, and crafty person, and was therefore denied the extenuation of honest self-deception. Indeed, in such cases, it is always more or less difficult to determine where sincere delusion ceases and conscious swindling begins. Just at this point, the annals of superstition present many puzzling problems, the solution of which is of special interest, as well as of great practical importance, not only to the psychologist and psychiater, but also to the legislator and jurisprudent, who have to do with the enactment and administration of criminal laws. In the penal codes of the most civilized nations, the agency of superstition as a factor in the promotion of crime is almost wholly ignored, and, as this was not the case in former times, the omission would seem to assume that the general diffusion of knowledge in our enlightened age had rendered all such specifications obsolete and superfluous. Only in the Russian Penal Code, especially in the sections Oleshenie and Ustav on felonies and frauds, as cited by Löwenstimm, do we find a distinct recognition and designation of various forms of superstition as incentives to crime. Thus, in paragraph 1469 of the first of these sections, the murder of monstrous births or misshapen sucklings, as changelings, is expressly mentioned, and the penalty prescribed. And in other clauses of the code, punishments are imposed for the desecration of graves and mutilation of corpses, in order to procure talismans or to prevent the dead from revisiting the earth as vampires, and for various offenses emanating from the belief in sorcery and diabolical possession. The practice of opening graves and mutilating dead bodies is quite common, and arises in general from the notion that persons who die impenitent and without extreme unction, including suicides, and victims to delirium tremens, apoplexy, and other forms of sudden death, as well as schismatics, sorcerers, and witches, come forth from their graves and wander about as vampires, sucking the blood of individuals during sleep and inflicting misery upon entire communities by producing drought, famine, and pestilence. The means employed to prevent this dangerous metamorphosis, or at least to compel the vampire to remain in the grave, differ in different countries. In Russia, the deceased is buried with his face downward and an ashen stake driven through his back, while in Poland and East Prussia, the corpse is wrapped up in a fish net and covered with poppies, owing, doubtless, to the soporific qualities of this plant. Preventive measures of this kind are often taken with the consent and cooperation of the clergy and local authorities. Thus, in 1849, at Mariensee, near Danzig, in West Prussia, a peasant's wife came to the Catholic priest of the parish and complained that an old woman named Velm, recently deceased, appeared in her house and beat and otherwise tormented her child. The priest seems to have accepted the truth of her statement, since he ordered the corpse to be disinterred, decapitated, reburied at a crossroad, and covered with poppies. In 1851, during the prevalence of cholera in Ukraine, in the governmental province of Kiev, the peasants of Posady attributed the epidemic to a deceased sacristan and his wife, who were supposed to roam about at night as vampires and kill people by sucking their blood. In order to stay the ravages of the scourge, the corpses of this couple were exhumed, their heads cut off and burned, and ashen stakes driven through their backs into the ground. In 1892, a peasant woman in the Russian province of Kovno hanged herself in a wood near the village of Somenishki. The priest refused her Christian burial because she had committed suicide, and was therefore given over to the devil. In order that she might rest quietly in her grave and not be changed into a vampire, her sons severed her head from her body and laid it at her feet. In thus refusing to perform religious funeral rites, the priest obeyed the canons of the Church and also the laws of the Russian Empire. Until quite recently, a corner of unconsecrated ground next to the wall of the Russian cemetery was reserved as a sort of carrion pit for the corpses of self-murderers, and it is expressly prescribed in the Svad Sakhanov that they shall be dragged to such places of infamy by the knacker and there covered with earth. This treatment of a fellow de se by the ecclesiastical and civil authorities directly fosters popular superstition by tending to confirm the notion that there is something uncanny, eldritch, demoniacal, and preternaturally malignant inherent in his mortal remains, a notion still further strengthened by a most unjust paragraph, 1472, in the Russian Code, which declares the last will and testament of a suicide to have no legal validity. Drought, too, as well as pestilence, is ascribed to the evil agency of vampires, which milk the clouds and hinder the falling of the dew. In 1887, the South Russian province of Cherson began to suffer from drought soon after a peasant had hanged himself in the village of Ivanovka, the inhabitants of which, assuming a causative connection between the aridity and the self-homicide, poured water on the grave while uttering the following words: "I sprinkle, I pour, may God send a shower, bring on a little rainfall, and relieve us from misery." As this invocation failed to produce the desired effect, the body was taken up and inhumed again in a gorge outside of the village. In some districts, the corpse is disinterred, beaten on the head, and drenched with water poured through a sieve. In others, it is burned. The records of the criminal courts in West Prussia during the last half-century contain numerous instances of the violation of graves from superstitious motives. Thus, in March 1896, a peasant died in the village of Pencoul. Soon afterward, his son was taken ill of a lingering disease, which the remedies prescribed by the country doctor failed to relieve. It did not take long for the wise women of the village to convince him that his father was a nine-killer, and would soon draw after him into the grave 9 of his next of kin. The sole means of depriving him of his fatal power would be to disinter him and sever his head from his body. In accordance with this advice, the young man dug up the corpse by night and decapitated it with a spade. In this case, the accused, if tried in court, might honestly declare that he acted in self-defense. Indeed, he might plead in justification of his conduct that he thereby preserved not only his own life, but also the lives of 8 of his nearest and dearest relations, and that he should be commended rather than condemned for what he had done. It is the possibility and sincerity of this plea that render it so difficult to deal with such offenses judicially and justly. Here is needed what Tennyson calls the intuitive decision of a bright and thorough-edged intellect to part error from crime. Quite different, however, from a moral point of view, is the opening of graves in quest of medicaments, and especially of talismans, which are supposed to bring good luck to the possessor, or to enable him to practice sorcery, and to commit crime with impunity. In ancient times, and even in the Middle Ages, physicians sometimes prescribed parts of the human body as medicine, and in Franconia, North Bavaria, a peasant now occasionally enters an apothecary's shop and asks for Armenzunderfett, poor sinner's fat, obtained from the bodies of executed malefactors and prized as a powerful specific. The culprit was tried first for murder and then for lard, and thus made doubly conducive to the safety and sanitation of the community. Formerly, many persons went diligently to public executions for the purpose of procuring a piece of the criminal as a healing salve. But since the hangman or headsman has generally ceased to perform his fearful functions in the presence of a promiscuous crowd, such loathsome remedies for disease are sought in churchyards. In May 1865, a Polish peasant in Wysokopies, near Warsaw, discovered that the grave of his recently deceased wife had been opened and the corpse mutilated. Information was given to the police, and a shepherd's pipe found in the churchyard led to the detection of the culprit in the person of the communal shepherd, a man 26 years old, who on examination confessed that he, with the aid of 2 accomplices, had committed the disgustful deed. His object, he said, was to procure a tooth and the liver of a dead person. He intended to pulverize the tooth, and after mixing it with snuff, to give it to his brother-in-law in order to poison him. On perceiving, however, that the body was that of a woman, he did not take the tooth, because it would have no power to kill a man, but he cut out the liver for the purpose of burying it in a field where the sheep were pastured, and thus causing the death of the entire flock, in case he should be superseded by another shepherd, which he feared might happen. All 3 were condemned to hard labor in Siberia. It is a quite prevalent notion that if any part of a corpse is concealed in a house, the inmates will have the corresponding bodily organs affected by disease and gradually paralyzed. A drastic example of this superstition occurred in May 1875 at Schwetz, a provincial town of West Prussia, where a woman named Albertine Majewski became the mother of a male child which died soon after its birth. The father, to whom she was betrothed, refused to marry her, and to punish him for his breach of promise, she disinterred the body of her babe, cut off its right hand at the wrist and the genitals, and hid them in the chimney of the house of her faithless lover, hoping thereby to cause the hand, with which he had pledged his vow, to wither away and to render him impotent. All this she freely confessed when brought to trial, and was sentenced to 2 months' imprisonment. But such relics of the tomb are used on the principle of similia similibus, not only for inflicting injury, but also for bringing luck. Thus members of the light-fingered craft carry with them the finger of a corpse, in order to enhance their skill, success, and safety in thievery. If the finger belonged to an adroit thief or a condemned criminal, its talismanic virtue is all the greater. It is also believed that a purse in which a finger joint is kept will contain an inexhaustible supply of money. The finger of a murdered man is greatly prized by burglars because it is supposed to possess a magic power in opening locks. The records of criminal courts prove that these absurd notions are generally entertained by common malefactors in East Prussia, Thuringia, Silesia, Bohemia, and Poland. A candle made of fat obtained from the human body is very frequently used by thieves on account of its supposed soporific power, since with such a taper, known in Germany as Diebslicht or Schlummerlicht, Slumlight in provincial English, they are confident of being able to throw all the inmates of the house into a deep sleep, and thus rummage the rooms at will, and with perfect impunity. The danger of detection is also forestalled by laying a dead man's hand on a windowsill, and in order to make assurance doubly sure, both preservatives are usually employed. Hence the proverbial saying, "He sleeps as though a dead hand had been carried round him." The desire to procure material for such candles often leads to the commission of crime. An Austrian jurist, Dr. Gross, in his manual for inquisitorial judges, Handbuch für Untersuchungsrichter, and the folklorists Mannhardt and Jakushkin give numerous instances of this kind, and there is no doubt that the many mysterious murders and ghastly mutilations, especially of women and children, so horrifying to the public and puzzling to the police, are due to the same cause. In most cases, the prosecuting attorneys and judges are unable to discover the real motives of such bloody and brutal deeds because they are ignorant of the popular superstitions in which they have their origin, and for lack of any better explanation, attribute them to mere brutishness, wantonness, homicidal mania, and other vague and unintelligible impulses, whereas in reality they spring from a supremely selfish but exceedingly definite purpose, are perpetrated deliberately and with the normal exercise of the mental faculties, and cannot be mitigated even by the extenuating plea of a sudden passion. Crimes of this sort are of common occurrence not only in the semi-barbarous provinces of Russia, but also in Austria and Germany, justly reckoned among the most civilized countries of Christendom. On January 1st, 1865, the house of a man named Peck, near Elbing, in West Prussia, was entered during the absence of the family by a burglar, Gottfried Dahlian, who killed the maidservant, Katharina Zernickel, and ransacked the premises in search of money and other objects of value. Before carrying off his spoils, he cut a large piece of flesh out of the body of the murdered girl in order to make candles for his protection on future occasions of this sort. The talismanic light, which he kept in a tin tube, did not prevent him from being caught in the act of committing another burglary about 6 weeks later. During the trial, which resulted in his condemnation to death, he confessed that he had eaten some of the maidservant's flesh in order to appease his conscience. This disgusting method of alleviating the compunctious visitings of nature would seem to confirm the suggestion of a writer in the Russkaya Vedomosti, Russian News, 1888, number 359, that the thieves' candle is a survival of primitive cannibalism, distinct traces of which he also discovers in a Russian folk song which runs as follows: I bake a cake out of the hands and feet, out of the silly head I form a goblet, out of the eyes I cast drinking glasses, out of the blood I brew an intoxicating beer, and out of the fat I mold a candle. It is certainly very queer to find such stuff constituting the theme of popular song within the confines of Christian civilization at the present day, a gruesome stuff more suitable as the staple of Othello's tales. Of the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagy, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. In the burglary just mentioned, the murder and mutilation of the maid were incidental to the robbery, and probably an afterthought, but there are on record numerous instances of persons being waylaid and killed for the sole purpose of making candles out of their adipose tissue. No longer ago than November 15, 1896, 2 peasants were convicted of this crime in Korotoyak, a city on the Don in South Russia. Their victim was a boy 12 years of age, whom they strangled and eviscerated in order to make candles from the fat of the caul and entrails. It would be superfluous and tedious to cite additional examples of this outrageous offense against humanity and common sense, for like the devils that entered into the Gadarene swine, their name is Legion. A still more disgusting and dangerous superstition is the notion that supernatural powers are acquired by eating the heart of an unborn babe of the male sex, just as a savage imagines that by eating the heart of a brave foe he can become endued with his valor. The modern European cannibal believes that by eating 9 hearts or parts of them, he can make himself invisible and even fly through the air. He can thus commit crime without detection and defy all efforts to arrest or imprison him, releasing himself with ease from fetters and passing through stone walls. This horrible practice has been known for ages and is still by no means uncommon. In the first half of the 15th century, the notorious Marshal of France, Guy de Laval, Baron of Rays, is said to have murdered in his castle near Nantes 150 women in order to get possession of unborn babies. He was then supposed to have committed these atrocities from lewd motives and was also accused of worshipping Satan. A mixed commission of civilians and ecclesiastics appointed to examine into the matter found him guilty and condemned him to be strangled and burned on October 25, 1440. In 1429, when he was 33 years of age, he had fought the English at Orleans by the side of Joan of Arc, and it was probably the desire to acquire supernatural powers in emulation of the maid that led him to perpetrate a succession of inhuman butcheries extending over a period of 14 years, the real object of which seems to have been imperfectly understood by the tribunal which sentenced him to death. Löwenstam cites several instances of this crime. Thus, in 1577, a man was put to the rack in Bamberg, North Bavaria, for murdering and disemboweling 3 pregnant women. In the 7th century, a band of robbers, whose chief was known as King Daniel, created intense consternation among the inhabitants of Ermeland in East Prussia. For a long time, these freebooters roved and spoiled with impunity, but were finally arrested and executed. They confessed that they had killed 14 women, but as the unborn infants proved to be female, their hearts were devoid of talismanic virtue. Indeed, they attributed their capture to this unfortunate and unforeseeable circumstance, and posed as persons worthy of commiseration on account of their ill luck. One of the strangest features of this cruel and incredible superstition is its persistency in an age of superior enlightenment. Dr. Gross records 2 cases of comparatively recent occurrence in the very centers of modern civilization, one in 1879 near Hamburg, where a woman, great with child, was killed and cut open by a Swede named Anderson, and another of like character 10 years later in Simmering, near Vienna. An ordeal very commonly practiced in the Middle Ages to determine the guilt or innocence of anyone accused of theft was to give him a piece of consecrated cheese, which, if he were guilty, it would be impossible for him to swallow. Hence arose the popular phrase, "It sticks in his throat." Thus Macbeth says, after he had done the deed, "But wherefore could not I pronounce Amen? I had most need of blessing, and Amen stuck in my throat." Wutke states that this custom still prevails in the Prussian province of Brandenburg, where a person suspected of larceny is made to swallow a piece of Dutch cheese on which certain magical letters and signs are scratched. His failure to do so is regarded as conclusive evidence of his guilt. Various other means of making inquest for the detection of crime are in vogue, some of them merely silly, and others mercilessly savage. Thus a mirror is laid for 3 successive nights in the grave of a dead man. It is placed there in the name of God, and taken out in the name of Satan. It is believed that by looking into such a mirror, the person of the thief can be clearly seen. A bull belonging to a peasant not far from Perm, on the Kama, died suddenly. The owner declared that the death of the animal was due to witchcraft, and demanded that all the women of the village should be made to creep through a horse collar in order to discover the hag who had wrought the mischief. This plan was approved by his neighbors, and although their wives protested against being subjected to the degrading and, for corpulent women, extremely difficult and even dangerous test, they finally submitted to it rather than remain under the suspicion of practicing the black art. This performance, which is unquestionably a relic of Uralian Finnish paganism, took place on March 16, 1896. The following instance may serve as an example of the ruthless barbarity to which such delusions often lead. In December 1874, a South Russian peasant in the vicinity of Cherson missed 100 rubles and went to a weird woman in order to learn what had become of them. She consulted her cards and declared that the money had been stolen by a certain Marfa Artyanov. The man was greatly astonished at this response, because the accused was a highly respected teacher of young children, and had the reputation of being thoroughly honest. Nevertheless, his credulity got the better of his common sense, and with the aid of his neighbors, he seized Marfa and carried her to the churchyard, where he bound her to a cross and began to torture her, beating her with a knout, suspending her by her hands, and twisting and tearing her neck and tongue with pincers. To her cries and entreaties, her tormentors coolly replied, "If you are really innocent, what we are doing can cause you no pain." Many of the persons who offer their services as clairvoyants and seers to a credulous and confiding public, and whose utterances are accepted as oracles, are professional swindlers. Thus a young lady moving in the higher circles of society in Vienna had a valuable set of diamonds stolen. By the advice of a trusted lackey, she consulted a woman who was reputed to have the power of divination, and who informed her, contrary to the strong suspicions of the police, that the theft had been committed not by any member of the household, but by a stranger. The young lady was so firmly persuaded of the truth of this statement that, although urged by the court to prosecute the lackey, she refused to do so. The evidence against him, however, was so strong that he was finally tried and condemned. The Pythoness, who had endeavored to exculpate him, proved to be his aunt and accomplice. A queer phase of superstition, which in many parts of Europe seriously interferes with the administration of justice, manifests itself in the various means of avoiding the evil consequences of perjury, at least so far as to soothe the pangs of conscience and to avert the divine anger. This immunity is secured in some provinces of Austria by carrying on one's person a bit of consecrated wafer, a piece of bone from the skeleton of a child, or the eyes of a hoopoe, holding a ducat or 7 small pebbles in the mouth, pressing the left hand firmly against the side, crooking the second finger, or pulling off a button from the trousers while in the act of swearing, or spitting immediately after taking an oath. The Russian province of Vyatka is settled by a people of Finnish origin, the majority of whom have been baptized and call themselves Orthodox Christians, while the remainder are still nominally as well as really heathen. When they take an oath, it is administered by a pope or priest, and a Russian jurist, J.W. Mietchaninoff, describes the method employed by them to forswear themselves with safety. When called upon to take an oath, the witness raises the right hand with the index finger extended. He then lays the left hand in the palm of the right hand with the index finger pointing downward, and by a criss-cross combination of the other fingers, which probably works as a charm, the whole body is converted into a conductor, so that the oath entering through the index finger of the right hand passes through the index finger of the left hand into the earth like an electric current. The witness thus feels himself discharged of the binding influence of the oath, and may give false testimony without laying perjury upon his soul. The superstitions which encourage ignorant people to commit crime are handed down from generation to generation, and have in most cases a purely local character. In other words, the charms and sorceries and other magical arts employed to produce the same results differ in different places, and unless the judges are familiar with these various forms of superstition, they will be unable to understand the exact nature of the offenses with which they have to deal, and their efforts to detect and punish violations of the law will be greatly hampered and sometimes completely thwarted. The subject here discussed has not only a speculative interest for ethnographers and students of folklore, but also, as already indicated, a practical importance for criminal lawyers and courts of justice in the Old World and even in the United States. The tide of immigration that has recently set in from the east and south of Europe has brought to our shores an immense number of persons strongly infected with the delusions which we have attempted to describe. Acts which would seem at first sight to have their origin in impulses of cruelty and brutality are found on closer investigation to be due to crass ignorance and credulity, and although the ultimate motives are usually utterly selfish, there are rare instances in which the perpetrators of such deeds are thoroughly disinterested and altruistic, and do the most revolting things not from greed of gain, but solely for the public good. In cases of this kind, the most effective preventive of wrongdoing is not judicial punishment, but intellectual enlightenment. End of Superstition and Crime by Professor E. P. Evans.